Boys and girls, cats and squirrels, today I'm going to take you on an adventure through all of the Call of Duty Cold War intel. Yes, I have now for a second time completed collecting all of it, whether that be the Dark Ether Outbreak intel or the Requiem D Machine intel. So, I hope you guys enjoy. There's 600,000 trillion intel, it seems like. So, it's going to be a long one, but I'll break it up by season. And hopefully you guys enjoy. If you do, leave a like, sub, and comment down below. And if you're hyped for Black Ops 6, let me know in the comments. And let's get into it. Let's start with the preseason intel. I know it says exclusive content on the left first, but that stuff is a trillion documents. And will come at the end of the video because nobody really cares. It's Onslaught intel, if you didn't know. It doesn't matter. Let's just get into some Requiem intel.
I have completed my adjustments, Dr. Vogel. You may begin recording.
Thank you, I already have. This is Ulrich Vogel, Director of Project End Station. 7th of March, 1944, 10:03 p.m. Commencing cyclotron test run number 12. Dr. Kurtz, please proceed.
All readings are within acceptable parameters. Looks like we are getting the collisions we expected and, some interesting patterns are starting to...
What was that?
I do not know. Gauges are redlining. We have to shut down.
My God! What is happening to the air around the collider?
You men! Get away from that!
Kurt! Cut the power!
I'm trying! Controls are not responding!
Kurt! Retreat! Steal your things in the chamber! Ulrich Vogel, Director of Project End Station, 12th of March, 1944. 5 days have passed since the accident. I am starting to see it not as a setback, but a breakthrough. Literally. The cyclotron continues to operate, apparently without an external power source. We cannot deactivate it, and it is still manifesting the strange phenomenon I call a rift, and Kurtz calls a wormhole. He attached instruments to the end of a long metal pole and passed it through the rift. The readings confirm that somehow the cyclotron ripped through the fabric of space-time. Something lies on the other side. A parallel world, or perhaps a whole universe. But we dare not approach too closely, lest we suffer the same fate as the men currently held in our medical clinic. Those men remain in a state best described as living death. Kurtz thinks they caught a high dose of some exotic radiation from the other side of the rift. We are checking their blood and tissue samples for traces of rare elements or otherworldly pathogens. I pray, whatever it is not contagious.
Strike team, Weaver here. I understand this has been a lot to take in. Interdimensional breaches all over the world. An infection transforming people into the undead. Not exactly a great 2 weeks for any of us. Requiem had to react quickly. The same day I was personally requested to run field ops. I was ordered to assemble a short list of operatives. That's you guys. Here's what we know. 2 weeks ago, a KGB Spetsnaz unit known as Omega Group came here and reactivated its particle accelerator. actions caused the outbreak zones we're now seeing around the world. This place is ground zero. Why they did it and to what end, that's what we're gonna figure out. We lost 2 teams before learning about the site. Make their sacrifices count. Let's get some answers. Oh, one more thing. Don't be surprised if the other division leads contact you, introduce themselves. They're experts in their field, so show some respect and play nice.
Strike team, you there? Of course you are, sorry. I'm a bit new to all this. Hopefully you don't mind the less than formal approach. Should probably introduce myself. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Gray, Head of Unnatural Sciences, and well, this is about as unnatural a Sunday as I can remember. I mean, normally about now I'd be sitting in my lab in Bristol having a good natter with Pip and Sam, 2 McCorks I work with, over a nice cup of tea. Then, just bam, this whole thing happens. Next thing I know, I'm drafted by the bloody government to be the representative in this new organisation, Requiem. I mean, how could I pass that up? Sure, the name sounds a bit ominous, but think of the opportunity. The potential discoveries that await us in this new reality. There's a chance that I could end up changing the world. Yes, I know it seems like the proverbial dimension of death has opened right in our back garden, but there's real life to it. And that's including the infected undead. The untapped potential of this discovery, this Ethereum, it could provide us with the tools to grow, evolve even, as a people and a society. Imagine that. No more war. Or at the very least, less war. Put you out of a job though, wouldn't it? No offence, of course.
There are precious few things in the world more valuable than knowledge. And one of those is the ability to know how and when to utilize said knowledge. Do you know who said that? I did not think so. Dr. Vogel, the scientist in charge of Project End Station, said it to me some 40 years ago when I was employed at this very facility. I know you have your suspicions about me. I hear what your type says about me in the halls. Mein Gott, is that Dr. Oscar Strauss, former Nazi scientist? They put him in charge of energy research. It is so horrible. To this, I have 2 things to say. 1, I was never a fucking Nazi. I am and always have been a man of science, trying to survive in a nasty, despicable world. 2, I do not care if you have your suspicions. All I care is if you are able to follow your orders. This energy source, the Germans called it Exo-Element 1. I call it by its proper name, Ethereum. It has the potential to revolutionize the world in ways we cannot possibly comprehend. I will understand these crystals, and I will learn the how and when to utilize it. I hope, if nothing else, you can appreciate that. All I ask is that if you let me do my job, I will let you do yours. There's no need to be enemies. In fact, one day I hope we can work together, side by side. Perhaps we will even consider each other comrades. Just do not expect a warm hug when you return from your missions.
Strike team, do you read me? Finally, strong signal. I know the circumstances are less than ideal, but allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Major Mackenzie Carver. My friends call me Mac. You will not. And yes, I am that Major Carver. Most likely all the stories you've heard are true. But that is in the past. I'm a firm believer in living in the now and preparing for the future. As you may well know, I head up Requiem's Containment and Security Division. It's a post I personally requested. Make no mistake, we are at war. This is chess, and the Soviets' Omega Group? They just moved their queen into position. They're the ones who opened these portals, and you bet your ass it's to get some sort of tactical advantage over us. This is an entirely new dimension we're dealing with. The technology it could potentially offer is unfathomable. We may have nukes, but what if your enemy uses an interdimensional weapon? Something we can't anticipate and counter. This is the new arms race, and we've already fallen behind. Now look, I got nothing against these eggheads and their scientific pursuits. I'm just here to make sure the DoD gets what's rightfully theirs. That includes Strauss and his Ethereum crystals. If we're to regain the advantage over our enemy, we need to act fast and make sure these science types don't keep anything from us. Don't let me down.
Time for some documents. The way this is going to work, I'm just going to read through it for you. If you guys would rather read through it yourself, obviously, this is paused, or pausable, rather, right now. I'm trying to keep the, background noise low, so you guys don't have to worry about it. But let's start with the end station approval letter. Dear Dr. Vogel, it is my great pleasure to inform you that after a thorough review by our resident experts, we have decided to proceed with the cyclotron proposal submitted by yourself and Dr. Kurtz. Project End Station is officially funded. A site has been chosen in Reich District Danzig, West Prussia, for construction and operation of the particle accelerator. However, this is all contingent upon a commitment from yourself and Dr. Kurtz to personally oversee daily operations at End Station. This will mean taking a leave of absence from the university. But I believe this endeavor should provide a bit more excitement than the halls of academia. Remember, the Reich will expect dramatic advances in uranium enrichment from you. I know you long to make some contribution to the study of quantum physics, but the atomic weapons program comes first. The Reich District Danzig, West Prussia site is in a wooded area called Morasko. Labor for construction will be provided by nearby internment camps. As with all Uranviarium programs, Project End Station will be kept a state secret. Do not speak of this to any colleagues other than Kurtz. Both of you must report here at the Institute no later than Monday morning. I will arrange for transport to the Morasko site so you can oversee construction of the cyclotron. For the Fatherland, Kurt Deibner, PhD, Director, Uranviarium. Don't know how to say that. Space-Time Breach Sketch. Excerpt from Space-Time Breach Sketch. For Reich High Command only, sketch of possible space-time breach. End station cyclotron, 7th March, 1944. Note, breach is persistent but unstable. Will send through instrument probe ASAP. Results forthcoming. You can see this sketch on the right. It just looks like the portal from COD Zombies, essentially. Die Blueprint. Excerpt from Die Blueprint. Weaponized Exo-Element 1 Collector. Device ingests a range of hazardous materials, collected energy stored in capacitor/battery. Charged die released energy as destructive blast. Weapon output manifests as cold, electricity, gas, plasma, or concussive force. It is the blueprint on the right. Looks like the die shockwave or its variants. Der Weschler Blueprint. Excerpt from Der Weschler Blueprint. Isotopic impellers extract radiant contaminants from subject's brain. Initial results, partial success. Further trials needed. Subject 1, remembered own name. Called all others Schnitzel. Subject 2, returned to guard post, used it as latrine. Subject 3, correctly unloaded handgun, then ate the bullets. It is on the right. It is what you use the die shockwave and other variants to capture the Megaton and get Orlov to complete the Easter egg on Die Machine. V-Cipher 1. Obviously, this is just a bunch of plain text, ciphertext. Same with V-Cipher 2. I will pull that up right now, and we can tell you what it actually says. V cipher reads as follows. Inform the Chancellor that preparations have been made to open the third front. End station is ready to receive the package as soon as it can be assembled and transported. We are honored to help facilitate Reichstag's Plan V. That is, this V cipher, the way it was translated, was an Enigma M3 cipher, reflector UKWB, rotors 627, position PFJ, ring GRA, plug board UB, RT, FO, VN, QE, JP, AG, LY. Solved by Dyne Nova and T Gaza, Geeky Pastimes and Raikkoon, Mr. FRZ Scotto, and Origin Wormy. V Cipher 2 reads as follows. A breeze on weiter Schweifenfalle alle Wert stabil Ankunft in Germania. Weil Besprochen was just aus Passier der Sag ist uns gewiss. B. It translates to departure without further incident, all values stable, arrive in Germania. As discussed, whatever happens now, victory is certain for us, V. This was a ADFGX cipher, transposition key, Heimat, alphabet TWUG ZLVX DK HYENAC SIQMPFRBO, solved by Origin, Wormy, and Numbskull123. That was a lot of stuff to digest, but now into the artifacts. This is the die remote control. I didn't actually realize you could, really move these. The die remote can locate and remotely activate the die device. Be advised, do not activate with the die device aimed in your direction. This is the die device they were talking about, the die machine. Look at it, it looks pretty cool. Nice model. Die machine. The decompressive isotopic estrangement machine was initially designed to be an exo-element 1 collector, but an incident led to a design change. During an outdoor test, an assistant accidentally ejected a full capacitor all at once, triggering a shockwave blast that destroyed a military transport and Dr. Vogel's personal automobile. Project End Station saw the device's full potential as a wonder weapon, and the assistant saw the full potential of a firing squad. The Aether Scope. Fully assembled at that. The Aether Scope is a portable scanner designed for studying the dark ether. The device is capable of uncovering strange phenomena, including spectral reflections of past events reoccurring outside space-time parameters. Dr. Vogel's Diary. Dr. Vogel's diary, containing many untold secrets of Project End Station, including the password to the Der Weschler command console. Decontamination agent. The decontamination agent, a component for Der Weschler made of gold, was thought to have been lost when it was stolen in 1945. However, it was recovered nearly 40 years later when it was found in a tree near the facility. Apparently, the thieves forgot where they'd hidden it. And that is all of the Requiem intel in preseason. On to the Omega intel.
What in hell is this place?
Okay, I am rolling.
Looks abandoned.
Enemy horde? I mean us, Dimitriev. Whatever is down here, Geiger counter does not approve.
Kalashki. Have you ever seen such machinery?
Only in nightmares, Dimitriev.
You there! Like a big machine! Surrender! I said surrender! Vadim, get this on camera!
name is Pavel Lazarev. I was sent to contain this mess, and you're going to help me. Comrade, state your name.
Kasimir Sikov, Starshina, 1st Guards Tank Army. I am mechanic.
I was told, despite your limited education, you understand German equipment.
Well, I scavenge parts from panzer tanks to keep our T-34s running. How can I be of service, Comrade Lazarev?
There is a machine I need you to deactivate. It is called a cyclotron. It leaks strange radiation. You have seen what it does to men.
Da, Colonel. What if same thing happens to me?
You will not fail, Zykov. You may not survive, but you will not fail. Understood?
Da.
Congratulations, товарищ! You're going to be a hero of the Soviet Union.
My dearest Raisa, it is me, your Casimir. I am sorry to break my promise. But I will not be coming home to you. I have orders to turn off a German machine. Diesel engines, I understand. Radios I can fix, but this... The things down here try to kill me. Perhaps they already have. But not before I finish my mission. I cut all the power, but still the machine run. And I swear, sometimes I hear it call my name. I am going to try one more thing. If the dead will let me. I have tools, but not many bullets. And Swoloshkar will order me down here. I do not do this for him. I do this for the world. For Mother Russia. I do this for you, Raisa. My love for you will never die.
There are no radio transmissions from Omega in Season 1, so let's get on to the documents. An explanation. From Sergeant Kazimir Zykov, 1st Guards Tank Army, to Mrs. Raisa Zykova, Baruta Township, Zykov Oblast. Raisa, I do not know if this letter will ever find you, but you deserve an explanation. I want you to know that I did not abandon you and little Anya to fend for yourselves. I was ordered to do something impossible, and like so many before me, I answered the call of Mother Russia. The details are not important, you would not believe me anyway. But if my death can prevent many others, maybe even yours and Anya's, how could I refuse? Some things are worth dying for. Do you remember growing up in our little village? Do you remember the famine of 22? Children like walking skeletons, rumors of cannibalism? Then came the plague in 29. I remember being chased down by packs of starving dogs roaming our streets. But no matter how bad things got, what pulled us through as a people was our endless capacity to endure hardship. This is what sets us above other nations. This is what will sustain me in this final mission, and sustain you and Anya in the years ahead to carry on without me. Not even Stalin's purges shook our beliefs in the Soviet Union. Revolution is seldom clean or peaceful, but the workers of the world will unite. The day will come when all men and women are equals, and each has their share of the wealth. Surely we could not suffer so much for nothing. The world will change for the better. Our people will see to it. Knowing Anya will grow up in that bright future is worth any price. Love, Casimir. Before the Devil Arrives. From Sergeant Kazimir Zykov, 1st Guards Tank Army, to Mrs. Raisa Zykova, Baruta Township, Zykov Oblast. How long have I been down here? 1 day? 2? It has not been easy, my love. When I wrote that first letter to you, I had no idea how hard this would be. All I have is a toolkit, a gas mask, a flashlight, and too few bullets. Here is the situation. German scientists built a machine here. I have no idea why or how it works, but I think it opened a door to hell. Yes, Risa, hell. I know we were taught religion is the opiate of the masses, but I have spent the last few hours fighting demons and dead men. So apologies to Comrade Marx, but hell is real, and it is my job to slam the door shut before the devil arrives. I cut every cable I could, but the machine seems to have some internal power source. Or perhaps it is powered from the other side. I tried corrupting its fuel like pouring sugar in a gas tank. I tried grounding and short-circuiting the machine, and still it functions. The whole time I am attacked and hunted by walking nightmares. And when I hide to bind my wounds, I swear I can hear the darkness calling. Am I losing my mind? It is a good question. Better question, what if I fail? I fear this evil will spread and one day be upon your doorstep. This I cannot allow. My final idea to close the Hellgate will most certainly kill me. At this point, I think I will welcome it. Farewell, Casimir. We now have a K cipher. Recovered Omega Group cipher. Cipher type Buford. Key outbreak. Solved by Rich Killer and Coldstone the Gamer. Attention K. Initial survey of Ural site verifies it is by far the largest incursion zone yet recorded. We assume Requiem will detect it via satellite and deploy fire teams regardless of sovereign borders. We recommend continuing operations while monitoring Requiem's communications. With your support, I will ensure any new gains remain in Soviets' hands. G-Cipher. Cipher type Hill 3x3, key 716-118-12-1803. Solved by Rich Killer. Attention K. P confirms viability of deployment. Opportunity identified in previous communique. Selected site is approved for trial run of Operatia Inversia. The nature of warfare is about to transform. Any mission, any time, any place. G. For the Omega artifacts, there is one artifact. It is the Orlov family photo, a photograph of Omega Group Lieutenant Orlov's family. On to the Maxis preseason intel.
Code in. Access granted. Commencing recording.
It's late here in Berlin, and it's cold, so I'm going to make this brief. Everything is so much worse than I thought. Sorry, Weaver. How's your day going? I'm going to be frank. I'm not sure who the hell I can trust at the BND. There's an atmosphere. People are leaving. New people are coming in. And I'm not sure how much choice any of them have in it. Point is, something seems to have everyone spooked and looking over their shoulder. Cold War paranoia. Who would have thought it? All I know for sure is there's a project file called End Station.
Code in. Access granted. Commencing recording.
I'm hearing that something has lit a fire under the KGB's metaphorical ass. Something they found out about End Station. There are, shall we say, extremists within their ranks that are pushing a new agenda. Their department thinks they might have uncovered something that could be a game changer for the Cold War. All I know for certain is that they've allocated a huge amount of resources to fund a ground operation in Poland. What worries me more is I have no idea who around me I can really trust. Some here may already be working with them. They may even be listening in.
Code in. Access granted. Commencing Commencing recording.
So, this is the last you'll hear from me. For a while. I'm starting to feel that the walls are closing in. If you get my meaning. 2 of my contacts have already been exposed. Well, I say exposed, but to be more specific, one started singing as soon as they were detained. The other fell out of a window. Before their untimely accident, they sent me a tape. I think it's what the new department is going after. End station. An associate at the BND, maybe the last one I can trust, will ensure its delivery to you. Right now, I have no choice but to move and burn everything in my wake. Forgive my breaches of protocol, Weaver, but these times are unprecedented.
Hey, you know me, don't you? Sure you do. Hopefully. You're part of Weaver's strike team, right? My name's Maxis. I'm a friend. Sorry to start off with some bad news, but friends need to be honest with each other, so... I have reason to believe my communication channels with Weaver are compromised. I would say we do not know who is listening, but even an idiot could probably work it out. Russians. So, I will continue to make these recordings in the hope that they may find their way to you without interference. P.S. Good luck. I'm going to assume you can hear me, because the alternative is far too depressing to think about. I'm in the field, but not an actual field. That would be silly. It's a churchyard in Romania. Don't worry, there are no vampires. Even if there were, I have garlic. And weapons. To be perfectly clear with you, I have reason to believe the BND have been compromised. So, I have gone what some would term a little bit rogue. It pretty much means I'm operating without authorization or oversight. But since I've spent the last 7 years working alongside spies from both East and West, you can hardly blame me. Don't worry, I know my scorpions from my frogs. This experiment, end station. If I'm right, it may really be the turning point the Russians believe it to be. We have to stop them. I was the one. I'm the reason you're here. I gave Weaver the Russian intel about the site in Poland, and told him how much the Russians were interested in it. Right now I'm operating on the theory that they knew that there was something big here. An unnatural power that they could perhaps harness and turn upon their enemies. Something no nation could be prepared for. Wait, has Weaver even told you about the extent of the outbreak zones?
KGB videotape note. To those who need to know, I believe my recent actions have compromised my position. I expect the reprisals from my KGB colleagues to be swift and severe. I take some comfort knowing that securing the enclosed package means my fate will not be for nothing. The West has to know about End Station before it is too late. Nothing else matters. Theater's note. Sam, I'm worried and I don't know who else to turn to. The incoming case officer has instructed me, and everyone else in the department, to turn over the contact lists for all foreign nationals who acted as BND agents at any time over the past 5 years. Agents in place I can understand, but why would they need to ID contacts for inactive operations? Why would they need to know where former agents were relocated after defection? It doesn't make sense. What are they trying to dredge up? I don't know. I'm sorry, Sam. I know you've been the bagman recently. I just had to give you a heads up. Theater. Message for Weaver. W. I know why you did what you did, but I thought I made it clear when we last spoke I have to stay in the field. It doesn't matter how many people you send to bring me in. They won't succeed. I've gotten pretty damn good at looking over my shoulder these past few months. Besides, I've already left Germany. I have a new contact with Omega Group itself. He's scared. I think he can be turned. M. P.S. I'm sorry for hurting your men, but broken noses will heal. That is all for the Maxis intel. Onto the Dark Ether intel. Seen as there are no artifacts for Maxis in the preseason rather. Audio log numero uno.
Is anyone out there? Can anyone hear me? I do not know how long I have been here. There are no days to count. Only an endless twilight. Like a dream that keeps shifting whenever I try to focus on it. There are some strangely beautiful sights here. Great glowing gems, luminous creatures that float on the mist. But beauty means little when you're always being hunted. I should never have gone near that shimmering light. I should never have touched it. I thought it was a sign from God. There is no God here. There is no God.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Lord, it is me, Mariska. I do not know if my words reach you anymore. I do not know if you care at all about the damned. For that is surely what I am. Damned. And I just want to know. Why, Lord? What did I do to end up here? It is not the hell I expected. No lake of fire. Only a cold, perpetual half-night that somehow seems even worse. Dead men wander this land, feasting on the living. If you can call it living. And I fear they may be. Lord, they are coming. I beg you, protect me. Deliver me from this place. I should not be here. I should not.
Okay. Think it through. Reason it out. I've met quite a few others who got trapped here like me. And every single time, the question comes up. Are we in hell or not? I mean, sure, this has to be hell, right? There's dead people, the demons. I feel as far from God as you can get. I even thought I saw ghosts here. But now I'm thinking maybe they're just folks back home, and somehow I'm seeing them through the veil that separates our worlds. Which brings me to the thought I just can't get out of my mind. What if there is no hell? What if this place is just a place? What if people came here before and got out? And that's how we got the whole idea of hell in the first place. I mean, that should give me some hope, right? It means you can escape. Then maybe hope is part of the punishment. Maybe hope is the ultimate cruelty.
No more audio logs or radio transmissions, so let's get on to the documents and artifacts. No idea what this is. Just a bunch of numbers, letters type of stuff, you know? So, it's kind of just a bunch of jumbled bullcrap. It's not a cipher as far as, I'm aware. Same goes with this document here. Nothing. Day 13,773. Keyboard finally functional. Screen still hit or miss. Must retest internal components. Make sure nothing is fried. Still not sure if this thing is transmitting. At least I graduated from pen and paper, which are harder and harder to come by. Will continue transmission attempts. Have plenty to broadcast. My journal of survival. I can only hope someone is listening. Day 95. Trying hard to keep track of how long I've been here. Strange fractured land. Food and water are not easy to find, but have enough for now. Ammunition more of a concern. Distress call. Best hope for rescue. We'll start gathering electronics. Saw someone while looking for food. No idea if I can build transmitter, but must try. Day 175. There are others here, trapped like me. I avoid them. No time for their madness or sorrow. They usually get picked off before long, anyway. We are low on the food chain here. Creatures prowl this place, so I avoid them too. They can be killed, but gunshots attract more, so discretion better part of valor. Still have food stockpiled, but cannot last forever. Eventually I will be forced to hunt, and nothing looks remotely edible yet. Day 213. Hard day. Lucky to be alive. Observed group today sheltered in warehouse structure. They were arguing. Did not notice approaching pack of plague hounds. I did something stupid. I ran to help. Did not know these people. Did not want to, but I could not turn away. Shot 4 dogs before the people grabbed their weapons. Warned them to exit warehouse. The dogs were inside before they started shooting. Pulled one out. Gas claimed the rest. Then the one I rescued ran back inside. Not everyone can be saved. Day 1646. Saw something new today. Something big. Tallest building, walking through fog. Difficult to see details. Kept my distance as it passed. I heard talk from others that giants roam this land, but dismissed it as madness. Heard one call them elder gods. Thought I cataloged all creatures here and their pecking order. I was wrong. Day 937. Gathered lots of electronics. No success constructing transmitter. Some gear seems very old. Other components unlike any I have ever seen. Wish I could find instruction manual. Also, finding shimmering weak spots where this world seems to overlap with home. Attempted to pass through but could not. Still, caught a glimpse of what looked like Southeast Asia. So close, yet out of reach. Must keep trying. Day 1108. Attempts to pass through weak spots yielding limited results. Managed to lengthen glimpses of home into brief visits. Location is very different every time. A jungle, a village, a glacier. I wander unseen like a ghost. 10 or 15 seconds, then pulled back here. If I could only get someone to see me. If only I could ask for help. Day 6121. New devices turning up. Machines filled with beverages. At first distrusted them. Seemed like a trap. Waited for others to consume what they had to offer. Results. Beverages not only safe to consume, but have profound effects useful for combat. Machines even play music while dispensing. Not sure if someone is trying to help or just messing with my mind. Day 2873. Latest visit home lasted close to 30 seconds. The world changed while I was gone. Was in military base. Watched soldiers communicate on equipment like electronics I gathered over here. Saw how it is meant to operate. Returning to transmitter project. Attempts to consume local vegetation yield poor results. But I am subsisting on creatures now that would otherwise try to eat me. Strange satisfaction to that. Day 3289. The longer I am here, the fewer creatures pursue me. Still see them take down newcomers, but tend to ignore. But me they tend to ignore. Unfortunately, more powerful creatures seem to have taken notice. Not sure why. Did they finally see me as a threat? I try to avoid them. Anyone would. There are things here worse than any nightmare. Artifacts for the Dark Ether include the mutated fungus. We use this to create the cryofreeze dye. Altered by the megaton's blast, the chemical nature of the fungus has been transformed, releasing a substance that most closely resembles liquid nitrogen. Plaguehound gas, which obviously we use to make the toxic version of the dye Shockwave. The odor of Plaguehound gas is as lethal as it is foul, causing lightheadedness before melting a person's skin and evaporating their blood. A horrible way to die. Dark Aether Crystal. Obviously, we can break these and get stuff from them. An elemental mineral from the Dark Ether. Project End Station scientists use this particular sample as a part of a locking mechanism. Further study required. Dark Ether Wrench. Crafted from the energy of the Dark Ether, there is far more to this wrench than meets the eye. Particularly good for waking the dead. And that concludes the preseason. This is a long journey, and I hope you guys are strapped in for the ride. But I'm going to take a break, and I'll be back for more Intel right now. I'm back for Season 1 of the Intel. It is now Requiem audio log time.
Vogel, 16th of March, 1944. We have finally isolated an unknown element in the men who were transformed by the cyclotron accident. And even at this early stage, it is clearly a remarkable substance. For now, we have classified it as Exo-Element 1. Kurtz suggested Vogelium. Such an ass-kisser. The current theory is that at sufficient concentrations, Exo-Element 1 triggers the horrific transformations experienced by the men closest to the cyclotron rift. I am currently designing a chamber to withdraw Exo-Element 1 from the occupant. My hope is to somehow purify the men and reverse their necrotic condition. If we can learn to control the necrotization process, I believe it could be weaponized. Imagine an army of unkillable soldiers. Even at this late point in the war, I may have found the key to saving the Reich. Dr. Kurtz, you have memorized the new orders, yes? Did you burn after reading?
Ja, Vogel. And I thought security was tight before the accident. Do you think we can actually accomplish what the Reichstag is asking for?
I would not have suggested it if I did not think it achievable. But let us guard against overconfidence. If we do not deliver, they will find someone who can. And I am not about to give up control of this discovery. All we need is to send through a few volunteers to measure the specific relativistic differential.
Volunteers? Would you take on such a task?
Mind your words, Dr. Kurtz. I would hate for someone to question your commitment.
You are recording this.
What we do now will ensure the Chancellor's dream of a 1,000-year Reich. There must be a record.
Are you still angry, Weaver?
I'm rarely angry, Sam. You should know that.
No. I know that you're just very good at hiding it. I have news.
Tell me what's going on, and please, Sam, don't lie. That would make me angry.
I have a contact with an Omega group. He wants to meet. I've seen the intel he has firsthand. He's the real deal.
Okay.
There's an Omega operation underway at a facility about halfway between Hue City and Kaisan. headed up by one of their top scientists, Dr. William Peck. You heard that name before?
I know the name all too well. He may have a brilliant intellect, but he's an arrogant narcissist who cares only for stoking his own ego. Above all else, he's a fucking traitor to this country.
I know. But this Peck is also about to help the Soviets secure the breakthrough they need to control access to the other dimension.
Okay, let's assume your intel is solid, and this is all true. You have to let Requiem take it from here. Where are you now?
This could be our only chance to catch up with the Soviets. I'm going to meet with my contact.
Sam, I don't want you to get yourself hurt.
Please don't be angry, Weaver.
Damn it, Sam.
Is this a secured line?
Who is this?
Is this a secured line?
As secure as they can be.
You're wrong. They're listening. They always are. That's why Maxis is where she is now.
You're the contact she told me about. Where is Samantha now?
When I arrived at the meeting, they were already there. Omega. They took her.
Did they hurt her?
They will keep her alive. At least, for now. They will have taken her to their facility. The one where you must go. Where you must send your people.
Who are you to tell me what I should do?
I am Sergei Ravanov. I know you need Peck's research. I know you need to close the gap. I know you know how quickly you are falling behind. Their Ethereum research is way beyond yours. Way beyond anything you could imagine. Maxis would want you to stop them weaponizing it further, even if it meant she sacrifices herself for the greater good.
If you're lying to me, if you betrayed her, if any harm comes to her, I will kill you myself.
It will not come to that. I have already told you, Omega are ahead of you. Every step of the way.
Thank you all for coming. I can see from your faces you look worried.
Concerned, not worried. There's a difference.
We believe we have identified the purpose behind Outpost 25, Omega's secret base in Vietnam.
And what is its purpose?
My contacts believe they have developed the technology to enter into the dark ether at will.
How marvelous. No, it's not fucking marvelous. It's another indication that we are losing this war.
Intel suggests they have successfully harnessed the energy of the crystals for purposes not yet known.
We have to send the team in. This is a chance to... Why are you raising your eyebrows like that?
I think the Major is reminding you, and not very subtly, that this is a military operation. We are merely advisors.
Well, am I wrong? We are going in, right?
Dr. Gray is correct. We need to send the team to secure their research. But we also have to extract a prisoner.
Your Russian contact? Surely he's burned. Or maybe even playing us for fools. This has got wrong written all over it.
No. The Russian contact is not a priority. I'm talking about someone else. Agent Samantha Maxis.
Ah, yes. The mysterious Miss Maxis. I thought she was more than capable of taking care of herself.
She is. But there's another player in the mix. One who may go out of his way to bring her harm. William Peck.
Oh, that's not good. Peck is a nasty piece of work.
Team, I can't overstate just how important this mission is. We're at risk of falling so far behind, we may never catch up. My contacts in the field have provided intel that suggests Omega enhancing their Ethereum applications. But they have in fact harnessed the power to move in and out of the other dimension at will. The other dimension? Well, it's got a name that you may have already heard. I'm not exactly sure who first coined the term, but we've taken to calling it the Dark Ether. The name is probably no more ominous than the reality. Omega's next move will doubtless be to try to weaponize it. I'm sure I don't have to tell you how bad that will be. You already know what the mission parameters are. You know what needs to be done. Even if we can't apprehend Peck, we must recover what remains of his intel. But there's more than that. You are already someone who knows when to read between the lines. You are someone who knows there are other battles to be won. Battles to avoid a bigger war. This is personal for me. You need to make every effort to extract Samantha Maxis. I'm trusting you. William Peck. This fucker is a traitor. He deserves to be brought to justice. If you want to know what you're dealing with, I think it would be entirely appropriate to call him a malignant narcissist. However smart he may be, or thinks he is, the only thing he cares about is himself. Strange as it sounds, we could really use him right now.
Outpost 25. Just look at this place. This hilltop used to be a U.S. Army fire support base called Ripcord. Nothing left of it now. This construction's all new. Our intel reports said it was walled off. Impenetrable. Omega's very own Fort Knox. Not hard to see why. I'll make this clear. We're behind. Requiem's made progress, but it pales next to what Omega's accomplished. Teleportation, a new kind of super battery, and that assault rifle won't be long until the Reds have it in mass production. If we could recover that rifle tech, or their research on weaponization, it would be a very good day for Requiem. Hell, maybe I could pass it along to the DOD, give them something to cheer about. But we'll keep that one between us, won't we? Now, all this sour talk doesn't mean Requiem hasn't had some wins. You're equipped with one right now. The WAND's Weaponized Ethereum Neutralizer Device. Cool toy, right? Little pet project of mine. One of my men brought me the concept, and once I saw the schematics, I realized the tactical edge they provide in the field. Allocated one of our science teams to develop the tech. Dr. Strauss initially objected because, of course, that grouchy old German did, but he eventually came around. Sure, the names might be a little splashy, but you gotta let the eggheads have a little fun during R&D. I won't lie. It's a strange feeling sending you to Nam. Feels like yesterday I was being flown out. Man, that first week. It was hot, wet. No matter what you did, you couldn't get rid of the stick. You try washing it off and it just make it worse. And don't get me started on the damn lizards in the showers. Hard years. I lost men. Family, brothers. Then there was Apache Snow. But that's a story for another time. Let's just say when we came back, the stick stuck with us. I spent years trying to clean it off.
Here you are, Outpost 25. The progress they have made at this facility. We may as well be the NACA watching the Sputnik launch. I would be lying if I said their Ethereum-based power source hadn't caught my eye. It is interesting work, albeit crude and unrefined. They approach the process like a blacksmith when what it needs is an architect. cover that research, and I will refine their work in weeks, ending this Ethereum energy space race before it's barely begun. Ethereum has proven to be fascinating in both its gaseous and solid crystalline states. It appears the infected and dark ether creatures require it for their very survival, not unlike oxygen in our own reality. We've observed that the farther you are from a breach, the less exposure you risk. If Ethereum is their oxygen, this explains why they are restricted to these outbreak zones. But I suppose this is all rather boring to you. I may as well be attempting discourse with a slab of meat, a bovine with a submachine gun. You would do well to remember how Ethereum has benefited you in the field. Major Carver's WANDs, the experimental explosives you clear pathways with. 2 examples of things that would not exist if not for my work. You're welcome. The goal of my work has always been to create the tools necessary for humanity's improvement, not its destruction. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. But I was very young when the Uran Verein whisked me from university to end station. I was promised the opportunity to explore a new frontier of atomic research. When I realized that meant weapons research, I requested reassignment. Little did I know my transfer would be to a much more insidious project led by Dr. Friedrich Steiner. After a year, I literally could no longer stomach it. I defected as part of Operation Paperclip. It has been something of a storied career since then, but given Ethereum's potential, I am still hopeful Requiem will make the right decision on where to focus its efforts.
Well, we're in the thick of it now, aren't we? So far, these breaches have been random, and we've had to scramble to react to their sudden appearance. But if Omega has the tech to control when and where these portals open... Nope, shouldn't even entertain that thought. Maybe it's just down to the region's dimensional fragility and they haven't actually developed the tech to open them willy-nilly. At least not yet. Now, as for this whole conscripted labor thing, forcing people across the threshold to collect crystals and data, that is not okay. Hopefully my device will help us solve that problem, at least in terms of research gathering. More on that later. What I'm still really keen to understand is the transformative properties of Ethereum. We saw what happened to those poor sods at End Station. Some of the infected remain mostly humanoid, while others resemble more powerful, evolved creatures. What made their transformations different? Take that infected Omega soldier, the one who helped us with the particle accelerator. Why did he turn into that? That's one of the things I'd like to answer. Maybe not here, maybe not today, but it's on the list. We've seen the elements' impact on humans and the environment, the infected transformations, the blossoming crystals. Now, what I'm really eager to learn is, can we harness and control the effects? Keep the benefits and discard all the crap that hurts us? We saw what happened when Boyer genetically modified bacteria. We got insulin. Changed the world. So what if we alter bacteria from the infected? What genetic secret do you unlock? Super strength? Pain resistance? Immortality? Okay, no, actually, I do not like the sound of that at all. I know I'm essentially working for the military now, but I'd really rather focus on how all this helps the world. Helps people. That's what I want. I hope you feel the same.
And now is the time for the 5 Requiem documents and 4 Requiem artifacts from Season 1. The first is Dr. Vogel entry 203. Entry 203, 9th March 1944. Dr. Ulrich Vogel. The last few days have been a blur, but I must record these events regardless of how preposterous they will seem. We activated the cyclotron at 10:03 p.m. 2 nights ago. I knew immediately Dr. Kurtz's modifications had gone too far. There was a sound like a high-pitched turbine crossed a human scream. Then it looked as if the air itself ripped open and the radiation alarms went off. I immediately tried to cut the cyclotron's power, but the machine continued humming along. Whatever energies were released, they had a profound effect on the men standing within 10 feet of the breach. They fell where they stood, only to rise again moaning and screaming, their flesh necrotized. As they attacked the rest of the staff, I ordered the cyclotron chamber sealed. We have since captured our undead personnel and placed them under observation, but I have no idea why any of them are still conscious, since not one has a pulse or any ordinary life signs. While I help the medical staff try to find a way to reverse these men's conditions, Dr. Kurtz has been studying the strange tear that manifested on the cyclotron. He posits that if it is actually a hole in space-time and that another world can be glimpsed through it. Furthermore, there seems to be a strange relativistic discrepancy between us and this other dimension, for lack of a better term. We immediately reported all of this to our superiors at Uranvarine. Rather than a reprimand, Berlin responded with great interest, encouraging us to further study the space-time rift. This is now our top priority. Atomic weapons research is on the back burner. The thought that we have accessed a dimension where time passes at a different rate presents us with a remarkable tactical opportunity. The Führer himself understands the implications. He has taken a personal interest in Project Endstation, and that is one man I dare not disappoint. Outbreak Zones Timeline. Timeline of Dimensional Breaches. Per request from Director of Central Intelligence Office of Requiem has composed this listing of known dimensional breaches, aka outbreak zones, since the initial incident in the Marasco Nature Preserve. March 7th, 1944, German scientists at the Project Endstation facility near Poznań, Poland, used their experimental particle accelerator to punch a hole in the dimensional membrane, unleashing exotic energies and creatures from the dimension we now call the Dark Ether. Breach is contained but remains open until elements of the Red Army seal it in February 10th, 1945. Records of the incident suppressed until 1983. November 1st, 1983. KGB Spetsnaz Omega Group arrive at End Station and restart the particle accelerator, exacerbating the original dimensional breach. This time the damage is global. New outbreak zones immediately begin to appear around the world, including sites in rural Venezuela, Namibia, Vietnam, and the largest known breach in the Ural Mountains of Russia. Omega is forced to withdraw from End Station without repairing the dimensional damage. November 5th, 1983, SIGINT indicates Omega Group responds to an outbreak zone near Baku, Azerbaijan. November 13th, 1983. Requiem strike team arrives at End Station and succeeds in destroying the facility, finally closing the original breach, but the dimensional membrane separating us from the Dark Ether remains fragile, and outbreaks continue to happen. November 22nd, 1983. Outbreak zones appear with NATO FOB near Hanover, West Germany. December 8th, 1984, satellite photon reveals Omega Group construction activity near the Vietnam outbreak zone. January 11th, 1984, outbreak zone appears at a Menendez cartel cocaine processing site in rural Nicaragua. January 18th, 1984, outbreak zone appears at Shan State, irregular space in Laos. SIGINT indicates subsequent Omega Group containment operation. No, January 19th, 1984, outbreak zone appears in Miami's South Beach district. So far, all of the above have been successfully cordoned off and their existence kept secret from the outside world. Requiem continually monitors communications and satellite photon for signs of new dimensional breaches. Requiem Formation Memo. Memorandum for the President from William J. Casey, subject to formation of CIA Office of Requiem. Following up on our emergency briefing regarding this recent spate of so-called outbreak zones around the world, we believe we've come up with a response that will satisfy our NATO allies' queries and ensure they have a seat at the table. My staff at Langley, with help from DoD, have created the CIA Office of Requiem specifically to contain and suppress this new threat. Initial attempts to quarantine affected areas and prevent a global panic still amount to stopgap measures. Our new rapid response unit is a long-term solution to the problem. Official directives will be issued and appropriate paperwork filed, but we're moving as fast as possible right now, and I want to get you up to speed on where things stand at present. 1. Purpose. Office of Requiem will deploy clandestine strike teams to cordon off outbreak zones, prevent them from spreading, and gain vital intel on the nature of the enemy. We will also provide cover stories to local media designed to keep trespassers out without attracting unwanted scrutiny. We already have a PR operation handling the media side. My focus right now is the people at the point of contact, the strike teams, command and support. Command structure. I've tapped Associate Deputy Director redacted from the Directorate of Science and Technology to serve as Director of Requiem. Hell, he's been so instrumental in pulling this together, he pretty much tapped himself for the job. Beneath the director, 4 department heads will handle different aspects of the operation: field operations, weapons development, energy research, and biology. I have a short list of candidates, but it's too soon to mention names yet. 3. Field ops. Thanks to quick work by the NATO Military Committee, Requiem strike teams will include Spec Ops personnel volunteered by the NATO member states. 4. Classified status. Office of Requiem will not officially exist. Like other clandestine operations, it will be funded from the Department of Defense black budget. Additional funding will come from NATO, although we're still working out the details. I will keep you apprised of further developments as they occur. William J. Casey, Director of Central Intelligence. Requiem staffing announcement. Office of Requiem names department heads. Staffing decisions have been made and roles accepted by the candidates chosen to lead the 4 divisions comprising the newly established CIA Office of Requiem. They are as follows. Field operations. Special Agent Gregory Weaver is promoted to the rank of Special Operations Officer for this role. There was some internal pushback due to Weaver's previous designation as an enemy combatant during Operation Charybdis, but that designation was rescinded. Requiem's director chose him specifically for this assignment, and the DCI agreed. Weaver's unorthodox approach to covert ops may be exactly what's needed to take on this unprecedented threat. 2. Containment and security. Major Mackenzie Carver is well known to many in the intelligence community. A veteran of the Korean and Vietnam conflicts, Mac has served as a DoD liaison to CIA for over a decade. While his blunt talk and aggressive demeanor have sometimes impeded his career advancement, those qualities are well suited for his role at Requiem, applying data and materials from Requiem Ops to develop weapons systems capable of keeping Soviet aggression in check. On natural sciences, Dr. Elizabeth Gray is a top research scientist in the fields of genetics and biology. Her papers on anaerobic organisms and speculative theses on alien biomes earned her the invitation to lead Requiem's study of the other dimension and the creatures emerging from it. Her lack of military background was flagged as a concern, but she offers an outsider's perspective the director deems vital to our success. 4. Energy research. Dr. Oscar Strauss will lead studies of new discoveries in outbreak zones to determine scientific and military applications. However, his past associations with the Nazi regime make Strauss a controversial choice. The director points out the same was true for Wernher von Braun, who led NASA to the moon. For now, Strauss has our full support. And now we have a C cipher. This C cipher is a nihilist cipher, alphabet PLFIEYM Key verdict, solved by Rich Killer and Coldstone the Gamer. Plain text. G. I'm having reservations, second thoughts, something in my gut. Something doesn't feel right. I worked with the CIA for a long time, you longer. When I requested transfer to Requiem, I thought I knew what I was getting into myself. I knew this dog and pony show, the smoke and mirrors. But something feels different. Sorry this is coming via an encrypted message, but I'm just not sure who I can trust these days. I keep noticing discrepancies, minor deviations from our stated mission. Sure, there's nuances to any black op. We both know that's all too well. But I can't shake the feeling that there's a hidden agenda at play. And what about the director? What's his goal? Come to think of it, do you know his name? Ever remember seeing it on a dossier or overheard in conversation? I couldn't tell you. I got close to him once, or who I think was him. Not sure. And you know what I heard? I heard him speaking Russian. So I ask you, what the hell is going on here? Now for the artifacts. Ray K-84 Blueprint. Remember to hide parts from stupid Peck. This weapon blueprint for Cool Clay's prized invention. Its design was partially inspired by recovered schematics for the generator Kausa Zavoysky 45, a proposed weapon from World War II that never made it beyond concept. It's unclear why Peck was so interested in Cool Clay's prototype, but it will be invaluable to Requiem's weapons research. Weapon trial folder. Cool Clay's weapon trial folder, detailing testing and development of his experimental prototype, will be helpful for Requiem's own weapons research. Cool Clay's diary. Recovered from a storage locker, the journal offers deeper insights into Omega's research and Cool Clay's disdain for his immediate supervisor. Ray K-84 prototype. The reactorni avtomat Izlukato Cool Clay 84, Ray K-84, was developed by Dr. Dmitry Cool Clay and first manufactured in 1984. The experimental prototype fires fully automatic energy bolts, but also comes equipped with a ballistic vortex grenade launcher. When detonated, the grenade creates a temporal distortion field, slowing time for anyone caught inside. Acquired by Requiem agents for analysis. Time for Omega. And by the way, this is the longest season for Intel, I believe. So it's going to be a long one. Strap in.
This is Dr. Alexandra Valentina, Psychotronics Research Lead for Omega Group. It is the 1st of November, 1983. I have just given the order to reactivate the Project End Station Particle Accelerator. It is a monumental moment in Soviet history. Some, including myself, might even call it a turning point. 2 officers have volunteered for the task. Their courage and sacrifice represent the pinnacle of Soviet strength. Their names will be echoed through Lubyanka's halls. They will be remembered as heroes. It has all happened so quickly. 4 months of research, testing, planning, and staging. I must thank Chairman Chebrikov, Chairman Andropov, and the rest of the Politburo. Without their support, Operation Undertaker would not have been possible. With the cyclotron's reactivation, not only will we reopen the dimensional gate first discovered by the Germans 40 years ago, but also additional dimensional gates around the globe. With these new gateways opened, we will proceed to Phase 2 and begin the real work. Research of this new dimension and the development of new technologies. These technologies will be critical to our future. It is the turning point that will put us well ahead of our enemies in the West. We were the first. We are the last.
Personal log. Dr. William Peck, November 3rd, 1983. Operation Undertaker has been declared a resounding success. Intel has reported in from around the globe. We have confirmed the existence of multiple dimensional gates. To the surprise of many, including myself, it appears Dr. Valentina's hypothesis was correct. In fact, Her results have surpassed expectations. Credit where credit is due. But now we are on to phase 2, where my expertise comes into play. I've received a report that a live specimen has already been acquired and transported to my facility for analysis. The organisms of this other world are unlike anything I've seen. There is so much we can learn from them. It's not just the creatures. It's these crystalline growths. The Colonel wants weapons? Why stop there? We can do so much more.
Personal log, Peck, November 9th, 1983. 2 days ago, I identified and submitted the perfect location for Phase 2. After assessing the dimensional breach outside of Quezon, I found a mountaintop formerly occupied by an American base called Ripcord. It has the ideal dimensional fertility to suit our project's needs. I just received word an agreement was reached with the Vietnamese government, and construction is set to begin on the 11th. What excellent news. So far, the breaches have been uncontrolled, which greatly restricted our ability to take advantage of this new dimension. But, if we are able to open our own stabilized gateway that operates under our control, well, I mean, come on. We'll be the first with free reign to pilfer, pillage, and plunder an alien world, untainted and ripe with resources ready for extraction. It will give us a considerable edge over my former countrymen. Good riddance to them. This is Dr. William Peck. It is the 8th of January, 1984, 1:13 a.m. This is test number 32 for dimensional breach.
Must you start with that every recording?
Do not interrupt, Dimitri. This is your chance to learn something from a real scientist. As I was saying, test number 32. Dr. Kukley, you may proceed.
Activating resonator. Beginning magnetic amplification. Dimensional barrier identified. Beginning particle distortion.
Barrier membrane integrity at 50%.
Amplification is still approaching the limits prematurely.
Increasing voltage output from the Therium crystal. It's working. Membrane integrity at 40%.
Amplification has reached maximum safety parameters.
Let it ride, Dimitri. Let it ride. Increasing voltage output.
Amplification exceeding safety parameters. I'm shutting it down.
You touch that button, I'll have you gut it like a fish and fed to your comrades in Solyanka soup. Membrane integrity down to 10%.
You mudak! You'll get us killed.
Wait. Adjusting distortion frequency to pattern echo 4.
My God.
Eat your heart out, Dr. Vogel. We'll see who history remembers. Peck here. Personal log, March 19th. After weeks of phasic misalignment resulting in numerous anatomical displacements, today marked our first successful teleportation test. I'm sure Private Pashkov was happy to arrive with all parts intact. After the generators last month, this marks the second milestone achievement for Outpost 25. I must admit, our rapid progress is due in no small part to our Dark Ether miners, or Ethernauts, as the Kremlin has chosen to call them. Dr. Kukley tells me crystal collection is up nearly 240%. This intake volume has allowed our scientists to continue working around the clock, and is frankly how we have accomplished this impressive feat. It is true some don't return, but I'm told it's a small percentage. That said, many of those who do return have displayed physical and psychological symptoms ranging from infection to amnesia. Unfortunately, these subjects after study must be euthanized. I've spoken with Kukle about developing a memory transference machine. Give us the chance to at least recover the affected's memories. That will take time to construct. So, in the interim, I'm developing a truth serum to assist with interviewing the amnesiacs. Maybe we can pry the truth from their damaged synapses, so their deaths won't be a total waste. Proceeding with examination of upper abdomen. Dimitri, retractors.
Placing the retractors.
Organs appear somewhat similar to our own, but everything seems merged, interlinked. Observe the lungs. Similar location, but its pleura extends and connects directly to the heart, passing through the endocardium. There appears to be something engraved on the interior of the creature's back. What is that?
Что за черт? It is a face.
Yes, there does appear to be a warped, stretched pigmentation that resembles a human face.
Resembles? Look! It even has a bump where the nose should be. Wait. No! It is Private Glasgow! We sent him to the other side last month, but he never came back. Is this thing him?
That last remark is to be struck from the record. We have no proof this creature is Private Glasgow. Let's continue. I suppose that's as good a place as any to terminate the session. Subject has turned itself into a cassette tape.
Fucking stupid Peck. Be quiet, Dimitri. This is a chance to learn from a real scientist. Dimitri, do this. Dimitri, do that. Shame on you, Dimitri. I will have you turned into soup. I am Dr. Peck. I'm a big, smart, real scientist. Fuck you! How about that, Peckerman? Fuck you! So I decide enough. Time to work on my own invention. I take the Ethereum crystal and I design new rifle that would make Kalashnikov weep. And what does Peck do? He laughs! Says it is waste of time. Calls it a child's toy.
Stop being so small-brained, Dimitri!
Small brain, I show you, Peck. No, oh, shit. You are not the only smart man at this facility. Peck wants me to give up. Probably because Peck wants to steal it for himself. Now he can never assemble it. When I leave this place, I will take it with me and sell it to the highest bidder.
Maybe I underestimated you, Dr. Cool Clay.
Of course you did, Peck. You see, I always have had a keen eye for opportunity.
That's not to say I don't have my suspicions. Once I've gathered sufficient evidence, did I not say no interruptions? Gorev, you're here. In Vietnam?
In the flesh, comrade. What? Old friend cannot be visited? You look so rigid, Peck. So nervous. You remind me of San before he does his silly theater shows. He freezes up, like he sees ghosts and forgets lines. That or he soils his pants. I trust that is not the case here. Sit down, please, before you hurt self. You look rather pale, even for you. How are you not getting sun here in such temperate climate?
May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Gorev?
I am here with special message.
one I decided to deliver personally. We intercepted communication from BND agent Mexis. You remember her? The leaked in-station tape?
Why would I give a rat's ass about her? Isn't she dead?
It is funny you say this, because not only is she very much alive, but she has turned one of your men at this very facility. He is planning to deliver your research to Requiem.
I find that highly improbable.
Highly improbable. Why do Americans talk like this? It is either truth or not truth. Why must you be so non-committal to facts? I do not understand this.
What exactly do you need from me?
Orders from Colonel. And orders are simple. Pretend to be Mole, plant trap, apprehend Mexis.
Then what?
Interrogate her, torture her. I don't need to know the specifics. As long as she confesses and reveals who Mole is, I am happy. It is good when I am happy, yes?
I'll take care of it personally. So, Sam, do you realize what this is? Do you even know? Of course you don't. So I'll tell you. It's a gateway into the other world. Have you ever even dreamt of such a thing? Have you ever imagined what it would be like if everything you knew to be true was just turned upside down, changed forever? That's what this represents. It's a door to another world, one that could enrich or destroy everything depending on who holds the keys. Look at you. Resolute. Stubborn. Your silence isn't going to help you in any way, you know. In fact, it's just going to make things worse. We will find your informant, believe me. That's the funny thing about secrets. They can't stay secret forever. Sooner or later, they are always exposed, along with all their inherent beauty or ugliness. You know, I don't think you realize just how small of a cog you are in this machine. You're close to nothing. Worthless. No one is coming for you because no one cares about you. Honestly, I'm doing you and the world a favor. We are made from Earth, and we will return to Earth. Some of us sooner than others. From dust you are, and to dust you will return. Can you hear me? Is anyone there? The dial tells me this is the correct broadcast frequency, so I'm just going to assume you can hear me. Whichever Omega lackey happens to be receiving this transmission, start dialing the Colonel. Now! I've got a, developing situation over here. Outpost 25 has fallen. Everyone here is either dead, dying, or infected. I'm the last one alive. I want to make this unequivocally clear. This is not my fault. It was the gateway. Without warning, it unleashed a massive burst of Ethereum. The infection spread quickly, and as my men began to turn, I observed a phasic barrier surround the base. My men tried to escape, but anyone who entered this phase quickly succumbed to a terrible case of death. More creatures keep arriving every hour. I'm trapped in a room with little food and only a literal pot to piss in. Get me the hell out of here!
To my friends at Omega HQ, back here at Outpost 25, with an update on my situation. Requiem is here, and believe it or not, that's actually good news. Now, why would you say that, Peck? I can hear you ask. Well, let me explain. Do you know what I love about Requiem? They're idiots. And idiots are good for one thing, following instructions. Obeying without a moment's hesitation. Like a lemming leaping off a cliff. Well, these little Requiem lemmings leapt right into restarting the power for me. Which means I can now begin satellite transfer of all our work back to Omega HQ. The facility may be lost, but Omega's work will live on. Don't thank me. Thank Requiem. What good, little lemmings.
Oh, Beck. When I heard of your situation, I cannot say I was surprised. What was it? Experiment gone wrong? Did you forget to carry the 1 in equation? Drop deadly vial? Or was it worse? Something more sinister? How many men have you sent to their deaths in other dimensions? Maybe one came back for revenge? Rest assured, we are assessing situation. It does not look good for you. I told them it was big risk hiring Americans. They are not built to last. I'll report back soon with our decision. Heck, it is Valentina again. Omega has made decision, and looks like your ace-up sleeve actually worked. We are receiving your satellite transfer. Download should be complete within hours. Once it is done, you are to destroy mainframe. Ensure there is nothing left for Requiem to acquire. Omega teams are en route to your position for evac. ETA 2 hours. Do try to stay alive until then. Valentina out.
Hello, Peck. I have been informed to your current situation. Most unfortunate, especially for men with bright future. I had big hopes for you. An American in Moscow, like classic Hollywood movie, huh? I was Gene Kelly, and you, well, you were the other one. When I last spoke to you, I gave you a simple task. Capture Mexes, find them all. Simple. 1 week later and you have outdone yourself. You have destroyed your base, gotten countless loyalists killed. But at least you learned who Maul was, huh? But wait. This is not true. You did not find Maul. You also lost most valuable intelligence assets because you think it was a smart idea to throw her into other fucking dimension. Do not worry, Peck. Gorev is here now to clean up your mess. I will find your Maul. For his sake, I hope he is dead. If he is not, he will soon wish he was.
Ooh, 9 more documents and 5 more artifacts for Omega in Season 1 of Call of Duty Cold War. Omega Group Formation. On creation of new Spetsnaz Special Operations Unit, Omega Group per order of Yuri Andropov, Chairman for State Security. Effective 30th August 1975, KGB Omega Group is established to identify, study, and weaponize the types of psychotronic phenomena, biocommunication, bioinformation, and bioenergetics. First identified in 1924 by the Soviet Committee for Psychiatrical Research and later confirmed at the University of Leningrad Institute for Brain Research and the Czech Coordination Group for Psychotronic Research. Omega Group will comprise hand-picked specialists from Spetsgruppe Alpha, Spetsgruppe Wimpel, and Spetsgruppe Smerch. Tactical support for both foreign and domestic operations will be provided by the First Chief Directorate. The Commanding Chief Officer of Omega Group will report directly to the Chairman for State Security. While Omega Group operations will be military, key personnel are being requisitioned from experimental research programs to investigate possible weapon applications of any exoscientific phenomena encountered. Note, the chairman frowns upon the term supernatural. Funding for Omega Group will come from the KGB discretionary budget and will be disbursed proportionate to the scope of Omega operations. Experimental ordnance will be made available on an ongoing basis. Area of operations is global, but all missions are strictly covert. Neither the Soviet people nor the outside world can be aware of Omega Group's existence or purpose. Operation Undertaker. R.E. Operacja Grobowishek. Author Dr. Alexandra Valentina. Background: 23rd March, U.S. President Reagan announces Strategic Defense Initiative. If implemented, SDI constitutes a moral threat to the Soviet Union. 25th March, KGB Chairman Chebrikov assigns new commanding officer to KGB Spetsnaz Omega Group with orders to restore unit to full readiness and deliver results capable of offsetting the threat of SDI. 26th March, the Colonel orders Omega Group research and development team to scour KGB archives. 15th July, Dr. Alexandra Valentina discovers 2 reels of film in an intelligence vault sealed since 1945. The contents of these films, taken at a German site in Poland codenamed Endstation. I lost my place because this thing, codenamed Endstation, is flagged by review by the Chairman of State Security. 2nd of August, Chebrikov convenes meeting with Chairman Andropov and top members of Politburo, screening the films and proposing the weaponization of the phenomena recorded at Endstation. Within 2 weeks, approval is given for Operation Undertaker to be carried out by Special Operations Group Omega. Mission status: Endstation site in Marasco Meteorite Preserve secured 28th August. Cover story about unexploded ordnance supports armed perimeter to keep locals away. Dr. Valentina and Dr. William Peck begin examination of abandoned German scientific equipment. 2 months of study by Peck and Valentina confirm cyclotron and other experimental devices are restored to operational conditions. The Colonel is currently dispatching additional Omega teams to Endstation for particle acceleration restart. Results will be provided to the Chairman after 2nd November. Dr. Alexandra Valentina, Psychotronics Research Lead, Omega Group. Kherson Site. R.E. Operacja Redacted. Author Dr. William Peck. Background: 16th August, Operation Undertaker is given formal approval to be carried out by Special Operations Group Omega. 1st November, Operation Undertaker is completed. Dimensional gateways open around the world, including one near the Hoang Hoa district of Quang Tri Province. Socialist Republic of Vietnam. 8th November, Chairman Chebrikov comes to an agreement with Chairman Pham Van Dong to construct a KGB Spetsnaz Omega Group facility outside district capital Kherson. 9th November. Approval is given for Operation Redacted to be carried out by Special Operations Omega Group. 11th November. Construction begins for Omega Group site near Kherson. Mission status: Omega Group operations site secured near Kherson on 11th November. Cover story about recently discovered U.S. chemical weapon being accidentally detonated has successfully resonated throughout the community. Site construction has begun, with completion anticipated by 15th of February. The Colonel has expressed in using site to begin testing on Redacted. Additionally, Operation Redacted will focus on further testing with redacted text. Formal requests to begin curating volunteers for experimentation has been submitted. Pending approval, expect our first full report around March. Dr. William Peck, Exoscientific Phenomena Research Lead, Omega Group. Authorization to conscript. Authorization to conscript Ethereum miners. Having reviewed all progress reports from Outpost 25 in Vietnam and in light of recent losses of valuable Spetsnaz operators, the Chairman approves the Colonel's request for volunteers to carry out Ethereum mining duties in the Dark Ether dimension. Ethereum mining has quickly gained paramount importance as we have come to understand the element's unique properties. The fruits of this labor will allow the Soviet Union to explore new scientific frontiers that may ultimately be the decisive factor in our eventual triumph over the forces of greed and imperialism. But such progress always comes at a cost. The Chairman salutes those brave souls who have gone missing in the Dark Ether. He expects those who follow to complete the task begun by their betters. Omega Group forces at Outpost 25 are instructed to begin recruiting Ethereum miners from the local population. Conscription will be carried out in conjunction with the authorities in Thua, Thien, Huet, and Quang Tri provinces. Antagonizing our North Vietnamese comrades would be counterproductive, and they will be eager to rid themselves of undesirables and intellectuals who may prove to be ideal Ethereum miners. To help accelerate the process, the Kremlin will provide additional Ethereum miners from prisons and work camps across the Soviet Union. Even enemies of the state can serve the greater good. The chairman expects this will put an end to the loss of Spetsnaz personnel while increasing Ethereum collection yields. Omega Teleporter Blueprint. Teleportation Prototype Exoscience Research Omega. Approved for teleportation, weapons, loaded or unloaded, clothing of various materials, humans, restrictions apply, all footwear except sandals, paper and similar materials, headgear, glasses, helmets, caps, computation machines, Ethereum containment canisters, mechanic tools / equipment, crates containing any of above. Not approved for teleportation. Worn sandals. 2 documented cases of sandals fusing with feet. Fish. Officer Kustov had a dozen goldfish merge into singular homogeneous blob, still alive. Canine. Dogs have vanished only to reappear days later on fire and very aggressive. Produce and uncooked meat. Will arrive rotten or worse. Private Oleg Gusov. You know why. You should be ashamed of yourself. Disgusting. Banned. 19th March 1984. Ethereum Production Report. RE Ethereum as a Power Source. Author Dr. William Peck. Summary. I am pleased to report my work here at Outpost 25 is yielding breakthroughs even I dared not expect. The resources you so generously allocated for construction on the former site of fire support base ripcord were definitely money well spent, and I'm close to giving the USSR a massive strategic advantage over the West. As I predicted, Ethereum, the novel element originating from the dark ether dimension, is proving to be a remarkable source of energy that lends itself to a variety of applications. To put it in layman's term, this stuff is the new plutonium, only better. Like plutonium, Ethereum can yield tremendous amounts of energy, enough that the Soviet Union need never be dependent on foreign oil, unlike my former countrymen. And again, like plutonium, it can be refined to increase its potency and bring it to what you might call a weapons grade. I'm currently perfecting the process. With enough time and a lot more samples, I believe we can achieve practically limitless energy yields. This is not an evolution of energy production, it is a revolution. America and the NATO countries are way behind us on the Ethereum front. We can extend our lead if we keep collecting more Ethereum specimens. I appreciate the brave Spetsnaz operators who have been doing this work, and I honor their sacrifice. Rest assured, I'm working on better communications while they're on the other side to help them come home safely. Dr. William Peck, Exoscientific Phenomena Research Lead, Omega Group. Specimen K7 1924. Spetsgrupa Omega Autopsy Report. Examiner Dr. Dmitry Kukle. Species unknown. Date 11th May 1984. Identification specimen K7 1924. Subject is specimen K7 1924, recovered from dark ether dimension on 9th May 1984. Subject recovered by miner Tobias Schenk. Subject was captured alive. Well-caged subject transformed into several common objects seemingly at will. Weight of subject changed based on the object it transformed into. Subject took form of crate, equipment storage container, chair, rifle, Ethereum containment canister. Subject was terminated after escaping containment by taking form of rifle. Guard unwittingly opened cell, not realizing. With additional research, we could potentially adapt creatures' camouflage ability for humans. Warfare implications are massive. Prior to termination, subject used prehensile tentacles to attack soldiers as it stormed through base. Tentacles appeared to operate independently from arms and legs. Subjects able to extend tentacle and grapple unsuspecting humans. Upon examination, DNA is part human. Disfigured face observed in autopsy report resembled that of Private Glaskov. MIA last month in Dark Ether Dimension. The P Cipher. The P Cipher is a polybius square 5x5 grid. Grid is OQV HTGC MRBFAY SD LKPXZIN UWE, solved by Rich Killer. It reads, Omega Ops continue in Ural Mountains. Special operations units in the area encountered hostiles, unlike those recorded in other incursion zones. Entire squad lost interacting with a shifting energy barrier inside zone. For now, avoid the phase. The G Cipher is a rail fence cipher with 5 rails offset 0, solved by Rich Killer and Scotto AC. It reads, K. It seems our little side investment is beginning to pay dividends. Our infiltration has occurred right under their noses. I'm told the Maxis Communique is just a taste of what we can expect going forward. Requiem has no clue a member of their senior staff is compromised. G. That is all of the documents from Omega. Now on to the actual artifacts. We have Cool Clay's eye. It's an eye. Biological remains of Dmitry Kuklay, Omega Group scientist. Ravenov ID badge. Ravenov's Omega ID badge grants access to restricted areas as well as lockers and containers. The agent delivery system. We use this to neutralize Peck, or so we think. The agent delivery system was designed for mass dispersal of Peck's truth serum. As conscripts returned from the Dark Ether, their reports were often inconsistent or filled with impossibilities. In an effort to get accurate statements, Peck developed a special truth serum. While reports have noted that its hallucinogenic properties put users in an altered state, it has proven highly effective. Essence Trap. Catch mimics in these, and zombies as well, just mimics for the Easter egg. The Essence Trap and the Memory Transference system were developed to recover the memories from individuals who had succumbed to their Ethereum infections. When deployed near an infected creature, the trap siphons any remaining memories from its former human self. Ether Meter. Use this to get the crystals hidden around the map and overload the mainframe. Developed by Omega Group, the Aether Meter is a scanner used by soldiers and conscripts sent into the Dark Ether to mine Ethereum. The Aether Meter was critical in locating fresh Ethereum crystals ready for harvesting. On to the Maxis audio logs.
You received the files, yes?
Yes, I received the files, but I have not reviewed them. My situation is changing.
You are no longer with the BND?
Let's just say I'm more of a free agent now. There are many spies and traitors within our national institutions.
I understand.
Which leads me to wonder, why are you a traitor? I've seen your record. A founding member of the KGB counter-terrorist detachment, Alpha Group. You took part in operations across the globe. Central America, the Caribbean, Angola, Afghanistan.
Yes, I am a loyal soldier of the Soviet Union. And I have done questionable things. Terrible things. But I am no traitor. If you knew who was running Omega, and I believe you already do, you would not even have to ask me that question. I am not a traitor to my country. Despite their slogans and mantras, Omega are not who we are.
Are you certain of that?
Look at the files. Learn something of their work. There you will find your answers as to why I am choosing to do what I am doing.
I will, soon. Stay safe. You will hear from me again. I'm troubled in ways I was not yesterday. The information I have received from the Soviet informant has confirmed that Omega's plans are further advanced than even I had feared previously. Omega's leader clearly seeks to control the bridges between this and the other world. he may well be succeeding. Their internal propaganda claims to offer men the opportunity to become heroic explorers of a brave new frontier. Like the cosmonauts whose first journeys into space shocked the world. Even if they had a choice, these men have little idea or understanding of the fate that awaits them. The horror laid out in the other documents makes clear the truth of their glorious contributions. They, like so many before them, are being used. They are miners at the coalface, stricken by blackened lungs, not cosmonauts reaching for the stars. Their bodies, their minds, their very souls, all of it will be ravaged in Omega's relentless pursuit to harness Ethereum. Weaver must know of this. William Heck.
Well, you're very perceptive, Miss Maxis, even with the blindfold.
I thought I smelled bullshit as soon as the door opened, but no. It's just a cheap aftershave. It can't disguise the stink of your sweat.
What can I say? This environment is more humid than I would like. It's worse than Baton Rouge at the height of summer.
We're not here to discuss your sartorial failings. Let's get this over with.
Over with? No, my dear. Nothing is ending anytime soon. Not for you, not for me. Besides the restraints on your wrists and ankles, you feel the electrodes on your body. Yes, of course you do. You're a smart girl. Who is your informant? Who told you about our work here? Who was it who dared betray me?
Does it bother you? Not having any friends?
Friends are overrated. They can't pay the bills.
You do realize the Milgram experiment only showed how subservient people could be when challenged by an authority figure.
Any more smart comments to make?
Yeah. Whose bitch are you? Hate to break it to you, but this event isn't an isolated incident. Russian forces are mobilizing in multiple locations across the world, and right now, you're weeks, if not months, behind them. I wasn't sure at first, but now I know who they are. A little-known offshoot of the KGB known as the Omega Group. I'd seen mention of their activities a few times over the years, but I'd never given it much credence. Up until recently. What the fuck is exoscience anyway? So right now, I'm looking at the big bad Russian boogeyman that we know as Omega. Then, on the other side, there's you. A CIA-backed department known as Requiem. You know much about them? Or do you just follow orders? I suspect the latter, and I thank you for your service. This isn't me ragging on your operation. God knows me and Weaver got a history and a whole lot in common. But there's always the question, the worry, of divided loyalties. Weaver's half Russian, I'm German. Who are you fighting in World War II? You sure you know who the enemy is now? This is a new landscape. None of this is what any of us are used to. I'm going to do my part while you do yours. I think there's a lot more to this than we know. I want you to know that I've been in your shoes. And you can trust Weaver. He's a good man to have in your corner. A good boss. Back in the 70s, West Germany was a major investor and supplier to Iran. In exchange for oil and gas, we propped up their steel industry and aided their nuclear power program. I was there in '79 when the revolution kicked off. Western intelligence agencies coordinated with the CIA to ensure the Shah's safe extraction to the US. But a lot of diplomats and citizens weren't so lucky. Me included. If it wasn't for Weaver's intervention and willingness to go off the books, I'd be a forgotten memory by now. Trust him. Trust me. For now, I'm going to have to go dark. I'm en route to meet a contact in Southeast Asia. He says he knows exactly what Omega Group is planning. Code in. I am alive. Yes. Still alive. Hear me. I really do hope that you can hear me. Yes, it is me. Please answer. I know you are listening. Code out. I'm not worthless. I'm not nothing. I don't know how long I've been waiting for an answer, but I haven't had one yet. I know you are there. I know. But I am here, and I have been waiting for a long time. How long, I don't know. The days are blurred. The nights are relentless. Is it a week? Is it a month? More? It all seems so long ago. Not too long ago. I hope. Monsters are real. I used to have nightmares about them. And I told myself I was being foolish. I was wrong. I'm not scared. I have overcome much worse things. I will take their power from them by using it. Now, I hide in shadows, like they did when I was a child. I found shelter. I found food. I do what I need to in order to survive. Tomorrow will be a better day. I will choose to believe that. The perpetual night brings dark thoughts inside me. I want to get it out. I don't understand why. I am not spiteful. I am just... I am only me. I am sorry. It's always dark here. I used to worry that morning would never come. But now, I choose to embrace the darkness, to find the light within myself. I am not a bad person. I am a good soul. I want to believe that. I have to believe do I care what they think of me? I'm just sorry. They do not really know me. When I opened my eyes, there was blood on my hands. I stared at it, not knowing if it was mine. Then I saw the bodies. Omega soldiers. They looked like victims of a frenzied attack. An attack that continued even after they were dead. I have a knife. Do not remember where it came from. I just want to go home. This is a dream. A bad dream. It has to be. That's what I tell myself. Even if it isn't true. What is happening? Why is it happening? I don't know. I don't know anything. I am lost. Please find me. Please.
Well, that was a lot of nothing, it felt like, other than Maxis is in the Dark Ether now. But let's talk documents from Maxis. The Omega Portal Blueprint. Omega Portal Chamber. Outpost 25. Omega has created a stable gateway to the other dimension. Blueprint is old. It is fully operational now. They are sending people through every day to gather resources. OPC usage rules. Dimensional travel is restricted to Omega personnel only. Lies. They are forcing civilians and POWs to do this. After dimensional travel, personnel must undergo mandatory 7-day quarantine. Another lie. If you come back alive, you go back next day. Dimensional travel limited to 30 minutes. If you are in group, they will send you through for 3 hours. Ethereum crystal collection restricted to 10 kilograms. If your group does not come back with minimum of 20 kilograms, you are sent back. Medical evaluation required if traveler shows any symptoms of infection. Medical evaluation only happens in extreme cases. If symptoms are minor, no doctor for you. Approved for collection. Ethereum crystals, biological specimens, botanical specimens, geological specimens, liquid samples. 120883, Dr. William Peck. Omega propaganda poster. Join your comrades. Be brave. Be strong. Be true. Only we can secure our future. Become an Aethernaut today. Ethereum effects report. RE, physical effects of Ethereum mining. Author Dr. Dmitry Kulklay. Summary. Almost 2 weeks have passed since civilian volunteers took over Ethereum mining duties from our Spetsnaz operators. Ethereum crystal collection is up 237%, but we have also confirmed prolonged exposure to the Dark Ether incurs a physical and mental toil. Preliminary findings as follows. Each miner who ventures into the Dark Ether is given a medical and psychiatric examination upon return. At present, completion rate is 76%, meaning a quarter of Ethereum miners sent through Dr. Peck's Omega portal chamber are lost and presumed dead. Those who return report having been in the Dark Aether much longer than their recorded absence. We began equipping them with chronometers and confirmed that time passes at a different rate in the Dark Aether than in our own dimension. We are now restricting exposure by shortening excursion duration. Dr. Peck is trying to determine the precise nature of this relativistic effect, but so far has no answers to this mystery. The effects of Ethereum exposure vary greatly from individual to individual. Some miners return completely healthy. Others exhibit physical symptoms akin to mild radiation poisoning. A handful returned fully necrotized and had to be put down. Multiple excursions increase the likelihood and severity of symptoms, especially for those who encounter Dark Ether creatures or consume food or drink from the other side. And yet we have operators who have made dozens of excursions and still show no sign of infection. One specific effect we are struggling with is memory corruption. Some Ethereum miners on prolonged or repeated excursions return with gaps in long-term memory. A few eventually forget who they are or what they are doing. I have correlated the severity of this condition to increased Ethereum levels in blood and brain tissue, but the precise physiological mechanism of memory corruption remains elusive. Dr. Peck is currently working on a device to restore memories obscured by Ethereum contamination. Unfortunately, the link between exposure time and physical/mental deterioration leaves little hope of ever recovering those MIA Omega operators who initially carried out Ethereum mining and failed to return. Dr. Dmitry Kulkley, Exoscientific Phenomena Research Assistant, Omega Group. Ethereum Reactor Blueprint. Aether Reactor, Exoscience Research Omega. Entire bases run on new energy source. Kremlin believes it is energy of the future. New Omega energy source derived from Ethereum. Makes nuclear power look primitive. 02-10-84. Dr. William Peck. Dark Ether Intel incoming, guys. Let's go.
They all saw. We thought this mission would be quick. The plan came straight from the top. How hopeful we were taking that first step. Victory was ours. But we spent our bullets long ago, and this place has changed us. I am not the man I was. I am not a man at all. I am just so very tired.
Field report. Lost contact with unit, but continue to gather samples until comrades are required. Atmospheric readings match crystal radiation signature. So this stuff is everywhere. Personal contamination remains in safety range. 4 hostile contacts today. I killed 3 with small arms fire. The other I avoided. May attempt engaging after I find my squad. There is much to explore here. Stand by for additional reports.
Adrik Fedorov, the freighter, Omega Group. My squad just returned from the dark place. Well, what all of us did. They sent us to gather Ethereum crystals. It's like picking wildflowers in hell. And of course we say yes, because we are Spetsnaz. Refusal is not an option. Not if you want to maintain your career. But it's not gone well. I have lost more friends here than I did in Afghanistan. No career is worth that. If this is what it takes for me to make sergeant, I can only guess what the colonel has done to get where he is. I was a different man when I enlisted. I wanted to travel as far from home as possible. And I feared nothing. This mission has cured me of both.
Ivan Kozlov. Prisoner number 136778. I was transferred here from Perm 35 labor camp last month. Somehow, I have survived 5 trips into the darkness to get at the fucking crystals. 5. That bastard American doctor even called me Lucky Ivan. He forced us through his gateway at gunpoint. Shot the first man who dared to say "Niet." So in go 9 of us. Only Lucky Ivan comes back. And now, I'm in this hellish place on trip number 6. And, I cannot find the exit. Did they close it? Did they get tired of waiting for me? These crystals are heavy. I do not know where I am. And
I know something out there is watching me. Not so lucky, after all.
Tobias Hoffman, Sergeant. I was captured on a covert mission in the DDR. My superiors had to deny they ever heard of me. The Stasi interrogated me. I gave them nothing. So they threw me in a Dresden prison for 2 years. Now, a KGB unit I never heard of before has me hunting for damned monsters in this nightmare world they have discovered. They brought other prisoners, political dissidents and common criminals, to gather strange minerals from this place. But I have skills the others do not, so they make me hunt specimens for their American scientist. It makes sense. Why risk their own soldiers when they have someone as utterly expendable as me? So I kill their specimens and drag them back for study. The American is giddy with these new playthings. He promises to reward me, but I know his words are empty. Strange man. I swear he feels more kinship for these creatures than he does for other people. Truth be told, I do not hate this work. Dangerous, yes, but better than rotting in a jail cell.
My name is Olga. It is Olga. Olga. Damn it, I cannot remember last name. I was pulled out of labor camp to mine crystals. I was healthy then. But I think crystals make me sick. First came nightmares. I am chair. I am box. I am table. Maybe it does not seem scary, but it is. Then came fevers and pain. Now parts of skin look like wood, look like brick. It is different every morning. Bones are crooked. They bend like rubber. And hair is sticking together like tails of rats. Am I falling apart? Or am I turning into something else?
It was supposed to be over quickly, in and out. But I was separated from the rest of my unit before our extraction. By the time I got to the exfil point, the equipment had been smashed to pieces. This radio is the only thing still functional. There may be no way back for me now. But I will do my duty till my last breath. Like most souls here, I have stayed away from others since I arrived. But over the last few months, I have seen ever larger groups congregating in the valleys. I hear their chants echo through the eternal night. I have not seen it, but I know it is there. I've seen the destruction left in its wake. Swaths of trees, snapped and broken as though they were twigs. It moves with purpose, but it is not a purpose I understand. I have not seen it. I hope I never do. I met an old comrade this morning. His unit were among the first of our soldiers to pass through to this well. fear he has lost his mind, as he mostly rambled incoherently, speaking words I could not understand. From the little I could make out, he claims to have been here for many months. This is not possible. He deployed only 1 week before I did. I have heard its guttural roar echo through the forest like a wounded animal screaming out in pain. I fear they are becoming an army. I do not know how long it has been. How long have I gone without orders? How long without purpose? I fear I am losing. Not just a war, but losing myself. There were soldiers, an army. One I recognized, but hoped I would never see again. I am afraid that wherever I go, I may not come back.
And it is now time for the Dark Aether documents. 13 of them, so strap in. Day 4100. Found one of the big ones dead today. Had the impression they left each other alone, but it is clear from wounds they fight among themselves. There is talk here that one of the overlords is hunting the rest. Sounded like crazy talk, especially because some now worship the giants, but I have seen enough to believe it. If one of the giants is imposing its will on the rest, I shudder to think what new order may emerge. Day 13,784. Very big development today. Passed through another weak spot and found a device set to frequency I use for broadcasts. My previous transmissions were right there on screen. No longer feel like I am talking to the void. When I got pulled back here, I set my transmitter to indicate if receiving device has been used. Waiting now for any sign that someone is on other end. Feels strange after all this time having something to look forward to. Hello? You are receiving my messages, yes? I lost hope anyone was out there. My friend, whoever you are, keep checking in. Must go now, but will contact you soon. My friend, glad you are back. Though surely you would rather be elsewhere, I know that feeling all too well. Trapped over here for so long. I want to share more of my journal with you, to help you understand what I've been through, to prepare you for what you now face. I will contact you soon with more. Day 291. Completed base of operations. Took forever to gather tools and materials, but at least my little fort is secure. Stockpiled weapons, placed barricades, found components for traps in case creatures come too close, electric spikes on doorway, gas pipes that shoot flames, and so on. Word a human may wander into one of them, perhaps should make warning signs. First time since I arrived that I feel safe. At last I can sleep soundly. Day 3789. I remember being scared of the burning dogs. They are fast, hunt in packs. Kill them and they explode like firebombs. Watch them over the years. Learn patterns, behaviors. Understand them now. I even found an injured one and nursed them back to health. Now he answers my call, watches my back. I am no longer alone. I call him Cinder. Not a good boy, but as close as it gets over here. Day 4010. Cinder sleeps in a corner I cleared out for him. My fort is always warm. He is my partner. Loyal, protective, if not very smart. Hard to remember life without him. We hunt together. I thought keeping him fed would be a challenge, but Cinder is happy devouring my kills, and I am a good provider. Wish I could pet him. Day 6157. Found red beverage machine a few days ago. Badly damaged. Inner workings broken and exposed. I took it to my workshop. Tried to fix it. I think I understand the design, but some parts beyond repair. We'll have to scavenge from other such device. Would lift my spirits greatly to master this mechanism. Day 6289. Found another device today, a kind I have not seen before. Like my drink machine, this one is too damaged to function, and it is definitely not for drinks. Disassembling it in my workshop now. Best guess, it is something like a kiln or a crucible. Excited by the possibilities. Have applied everything learned from repairing drink machine, but still cannot fix it. Considering looking for help. Day 2944. Made another brief visit back to the world today. Entire minute passed before I was pulled here again. This time I was in a city. New York, I think. Tall glass buildings. Long cars with fins on tails. Neon and chrome everywhere. People rushing through their lives. Still, no one can see or hear me when I am over there. Like a ghost, I pass unnoticed. The world goes on without me. Day 6412. Ever since my successes with the drink machine and crucible, I have collected more and more machinery and electronics. Now confident I can complete transmitter project, have seen enough such devices on my brief excursions home. I know the components and how they should work together. I acquired some parts from another man stranded here. He gathers items for trade. I told him about machines I repaired and he asked to see them. Perhaps I found a kindred spirit. Day 6416. Disaster. The trader arrived unannounced last night. He brought friends. They attacked my fort, avoiding traps. I was a fool to put up warning signs. I fought back, but still they broke in. Cinder came to my aid, but they were ready. I almost burned alive when my only friend exploded. Now all my machines and components are stolen. Fort can be restored, but I am alone again. What will I do? Day 6418. Decided to visit trader. Even after what he did, I had to try to make peace. He is still human after all. His friends were there. They laughed when I asked for truce. I only wanted to talk, but they were not interested in words. I killed them all. Not proud. Life is rare and precious here. Mine most of all. I know there is still good in humanity, but the longer I am here, the less I remember what it is. The one artifact from Season 1 of the Dark Ether is an Omega canister. This is the one we put in the reactor to overload it, I believe. Considering the radioactive nature of Ethereum and the undesirable effects of those exposed to it, Omega Group developed special canisters to ensure the crystal could be handled safely. And now I need a break, so I'll be back with Season 2 soon enough. It is now time for the Season 2 intel on Requiem's side, and then we'll get on towards Omega, Maxis, and the Dark Ether intel. Luckily, this is not 115 intel like it was in Season 1. 115 confirmed. But it is still a lot, so strap in yet again if you're looking just at this new set of audio logs, dialogue, and all sorts of cool stuff. And it is now day 2.
This is Heinrich Meyer, Station Chief, Berlin. Office of Requiem. Weaver, we have a developing situation over here. Reliable human places Dr. Alexandra Valentina of KGB Spetsnaz Omega Group here in West Berlin. She was observed scouting several locations in the city. Objective unknown. This is very distressing, to say the least. Dr. Valentina is directly involved with Omega's interdimensional research. If she is here expecting or intending for something to happen... Weaver, we have been very fortunate so far that most of Omega's operations have been in remote, rural areas. Berlin, on the other hand, is the focal point of the Cold War. The world is always watching us. If they were to launch an op here, I have a team trying to intercept her communications. I will alert you should they succeed.
The Ethereum Harvesting Unit. To the layman, it's not terribly impressive, just a metal box with a canister in it, quietly sitting there, sucking in airborne Ethereum particles. But there is a reason my science teams risk their lives to place these units across the zone. With Ethereum concentrations greater in the Ural Mountains than anywhere else on Earth, these harvesting units are absolutely vital in our race against the Soviets to harness the power of the Dark Ether. Once filled, each canister must be collected for rocket transport to international waters. We considered other modes of travel, but rockets really are the quickest, cleanest way to get the samples out of the outbreak zone. Which is not to say retrieving these canisters is easy. They are heavy, cumbersome things, and once disengaged from the harvesting unit, there is a limited amount of time to get them to the rocket before the samples degrade. They also draw hostiles like flies to honey. I have lost more than a few people on collection duty. I have therefore requested that Field Op Strike Team's support all future canister retrieval efforts.
This is Dr. Elizabeth Gray, with a few thoughts on the new specimen analyzer stations. We're using them to run field tests on undead anatomy, specifically genetic mutations and structural changes in the cerebral cortex. It's a rather grisly affair, severing some poor infected bloke's head and putting it in a jar for a proper soft tissue mapping and DNA sequencing. But if we can identify the root stimuli and catalysts for all these physical transformations, we'll be one step closer to preventing them. Unfortunately, those heads aren't quite deceased, and they seem to call out to the other infected in the area. I say this because the creatures always come running whenever we perform a scan. Not quite sure if they're trying to rescue their fellow deadhead, or if it's more like sharks sensing an injured fish, but I'm working on a way to insulate the unit so that the sample's distress won't draw unwanted attention. Until then, my unnatural sciences teams may require some rather robust protection to operate the Dark Ether specimen analyzer.
Our strike team has taken down a lot of different hostiles, some bigger and badder than others. Every encounter is a risk to life and limb, but as far as my containment and security division is concerned, we learn the most from their engagements with apex-level threats, the Dark Ether's high-value targets, for lack of a better term. So we've come up with a way to guarantee they'll be tangling with an HVT. It's an energy cannon platform parked in a geosynchronous orbit over the Ural Mountains. When an uplink station is activated, the satellite fires a dimensional disruptor beam that literally pulls an HVT out of the Dark Ether into the AO. Strauss gave me a bit of grief when I suggested we call them HVTs. He still sees this enemy as a disorganized mob, but I see a hierarchy at work, and the top dogs are calling the shots. Of course, I may be reading too much into it, but even if these apex threats are as brain dead as their foot soldiers, the more of them we kill, the better.
Energy Research voice memo to Requiem Strike Team from Dr. Oscar Strauss. Subject: the proper care and feeding of essence conversion modules. First, the modules are currently in orbit. You must call them down with the launch control station we've already placed in the outbreak zone. Trust me, it's simple enough that even someone like you can use it. Once they land, the modules will absorb the essence of any infected you kill nearby. All you have to do is, well, what you do best. When they have reached full charge, that is when things get interesting. The unit's internal lab exposes the essence to refined Ethereum crystals. This establishes a connection with the objects in the Dark Ether dimension through a process called quantum entanglement. In layman's terms, the essence you collect is transformed into a Dark Ether object. It's our way of examining the contents of our parallel reality without requiring you to go there. You're welcome. Now get to work.
The recon rover. This is a tough one for me. I mean, yes, I recognize the absolute need to send monkeys into the Dark Ether. It's the only way to record that dimension's effects on the physiology, and it's certainly a lot less risky than sending in my people, but I really do need to stop naming those monkeys. Anyhow, here's how it works. We leave a Dark Ether recon rover parked in an area where we've recorded instability in the dimensional membrane. Our strike team activates the rover and then do their best to keep the nasties off until it can successfully enter a rift and start sending back telemetry. The data we're getting is remarkable. I'm starting to understand how Ethereum transmutes living organisms on a cellular level. We've even recorded the specific moment when the subject starts metabolizing Ethereum to continue functioning post-mortem. It's just difficult reviewing the data. They scream once they cross over. A lot. And then they go quiet. And then they start to laugh.
We've identified certain Ethereum crystal structures in the outbreak zone that the lab coats are calling power nodes. They're the biggest crystals out there, almost beautiful in their own way. But if what the experts are telling me is true, they are scary as hell. My people have determined these power nodes are here to fundamentally alter the environment. It's a process they call terraforming. Basically, they're slowly transforming the air and ground around them to make it more hospitable to the creatures crossing over from the dark ether. They do this by continually releasing Ethereum in its gaseous form. And we know that the only thing keeping those monsters inside the outbreak zones is their proximity to an Ethereum source. They wander too far away, and they drop dead. We've recorded all this on our instruments, but you don't need any equipment to know how powerful one of those crystals is. All you have to do is get up close to a power node, and it feels like, I don't know, like the shrooms are kicking in. Yeah, I said it. I saw some shit in Nam. But nothing that messed with your head as bad as this. So I've made it a priority for our strike teams to blow them up whenever they find one. No fucking way we're gonna just let these things turn Earth into their favorite vacation spot.
Weaver, this is Maya, Berlin Station Chief. Urgent question. Did you get the memorandum I submitted on Saturday? If so, why is there still no response? Forgive me, but I do not think anyone at Langley grasps the seriousness of the situation. Dr. Valentina is here, in Berlin. The city is divided. East and West are nose to nose here. If she does something drastic, the consequences could go global in the worst possible way. Just please advise how best to proceed. Personally, I'd like a Requiem strike team en route here right now, but I leave that decision to you.
Strike team, I want to thank you on behalf of everyone here for what you accomplished in Vietnam. The intel you recovered from Omega Group is already paying off in new technology and weapons. This is especially important as we launch operations in the Ural Mountains. The AO you've entered is richer in Ethereum than anywhere else on the planet. But Omega is already hard at work there. Never forget, we are in a race against time to harness the Dark Ether before they do. The winner of this Ethereum arms race may well be decided by your actions here. So, we can't fuck this up. Weaver out. Just want to be clear on what's expected from you. Every department at Requiem has a stake in this. Energy research, unnatural sciences, security and containment. They all have special equipment in the field that we need you to test. Strauss, Gray, and Carver will give you the details at the appropriate time, and I expect you to follow their instructions to the letter. Remember, these experiments and operations aren't busy work. They're important. They're how we eventually win. Some of you have asked, repeatedly, about Agent Maxis. I get it. You risked your life to save her, then weeks went by with no word on her condition. I get it. Well, I'm finally authorized to let you know she's recovering. At least, physically. She's been under observation in an isolation ward, getting the best care the agency can provide, but she went through things in the Dark Ether that would have broken most people. It's a miracle she survived. She's not infected, she's on the mend, and everything you went through to bring her back, absolutely worth it.
The documents, of course. RE Funding Allocation 1. Memorandum for Weaver. From Carver. Subject, Funding Allocation. Weaver, I'll cut right to it. I'm concerned. Have you had a chance to review the Director's latest directive on funding allocation? Because if you read between the lines, it looks to me like priorities are shifting, and not in the right direction. I'm reaching out to you about this first, just in case I'm overreacting, but also because it's me and you who could end up getting screwed here. We both signed on with Requiem for the same reason, to shut down these outbreaks and use whatever we find to stay ahead of the Soviets. And yes, Strauss and Gray have contributed some valuable things to our weapons development. But now, just when my people in CS are chomping at the bit to build more Ethereum-powered ordnance, the Director wants to funnel more of our budget to the lab coats than to those on the front line. Check the numbers if you don't believe me. Look, we've taken on a hell of a challenge with Operation Threshold. that is one massive outbreak zone to explore and pacify. We both want to give your strike team a fighting chance. Can you have a word with the director about this? I know the other departments have their place in this fight, but they're supposed to be supporting us, not the other way around. At least that's how I see it. RE funding allocation 2. Memorandum for Dr. Gray from Dr. Strauss. Subject: funding allocation. My dear Dr. Gray, we don't speak often enough, but I have always sensed we have more in common with each other than with the men of war we work with. So I hope you share my pleasant surprise that the director's latest funding allocation appears to place increased value on our work. This could not come at a better time, as Operation Threshold presents us with our greatest opportunities yet to advance our respective scientific disciplines. Nevertheless, I would like to urge caution as we move forward, and by that I mean caution in our interactions with our fellow department heads Weaver and Carver. As the Americans are fond of saying, this is not my first rodeo. I've seen how military men react when they perceive that they are being shortchanged. Now more than ever, you and I need to present a united front and make good use of this increased funding while at the same time not alienating other departments. Promise them the moon if you must, but let them see us as partners rather than competitors. You should know that I have already spoken about this with the director himself. Rest assured we have his full support. While I'm certain Weaver, or especially Carver, will attempt to redress this shift in priorities, I'm confident the director will stay the course. He is well aware that with enough time and resources we can unravel all the mysteries of the Dark Ether from what we were encountering in the Ural Mountains. Also, sorry the music was very loud there for a bit. But, the Berlin comment. Memorandum for Gregory Weaver. Subject: Station Chief Berlin. From Station Chief Berlin. Subject: Omega Group comment. Sir, I am writing to alert you that we recently intercepted communications between Dr. Alexandra Valentina of the KGB's Omega Group and a suspected operative here in West Berlin. We have done our best to track her movements and activities since she arrived in East Berlin last week. While we are still trying to determine the precise purpose of her visit, the contents of this intercept support our suspicion that Omega is setting up a major operation here in the U.S. occupied sector of the city. Transcript of intercept translated from German. Valentina, need update on site. Unknown contact. Readings confirm membrane permeable. Has date been confirmed? Valentina, that is not up to me. Just keep your people ready to mobilize. Unknown contact. Acknowledged. However, some starting to question if this is even possible. Valentina, eliminate the doubters. No margin for error. Ground must be prepared. Unknown contact. Understood. We'll make example of them. Valentina. Good. But do so quietly. Do not lose element of surprise. We are currently working to identify Valentina's contact, but cannot match with any known Omega or KGB asset. I will keep you advised of our progress. Heinrich Meyer, Berlin Station Chief. Operation Threshold Authorization. For Director of Requiem from DCI Casey. Subject: Operation Threshold. Having consulted with POTUS and all appropriate NatSec stakeholders, I have officially authorized implementation of Operation Threshold. You are hereby instructed to immediately mobilize all personnel and resources necessary to support extended covert ops in the Ural Mountains outbreak zone. Mission parameters remain as detailed in the proposal you submitted to me. As expected, the White House's main concern is the obvious one. Staging ongoing military operations in the heart of the Soviet Union risks triggering a full-scale war. However, both NATO and the USSR are driven by a mutual need to keep these dimensional incursions secret from the public. Moscow has as much to lose as we do from a global panic. We are therefore confident the Soviets will keep our presence in the Urals under wraps so long as we operate within the perimeter they have established for their own covert ops. But there are limits to what each side will tolerate, so keep engagements with Omega Group to a minimum. All four of your division leads are familiar with the planned array of objectives and the material assembled to carry them out. Nevertheless, as you further your Ethereum research and collect vitally needed data on the Dark Ether dimension, there are specific priorities I wish to reiterate. Major Carver should brief all Requiem operators on best practices when hunting elite class hostiles targeted or designated as high-value targets. Likewise, make sure he prepares them for the teleportation effect associated with Ethereum crystal power nodes. Dr. Strauss must ensure all Ethereum harvester units are in working order with updated splashdown coordinates input to their rocket guidance systems. Likewise, have him retest the essence conversion modules. Dr. Gray should resubmit documentation that her Dark Ether specimen analyzers function as intended. If your operators are going to risk their lives defending them, they damn well better yield some useful data. Likewise, make sure she has enough live specimens for repeated tests of the Dark Ether Recon rover. There are still funds remaining in the monkey budget, should more primates be required. Finally, Special Operations Officer Weaver should undertake a thorough assessment of strike team operators to make sure they're prepared to support all research ops and, if necessary, render assistance to any science personnel in the field. It goes without saying that Threshold will be Requiem's largest and most important operation to date, perhaps ever. The Ural Mountain outbreak zone represents our greatest single opportunity to surpass the Soviets in Ethereum weaponry and energy production. In short, this is where the Ethereum arms race will be won or lost. Operation Threshold could be the key to victory over the USSR, not to mention the extra-dimensional forces arrayed against us. Apologies for the granular nature of my instructions, but too much is riding on this. I'm counting on you, Director. We all are. W. Casey, William J. Casey, Director of Central Intelligence. Domino Effect. For DCI William J. Casey from Office of SIGINT Operations Subject Outbreak Zones. RE, global threat originating from suspected Soviet operation near Murasko, Poland 18 hours ago. In brief, it appears the Spetsnaz covert ops team has somehow punched a hole in the fabric of space-time. This phenomenon is, to our knowledge, unprecedented. Our physics experts describe it as a breach in the quantum membrane separating our dimensions from a parallel reality. The Murasko event remains localized, but it appears to have triggered a global ripple effect as we have detected several similar breaches around the world. The Murasko event was first detected by the satellite components of our distant early warning network created to detect ICBM launches and/or nuclear detonations. Massent recorded a unique electromagnetic signature at the Murasko site, followed by signature readings in Venezuela, Namibia, Vietnam, Azerbaijan, and Russia. SIGINT intercepts from local authorities describe a fast-acting plague that transforms victims into violent monsters. Infection does not follow traditional disease vectors. Instead, it appears dependent on proximity to the dimensional breach. We are currently designating these sites as outbreak zones. Details as follows. Russia. Detected 9 minutes after Murasko event. The breach in the Ural Mountains is by far the largest recorded outbreak zone. Soviet response currently focuses on containment and suppression of information to prevent a national panic. Azerbaijan. Detected 12 minutes after Murasko events. Much smaller than the Urals event. Though located near the capital city Baku, containment and suppression efforts were swift and successful. Namibia. Detected 33 minutes after Murasko event in a remote section of the Namib Desert. We have a strike team en route to assess the breach firsthand and anticipate useful data will be collected. Vietnam. Detected 39 minutes after Murasko event in Thua Thien Hue province. The smallest breach so far is in some ways the most troubling. Dimensional membrane instability in this region suggests further breaches may occur. Local authorities are teaming with Soviet assets to contain the situation. Venezuela detected 1 hour after Murasko event deep in the rainforest south of the Orinoco. CIA science team is en route. Further updates and recommended actions will follow as this is a developing situation. For now, we strongly urge the formation of a dedicated task force to suppress and contain hostile forces and potential spread of all outbreak zones, regardless of location. David Halpern, Director's Office of SIGINT Operations. Recon Rover Blueprint. Just a blueprint of the Recon Rover. CIA RCV M7 Dark Ether Recon Rover designation RCM DAR2 Office of Requiem DSNT approval Elizabeth Gray date 4/13/84. Disruptor Satellite Blueprint, just a blueprint of the Disruptor Satellite. CIA SAT-9 Dimensional Disruptor, designation CIA AR-9 DAD, Office of Requiem DSNT, approval Mackenzie Carter, date 3/8/84. And the artifacts are Zombie Head. The Zombie Head, he giving us head. One of the severed zombie head scanned in the dark ether specimen analyzer. Ethereum crystal. Whoa. When full, this removable container from the Ethereum harvesting module must be placed on a rocket for transport out of the USSR. Ethereum crystal shard. It's an Ethereum crystal shard. This shard was broken off of an Ethereum power node, one of many large crystalline structures slowly terraforming the outbreak zone to support the hideous life forms of the Dark Ether. Frost blast canister. Worst field upgrade? No, I'm just playing. One of several interchangeable canisters for use in the wand weapon manipulates Ethereum to deliver a sub-zero blast that stops enemies cold. And with that being said, it is time for the Omega audio logs. Half the reason. Let's boot up the noise and get into it.
Is this everything? Surely there is more.
I assure you, Dr. Valentina, this is everything.
Research on membrane permutations? What about the particle distortion modules?
Everything you need on targeted dimensional breaching is there.
Otlично. Have it delivered to this address.
You're not taking it with you?
Is there a problem with my order?
No. I just thought...
Thinking is a dangerous thing, is it not, comrade? Have it delivered to the address. Make sure you are not discovered by Peck.
Believe me, he is half of the reason I am doing this.
And the other half?
Why, for the good of the motherland, of course.
Of course. For the motherland.
Kravchenko, 21st of April 1983. 3 weeks since I accepted command of Spetsgruppe Omega. And I'm beginning to wonder if Comrade Andropov was out of his mind when he created this book show. My first order of business was a thorough review of Omega Group activities since their formation in '75. What a fucking joke. The study of psychotronic phenomena. What does that even mean? Biocommunication, bioenergetics, bioinformation. Words invented by paper pushers to make ghost stories sound real. I read hundreds of their bullshit reports and found nothing useful. So, I reassigned the authors to take biolatrines. But if Andropov was not out of his mind, if he saw some genuine operational value in any of this nonsense, I will give this one more month. And then I will pull the plug. 15th of July, 1983. Comrade Valentina, I am recording this meeting for my records.
Of course, Colonel. I take it you have viewed the Project End Station footage.
Nuta, where did you find this film?
Gathering dust in a restricted portion of Lubyanka's sub-basement records storage. Someone went to great lengths to bury the incident back in '45. But times have changed since then.
Indeed. That cowboy actor and his strategic defense initiative have upset the stalemate between us and the West. I asked for something to tip the scales back in our favor. You think this is it?
There is only one way to find out. Allow me to reactivate the end station cyclotron. If I can harness their access to another dimension, we can give the motherland a tactical advantage the Americans can only dream of.
And if you cannot harness it?
Then bury the bunker in concrete and declare the place off limits. And maybe leave flowers every year to remember my sacrifice.
I don't care about sacrifice. Only results. I will authorize your mission. But you had better bring back something I can use.
Understood, Colonel. Understood.
Kravchenko, 8th of July, 1984.
And Dr. William Peck, lead research.
Shut up, you little worm. You're lucky to be alive.
Sorry, sir.
Silence. This is not a dialogue. You are here to receive your orders. There is a plane standing by to take you to the Ural Mountains outbreak zone. You will oversee a special operation there involving a particularly rich deposit of Ethereum crystals. My people will brief you once you are airborne.
You won't regret this, sir. And, please let Goriv know I'm off the hook. I'm worried he still wants to kill me.
Goriv will be there with you, shadowing your every step. Because you are not off the hook, Dr. Beck. Do not fail me ever again. Goriv, before you depart for the Urals, I need a word with you.
New instructions, Colonel?
No. It is the same matter that has vexed me ever since Requiem's arrival at End Station. Whoever leaked Omega intelligence to them remains unidentified. If they did not die at Outpost 25, the traitor may still be among us.
I am working on it night and day, sir. My apologies that it has taken this long.
We could have found out the informant's name back in Vietnam. But that idiot American tossed the only person who knew into the dark ether. What kind of genius throws away his trump card?
Beck may be book smart, but he has no common sense, and even less self-control. But I swear to you, Colonel, the informant will be exposed. The only question is if I will be able to bring them in alive. If I find myself left with no options...
Do what you must, Goriv. They deserve to die slowly. As long as the leak is plugged, I will be satisfied.
William Peck, personal notes. Arrived in the Ural Mountain outbreak zone 3 days ago. It was a little hard to believe the briefing I was given on the flight here. But now that I see it for myself... To paraphrase Archimedes, holy shit. This is even better than I hoped for. The breach opening right on top of an installation like this may have given me the key to making an inversion warhead actually work. I'm a fucking genius. I already knew of the catalyzing effect Ethereum has on plutonium. That was how I got my portal chamber to work at Outpost 25. But the readings I'm getting from the crystals here, we've never seen Ethereum this pure, in the wild, so to speak. You, up there, be careful. That's not something you want to bang too hard. Understand? Yeah, they understand. These boys look scared out of their wits. Just wait till they hear the next item on my shopping list. We're gonna need some special helpers to make this work. Rounding them up will not be easy.
I just returned from the Kremlin, where I presented the list of proposed targets for Operatia Inversia to the General Secretary and select members of the Committee for State Security. The results were mixed. I should be pleased that the overall plan was so well received. Perhaps they realized that without bold action, the Soviet Union could collapse within a decade. And Inversia is nothing if not bold. It would be a death blow to the West, which may account for the committee's preference of two particular targets. But I pushed hard for Berlin. It would have afforded me further opportunities to complete my preparations there. The Colonel did question my fixation on Berlin, but I just told him I hate the Germans. That is always enough of an excuse for veterans of the great patriotic war like Kravchenko.
William Peck, supplemental notes. Well, it took a week and cost the lives of some brave young men, but we finally did it. We caught 4 of those floaty blue bastards alive. Okay, sure. By we, I mean the highly trained operators in Omega Group. I'm not exactly the field ops type, but they could never have locked down those lightning bugs without the gear I built for them. I mean, have you ever tried to cage something that can teleport? Now, one big help in this whole process is how attracted the blue guys are to the crystals. The big ones, the atmosphere converters. The purer the crystal, the more irresistible. I think that was the first tip-off that I could co-opt the way they metabolize Ethereum for my own purposes. Yeah, Sparky, I know it hurts, but you gotta take one for the team. We all serve a greater good now. And I promise, if Operatia Inversia stays on schedule, you won't be suffering for long.
Dr. Peck, do not speak. I have no stomach for excuses. Just listen. Outpost 25 has fallen. You failed me. Ever meet anyone else who failed me? And yet, they are all dead. However, we are receiving your research. That is the only reason I'm willing to overlook your transgression. But you will make it up to me. The Americans and their Requiem group pose a threat to our operations. You get one more chance to keep us ahead of them. One. And you will deliver. Now, forget about Requiem. Goryev will handle them. And their move. Personally. You will focus on your work. Give me something to show Moscow we are not wasting their resources. Kravchenko out.
Gorev to Peck. Hello, my American friend. I trust you find Mother Russia more hospitable than the jungles of Vietnam? Hospitable? I've gone from sweating my ass off to freezing my nuts off, so it was a rhetorical question. I do not really care about your comfort. Only that you do not squander the second chance we have very generously given you. Yes, of course. Believe me, got a lot to work with here. Just keep Kravchenko informed of your progress. You may be top scientist, but it is you under microscope now. Fail him again, and you will be mining Ethereum crystals while Dr. Valentina takes your place. I think she would very much enjoy this. With all due respect, Valentina can't even begin to understand the Dark Ether like I do. See, that is point. No more secrets. No more hoarding information so you are the only one with answers. Share what you know. Get everyone up to speed, as you like to say. Is your best move if you want to keep other eye. I will do my best. Oh, I know you will. Because if there is one thing you Americans love, it is a comeback story. This is your chance to make your friend Gorev proud. And I know you do want to make me proud. Hello, Peck. Remember how you allowed Spy to infiltrate your ranks at Outpost 25? Remember how this informant compromised our valuable research lead over Americans? Look, I know I screwed up, but the mole's dead now, right? I mean, I'm the sole survivor from that whole Vietnam fiasco. Fiasco. Such a colorful word. Almost sounds like fun. You know what is not fun? That we still have massive fucking intelligence leak thanks to your not dead mole whom Kravchenko once taken alive. Alive, huh? He must have plans for the poor schmuck. You will be schmuck if we do not figure out who it is. So, put big brain to work and contact me immediately if you identify the son of bitch. Am I clear? Crystal. Beck, Gorev here. Bad news, little confirmed that Requiem is now conducting operations in the Ural Mountains breach zone. How is that even possible? They are desperate, but we cannot risk them finding out about your current project. Are you saying I should lay low somewhere? So brave. No, Peck. Operatia Inversia is to remain your priority. The Colonel already mentioned it to Kremlin. Do not make him look bad. Just have your people keep their eyes open. Report any signings of Requiem, but do not engage. Leave that to Spetsnaz. We live for this shit.
The documents are very minimal, which is a nice change of pace. New Frontiers. Progress Report Ural Mountains Dimensional Breach. Colonel, I have completed my latest review of Omega Group operations in the Ural Mountains. Breach AO. Overall conclusion is that our efforts are proceeding on schedule and yielding tangible results. If anything, progress is accelerated since the arrival of Dr. Peck. It appears your personal reprimand had the desired result. I have never seen him more motivated to meet the goals we set for his team. We still face a highly dangerous and unpredictable work environment, but if we are able to deliver a decisive strategic advantage over the Americans and NATO, the answers will be found here. Ethereum collection continues around the clock. This is by far the richest source of Ethereum crystals in the world, with new deposits forming every day. In fact, the infestation is so great we do not even have to send collection teams to the other side. I have taken steps to obscure the true levels of our growing stockpile. If there is a leak in Omega, the last thing we want is Requiem discovering the true magnitude of what we have here. If there is any upside to the danger we face from Dark Ether hostiles, it is the opportunity for weapons testing. We have even recovered weaponry from some of the hostiles unique to this location. In conclusion, the Ural Mountains breach remains our most important area of operations. Should Requiem continue their efforts to match our Ethereum research, then let this be our battleground for the fate of the motherland. Gora Spetsgrupa Omega. Omega Staffing Report. RE Omega Leadership Appointments. Author Colonel Lev Kravchenko. 9 days ago, the chairman of the Committee for State Security tasked me with revitalizing Spetsgrupa Omega. Today, after consultation with comrades Andropov and Chebrikov, I am prepared to name key personnel to lead Omega Group's military and scientific operations. My right-hand man Gorov will serve as tactical operations lead during active measures, ensuring our unit's performance is not just up to Spetsnaz standards, but up to my standards. Omega's original focus on superstitions and old wives' tales made these operations soft. Gorov will burn all softness out of them. Assisting him will be Captain Sergei Ravanov, whose sterling service record should calm the fears of any apparatchik with misgivings about Comrade Gorov. As for Omega's stated mission to identify, study, and weaponize so-called exoscientific phenomena, I have chosen trusted experts to assess the validity and practicality of such a focus. If they say we can realistically deliver a counterpunch to Reagan's strategic defense initiative, so be it. If not, I will request this unit be liquidated and the men reassigned. Dr. Alexandra Valentina has already assumed leadership of our psychotronic phenomena research, the study of extrasensory perception, telekinesis, pyrokinesis, and so on. For the last 8 years, Omega Group failed to verify the existence of such abilities, much less harness them. In addition to having a background in hard science, Comrade Valentina is a straight talker and a Soviet's Soviet. If Omega is a waste of resources, she will give me the unvarnished truth. Finally, Dr. William Peck from America's Weapons Research Organization, DARPA, will serve as exoscientific phenomena research lead. Peck will develop military applications for Ethereum. Comrade Chebrikov tells me there will be some pushback to this choice. After all, if Peck betrayed his own country, why wouldn't he sell us out as well? Rest assured, I have contingencies in place if Peck ever thinks of betraying me. I have issued a general order to scour all records since the creation of Omega Group in 1975. Surely something usable, something of worth must have been found in all that time. Colonel Lev Kravchenko, Commanding Officer, Omega Group. Omega Records Review. RE Omega Group Records Review. Author Dr. Alexandra Valentina. Summary. Omega's central database archives confirmed the main operational focus was to gain a scientific understanding of psychotronic abilities like biocommunications and bioenergetics, then instill those abilities in our covert operators. Obviously, being able to read minds or dominate the wills of others would have great utility in espionage and covert operations. Though they never determined a scientific cause for extrasensory abilities, they did conscript a handful of Russian nationals with genuine talents and train them as intelligence assets. Alas, their gifts were impossible to reproduce, and all such assets were either killed in action or suffered psychological breakdowns that rendered them useless or continued service. Still, the work showed promise. 10th April 1976, a suicide bomber attempting to enter the Soviet embassy in Ho Chi Minh City was sensed by an Omega Group asset on site. The terrorist was stopped and detonated at the gate, saving countless lives in the compound. 29th June 1976, East Germany hosted a multilateral conference for European Communist parties. A mind-reading Omega asset learned several representatives from Soviet satellite states were uniting to extract concessions from the Kremlin. Omega units quietly rounded up the diplomats' families in their homes, ending the insurrection before it started. 7th April 1978, following a remotely placed suggestion by an Omega biocommunications asset at our embassy in Washington, U.S. President Carter suspended production of their neutron bomb. 28th April 1978, a clairvoyant Omega asset helped the People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan assassinate the Afghan president. The asset experienced a mental breakdown and had to be liquidated as she attempted to defect to the British consulate in Kabul. There were also indications in the record of Omega involvement in several high-profile assassination ops in March, May, and October of 1981. All assets involved were liquidated after Comrade Brezhnev's untimely death in 1982. My review has so far been limited to the central database of the KGB war mainframe. Other records deemed too sensitive for the party leadership were sent to storage elsewhere. I'm currently piecing together the chain of custody on some of those items. Dr. Alexandra Valentina, Psychotronic Phenomena Research Lead, Omega Group. 2 artifacts for this. One is Kravchenko's knife, which he uses to take people's eyes out. The Colonel's preferred method of getting someone's attention. And the Omega Group patch. Little bloody. Worn proudly on the shoulder of every Omega Group operator. And now is the time to go back into some Axis intel.
It is not fun being on the run, but you know that better than anyone. I have news. Bad news. Omega's operations are expanding rapidly, in the way we feared most. We have noticed an uptick in activity deep in the Ural Mountains. More people coming in every day. There's talk of a special operation. As I said, bad news.
Good evening, Agent Maxis. I am Major Carver. I hope you're recovering from your ordeal.
Major, would that make you Requiem's highest-ranking military representative?
Please, call me Mac. My friends do. Now, I'm gonna get down to brass tacks. We are fighting a war that we both know we're losing. I was hoping your experiences could shed some light on just how far the enemy has gotten ahead of us.
Which enemy? Are you talking about Omega? Or the others?
When you say others, I'm assuming you mean hostile elements from within the Dark Ether itself. Are they mobilizing? Are their forces strategizing an assault on our world? What kind of technology do they possess? Is there some kind of hierarchy we should be aware of?
Well, Mac, to answer your questions in order, yes. I'm not sure, probably. But I'd be lying if I said I understood it. The whole experience of being trapped there was confusing.
With all due respect, Agent Maxis, as a former agent of the BND, there have doubtless been times in your career, your life, where lying and misleading those around you was very much essential.
Do you think I'm lying to you, Major Carver?
No. But I am concerned about the content of some transmissions you sent while you were in the Dark Ether. Some of them seem to imply that you yourself might have caused the outbreak at Outpost 25.
I don't know how that would be possible. Do you?
In recent months, we've seen a lot of things we never thought possible. So, if any details do come back to you, I trust you will let us know.
Of course. Now, if you don't mind, I would like to get some sleep.
Well, isn't this nice? I thought you might appreciate hearing a familiar voice. We have a lot in common, after all.
I'm not sure that we do. We're both Germans, but I think the similarity ends there.
Oh dear, I'm sorry. Are you ashamed of your nationality for some reason?
Not ashamed. Not at all. But our nationality isn't what defines us.
True. Very true.
What do you want, Dr. Strauss?
My reputation precedes me. I'm flattered. Humbled, even.
Well, I'm not sure you've ever been humbled, Strauss. In fact, I'm not even sure you're that much different from Peck.
My, such anger. You don't like him, do you? I can't say that I'm surprised. I mean, he did treat you very badly.
I don't like repeating myself, but again I have to ask. What do you want?
Requiem are very interested in the gaps in your memory regarding the events at Outpost 25, particularly its destruction and the question of your role in it.
I was angry and confused. But that doesn't mean I could somehow unleash all the forces of the Dark Ether upon Omega.
Well, I was thinking your anger was perhaps directed more at Peck. I would understand the desire for revenge.
You really think I had the power to do that, Strauss?
I'm more concerned about the possibility of you doing it again.
Don't worry. I'm not a danger to you. Or anyone else.
What about yourself?
Don't you have other things to do, Strauss?
Hi, Sam. I'm Dr. Elizabeth Gray. I was wondering if you felt well enough for a bit of a chat?
Sure, Liz. Why not?
I don't really like being called Liz. That was my mum's name. I prefer Elizabeth, if that's okay. Oh, wait, I just realised. Do you prefer Samantha?
Samantha, Sam, Maxis. Doesn't really matter to me. What do you want, Dr. Gray?
I just wanted to ask you some questions. Truth is, we're all a little bit surprised how well you're doing after your time in... well, you know.
You don't really know how well I'm doing or how long I was there, do you?
That was one of the things I wanted to talk about. We do know that time moves differently there. Slower or faster, not sure. Suppose it's all relative, really.
I was there a long time. A very long time. So long I thought I'd never get out.
I'm sorry. I really am. But that's what's so unusual. Normally when people come back, they're more damaged. Physically and emotionally.
What makes you think I'm not damaged?
The only thing we've actually been able to detect is the change in your eyes. I've never seen anything like it. They're almost iridescent. Do things look different to you?
I see things differently, if that's what you mean. Sometimes the light hurts my eyes. Especially if I'm tired.
Are you tired now?
Would you mind switching the lights off on your way out? Weaver.
Hello, Sam.
You look serious.
My colleagues tell me you've not exactly been cooperative. Or forthcoming. Instead, you've been evasive. Obtuse, even.
Ain't that just like me?
This isn't a joke, Sam. I'm worried about you. We all are.
After what I've been through, do you honestly think I'm joking?
Sam.
I thought I'd died and gone to hell. I thought everything and everyone I ever knew was gone forever.
You've been to hell before, though, Sam. We both have. I was never going to leave you there to die.
Like you did the boy.
That's not fair, Sam. That was a different situation. We both did all we could.
But not enough. He's still dead, isn't he?
I can see you're agitated, so I'm gonna let you get some rest. I hope you feel better soon. I don't want to upset you.
Why? Are you worried I'll destroy everything like you think I did at Outpost 25? Weaver. I tried to write it down, but the words still escape me. I see what I have written, but I barely recognize it. My name is Maxis. Samantha Maxis. This I know. I was on a mission. I am still on a mission. Ravenov. Weaver. I have written these names over and over. They must be important. But not as important as End Station. What a tangled web. I know I seek Requiem, solace, peace. I pray that they are the same thing. I don't know how or why, but I am remembering. I was angry before, and I am so sorry. That wasn't me. If it was, it really wasn't who I wanted to be. I made a promise I couldn't keep. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I wish I could have kept you safe.
I didn't. Maybe that anger made me do things. Things I wish I hadn't done. I may regret some, but others I meant to do. He deserves whatever damnation I have brought upon him. I hope he burns in a hell worse than mine. Well, it's good to be part of a team, right? If I'm honest, I felt like a bit of a lab rat lately. I've been poked, prodded, questioned, even interrogated. It's almost like they don't trust me. I'm starting to understand how they feel. I'm not sure if I can trust them anymore. Even Weaver. So, after an extended debriefing with Requiem senior staff, they don't want to clear me for field ops. Carver, Strauss, Gray, Weaver. They needed a unanimous vote to authorize my return to active duty. 3 out of 4 isn't bad, but it's not enough. Anyway, Ravenov. He helped you, right? He helped me. He has conviction, and the courage to stand up for his beliefs. He's doing what's right. He's a good man. I hope you've come to trust him like I have. I think he could be key to overturning Omega, because there has to be a key to making all this stop. I don't know how much they really tell you about the Dark Ether, but I've seen it. I've felt it. No matter how big this Cold War is between East and West, Requiem and Omega, there's an even bigger one threatening to boil over. We are interested in them, eager to know how we can exploit their world for our advantage. But believe me, they're just as interested in us. The door swings both ways. What do you think of Liz? Sorry, I mean Elizabeth Gray, doctor. I like her, even though I don't think she's actually a medical doctor. How are you feeling, by the way? Are you seeing any signs? I'm not the only one who's been exposed to the Dark Ether here. I'm the same person now as the one that you dealt with, but I think that I've changed. I try not to show it, but you can probably see it in my eyes. I can see it in yours too. I hope we're okay. Sometimes it's hard to remember how all this started. Do you feel the same? We are all soldiers. We are all fighting our wars. For our countries, for our brothers, for our sisters. When you're faced with a seemingly insurmountable threat, it's easy to forget how it all began. Or to imagine how it all ends. The Dark Ether threatens to consume us all. That much I'm sure of. And that's why I fight. It holds a power over us. And I think I'm afraid that it could one day consume me. I've seen it. I've felt it. I've questioned my role. Did Weaver tell you that I was the one who caused the outbreak at Outpost 25? Even if he didn't say it out loud, I think he may be right. No matter what happens, I hope all of you will find the strength in your hearts to do what is right. Whenever you are faced with a great darkness, you must do all you can to meet it with light. This is something Ravenov knew. He knew he could no longer stand by as Omega's evil reigned. That is true courage. I hope I can do the same.
Time for the Maxis status report. Memorandum for Carver M. Gray E. Strauss O. Or Carver M. Gray E. Strauss O. Sorry. From Weaver G. Subject, Agent Maxis. I know you all have had your hands full right now sifting through the intel recovered from Operation Lost Property in Vietnam. But you have each inquired separately about the welfare and whereabouts of former BND agent Samantha Maxis, though I want to share our initial assessment of her condition. Immediately following her extraction from the Dark Ether, Agent Maxis was evacuated by our strike team, placed under medical supervision, and transported directly to Requiem headquarters. Preliminary physical and psychiatric evaluations were performed en route. She was found to be in surprisingly good physical condition, considering her ordeal in the other dimension. While we estimate she spent roughly 48 hours there, Agent Maxis claims she was missing for many months. Physiological and metabolic data claims to support this, or data support her claim, but further details are slow in coming due to post-traumatic stress issues and apparent gaps in her memory. We will continue to monitor for indications of brain damage. I ordered her confined to the quarantine suite where she will remain until further notice. Though she was operating in an unsanctioned capacity, she is not to be considered a prisoner. However, we still need to know what Maxis learned about the other side, and I will secure her cooperation personally. For the time being, only myself, the director, and Requiem medical staff will have access to Maxis as we continue running tests on her. All data and findings will be shared with you as I deem appropriate. I will permit you to interview her when conditions allow. Until then, focus your efforts on the intel from Omega Group Outpost 25 and its implications for your future ops. Weaver. Maxis diary entry. Sometimes I find it hard to sleep, even though I look forward to it. When I dream, I see faces. Faces of people I care about, and faces of people that don't care for me. Sometimes it's hard to distinguish between the two. But one face stands out from all others. The face of a child, a boy. He's lost, damaged. I want to help him. But somehow I feel that he is dangerous. Dreams are unreliable witnesses. As too am I. Sometimes I find it hard to sleep. The End Station videotape. This is our first artifact from Season 2. The video cassette tape Maxis smuggled to Weaver that triggered Requiem's investigation on Project End Station. Maxis' BND badge. Memento from Maxis' days as an agent of West German BND. And the Dark Ether, which is not going to take much time at all, but, I mean, it's still intel.
Fedorov, Omega Group. We have been reassigned from Ethereum mining duties. That task now falls to vermin, enemies of the state. But now they expect us to map the Dark Ether. That is what Pack calls this place. I would like to see him try to survey this madness. They've seen things out here. Unspeakable things. And today, Vush Moy. Usually, large groups of the infected are chaotic, mindless mobs, but today, I found hundreds of them strangely grouped. And their clothing, were they uniforms? I dared not get too close, but they looked like... No, that cannot be right. It surely cannot be. This place, it plays tricks on you. I just need to get some sleep.
There was a crooked man, and he went a crooked mile. He found a crooked sixpence against a crooked style. He bought a crooked cat, which caught a crooked mouse, and they all lived together in a little crooked house. There was a woman
spite of how I look. She told me that I was not worthless. The German accent threw me off, but her words inspired me nonetheless. We will fix this crooked house. Hello? Are you receiving? Is anybody out there? Testing. My readings indicate contact is established. I can only hope it is you on the other end. My comrade in arms. My friend. I hope my voice is not a disappointment. I do not know what you imagined I might sound like, but I am no one special. Just a man who wants to help. Yes. As you can tell from my accent, I am Russian. I did not tell you this at first because of the suspicion it would have provoked. Such is the age you grew up in. Such is this Cold War. But there was a time when my people and yours fought side by side against the greatest evil our world ever produced. Now we face something even worse. Perhaps that can bring us all back together. Пиздец! The signal is starting to fade. I will work on this problem and contact you later. Do not give up on me. I will not give up on you. Hello, it is me again. Your friend on the other side. Are you enjoying the beautiful Ural Mountains? No? Believe me, I understand. It is hard to love a place that is always trying to kill you. By now, you have probably met some new enemies. The electric men that float in midair. The armored monsters that leap and throw fire. I do my best to steer clear of them here, but avoiding conflict is not a luxury you can afford. I have managed to kill a few of the floaters, but it is never easy. The cowards jump away when injured, and they can strike from afar. The armored ones, on the other hand, they jump at you when provoked. They were once Soviet fighters who came here looking for crystals, and they paid with their lives. They are vicious and hard to put down. Hit them with everything you have. Such beasts must not be allowed to walk the earth.
That should be the rest of the Dark Ether radio transmissions / audio logs, which means we have some documents, and then we're on to the last bit of Season 2 intel. Day 6,421. I must be honest with myself. I knew there would be no truce with those men. I knew it would end in bloodshed. They stole my crucible, but they did not understand what it was. Too bad for them, I had already used it on my own weapon. 5 men, and I still outgunned them. 5 human lives. Too easy. Why don't I feel worse about killing them? Is my humanity slipping away? Will I just end up another beast prowling this land? Day 6,457. Finally starting to shake off dark thoughts. Cannot allow myself to sink into savagery. This land will not break me. Technology is the key. I am only alive because I rebuilt that crucible. Must keep working. Must keep building. I will return to my transmitter project. Someone will answer my calls, and I will warn the world of the threat it faces from this place of darkness. Much more to tell you. My friend, I will share more journal entries later. I hope you have come to understand what my life has been like over here. I would not wish it on anyone else. I have so much more to tell you. Things I hope you will find useful in the struggles to come. But for now, I must go hunt. I will contact you again soon. Hello again. Hello again, my friend. I am pleased that you are still alive and still in this fight. I know it has been too long since I last contacted you, but my years trapped in darkness taught me the value of caution. So I have been observing you and your compatriots. Please understand, I had to make sure that I could trust you. What I have seen is your courage in the face of unspeakable horrors and your devotion to each other, and it has restored my faith in humanity and my resolve to defend our world. I still have many questions, but they can wait for later. My friend, I see that your people have harnessed the dark powers of this place and turned them against the darkness itself. Your superiors may even believe that they have all they need to end this conflict between worlds and then force your human enemies to their knees. But you have only scratched the surface. I've learned things in my time here that you could scarcely believe. There's much more than I can share with you, but just as I would not place a rifle in a child's hands, I must be sure I'm not handing a much more destructive force to those without the wisdom to use it. May our bond grow deeper. May you truly prove worthy of my trust. Called trust me, by the way. I kind of messed it up. I also skipped Divided World on accident. My bad. Divided World. One reason I was so wary is that I have observed how the world has changed since I was trapped here. You have come so far in so many ways, but still, I look back on the Great War against the Axis powers. I remember East and West united against the great evil. I always thought that with evil defeated, we would all move forward together. But as the years roll by, I've watched an icy hatred split the world in two. You could utterly destroy each other now. All it takes is one careless moment. I fear nothing was learned from the war. I see a third world war in the making. I can stand by no longer. Help me save you from the darkness and from yourself. More to follow. Communicating with you like this has meant more to me than I can say. If it saved me from despair, it gave me something I thought long lost, hope for the future. But words on a screen are not enough. I hunger for the sound of your voice. I long to speak to someone who is free of this soul-crushing place. So I am working to make this system capable of producing sound. I may not be able to establish a two-way connection, but at the very least I would have you hear my voice. There is much more to tell you. Your lives may depend on it. And the 4 artifacts. First is a empty juggernog. Empty can of juggernog carelessly discarded by a previous Requiem operator. Remember, kids, don't litter, always recycle. Symbol monkey toy. Except, there's dynamite on the back, but whatever. This adorable toy whose clanging cymbals inspired the deadly explosives. Ivan's head. Don't know why it's Ivan's head. The head of the test dummy mounted in the arsenal device Ivan. Ivan is there to upgrade weapons and armor, an indispensable ally against ever-increasing odds. Mystery Box Bunny! Mr. Peaks! Season 3 Intel is now going to be here, which means we're moving on to audio logs, starting off with the beacon.
So, I've been thinking a bit about the beacon. You know, the thing we've been casually using to move between different areas of the outbreak zone. Well, we don't know what it is, or who built it. Same goes for the funny little vending machines. We think they're safe. Certainly no one's lost anything while using them, but they are something of a peculiarity. They appear to have been cobbled together from machine parts pulled from different time periods in our world. A bit of this from the 50s, a dash of that from the 60s, a sprinkle of something from the 80s. You get the idea. It just doesn't really make sense them being here. Now, I've got a theory, and it is only a theory, that someone or something in the dark ether has sent them here to help us. Not sure. It's definitely something to look into.
I was reviewing Ethereum production reports this morning, and it seems we are running out of storage space. My, the worm has certainly turned for energy research ever since we began operations in the Urals. I have more Ethereum now than I know what to do with, thanks mostly to my harvester units. This embarrassment of riches has allowed us to put several new projects into development, not least of which is Requiem's very own teleporter. Oh, it is not quite ready yet, but I would bet my slide rule that it will surpass the crude portals Dr. Peck slapped together in Vietnam. Then there is the new prototype from the weapons lab. Carver asks about it every day, like a child impatient for Christmas. Patience, Major. You shall have your new wonder weapon soon enough.
I wanted to ask, do you have any doubts about the decisions we've made regarding Agent Maxis?
Doubts? As you know, in the military, doubts rarely do you any good after a decision has already been made.
But does that mean you don't have them?
We all have doubts, Weaver. It's what makes us good at what we do. It's what makes us human. If we didn't have doubts, we might as well just put a tactical computer program in charge of operations.
I'm just worried that our decision to take away the radio she used to talk to the team could render her more unstable.
All the more reason to stick by the decision we made. Regardless of how useful she's been in the past, the last thing we need is instability within our chain of command.
She's done so much for us. We wouldn't even be here if she hadn't risked her life to get us the Project End Station footage.
I know. And I know how close you are to her. The most important thing we can do now is to make sure that she gets better. To make sure that she in no way compromises our mission. Of that, I have zero doubts.
Thank you, Major. I appreciate your perspective. That'll be all.
While a whole lot's been going right for us in the OZ, Field Ops is reporting an increase in dark ether assaults on our strike teams and security patrols. It's almost as if the infected are changing up their tactics. They're starting to ambush our people with heavily armed undead hordes. Well, maybe horde isn't quite the right word. That implies a lack of organization, but the reports I'm seeing refer to specific combinations of enemies. Foot soldiers supporting elites, working together in a coordinated fashion. This all started happening after we took down a few of their high-value targets. I can't help but think they've realized that we're going after their top brass, and now they're out for payback. I don't know. Maybe I'm just overestimating their brain power. I mean, even ants will pull together to defend their queen. But what if I'm right? What if these hordes really are organized death squads? Our little war with the Dark Ether may have just entered a whole new phase. Fuck. Okay, Mac, okay. Just gotta take a breath now and shake off these jitters. Think it through. Fact. Dark Ether hostiles come in different classes, different threat levels. It's why we're calling some specials, some elites, and some Apex level. Fact, we've seen them work together, attacking us with a mix of offensive capabilities. Reminds me of how we outfit platoons with a range of weapons. Riflemen, snipers, heavy gunners. The others roll their eyes when I point this out, but I know a tactical unit when I see one. And then there's what I saw today while I was waiting in the director's office. It was right there on his desk, face up in his inbox, straight from the DNI. Eyes only. You don't just leave that kind of document lying around. Was he testing me? Anyhow, the memo confirms what I've been trying to warn them about. They know there's a top dog on the other side, some kind of entity in charge of the rest. So why aren't we talking about that? Why aren't we making plans to take that damn thing out? Gonna have to play this cool. Act like I didn't see nothing. But I sure as hell did.
Ulrich Vogel, Director of Project End Station, 29th of January, 1945. Well, it is finally done. 2 days ago, we bid farewell to those sent here by the Führer to carry out Operation Boulder. God speed, heroes of the Reich. Unfortunately, the strain proved too much for the cyclotron. Several seals blew on the cooling unit, and radioactive steam contaminated the station. I ordered an evacuation. The entire staff is gone now, on their way to join our forces in retreat. But with the Red Army advancing, I can only hope they got away in time. As for me, I have chosen to remain and monitor the equipment. I must confirm Task Force Balder is in position. Everything now rides on their success. I have no illusions about my chances here. This is Soviet territory now, and when they find me, they will surely kill me. But, in a sense, they are already too late. I, alone, have secured the future of our nation.
It has been a long time, Weaver.
Ravenoff, you've got some balls using this line after what you and Sam did.
We did the right thing. You may not say it out loud, but I know, in your heart, you agree.
If you have intelligence, you contact me, Ravenoff. Maxis is not CIA. She can't help you.
And yet, we achieved what you could not. Dissent and division within Omega itself.
What are you talking about?
The fallout from Operatia Inversia in Omega. People are talking. Staff are scared. Concerned about the KGB's direction. Some believe they have gone too far. I have been contacted by a group of Omega scientists. They wish to defect.
Great. They know where the embassy is in Moscow.
Don't be a Murdoch, Weaver. These are good people. They defect not out of hatred, out of passion. They seek to right Omega's wrongs. These scientists report directly to Valentina and Peck. We both know what that would mean for Requiem. The embassy is a death sentence. You know this. We may as well deliver them straight to Gulag.
Okay. Okay. Let me run it upstairs. I'll be in touch. Oh, and Ravenoff, don't ever call me on Sam's line again. Ravenoff, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. What news from upstairs?
We have a green light.
Хорошо, новости. Good news, indeed. I knew you would see things my way.
Here's the deal. First, I need names, ranks, ages, breakdowns on all the defectors, and their roles.
You will have it. Next?
Next, the scientists have to travel to the Ural Mountains. We'll use my strike team for evac while they're in the OZ.
It will be done. When the scientists are in position, I will contact you to provide extraction.
One more thing. We do this. We do it my way. You work with me. No more of this behind my back bullshit. Understood?
Da, Weaver. You are the boss.
Damn straight.
Хорошо, comrade. That is the spirit. I will be in touch when the time is right.
It may seem like our work in the Ural Mountains has just gotten started, but Langley already considers Operation Threshold a massive success. They said an ongoing operation in the heart of the Soviet Union was impossible. The logistics alone, getting equipment and personnel in and out, was enough of a challenge. But we got creative with the rockets, satellites, cargo drops. We even developed a way to refuel Raptor 1 mid-flight. A lot of dedicated people made this happen. Then, there's the risk of triggering World War III. Fortunately, both sides have a vested interest in keeping these outbreaks from the public. So anything short of a full-scale battle with Soviet forces can remain our little secret. Just be careful out there. What you've accomplished so far has enabled us to significantly catch up with Omega's Ethereum research. We haven't quite closed the gap yet, but I know you won't quit until we're ahead.
I thought you'd like to know that our rocket retrieval crew in the North Atlantic have just recovered their 100th payload of Ethereum collected in the Urals. Quite a milestone. Success was far from assured when Operation Threshold was still on the drawing board. Oh, I knew my Ethereum harvesters would function as designed. The hard part was bringing them back home, where we could put it to good use. And we are putting it to very good use. My essence conversion modules, on the other hand, require more direct participation from you. The creatures must be lured close and liberated of their essence. It is a rather visceral process, and the subsequent conversion of essence into objects can only be done within the outbreak zone. A dangerous endeavor, yes. But Major Carver assures me you are up to the task. I suppose this is my way of saying we could not have gotten this far without you. No matter what technology we may employ, you are Requiem's most valuable asset. Bravo.
Well, we certainly do live in strange times, don't we? First off, I wanted to thank you personally for your work on the Recon rover missions. The lessons we're learning are going to prove invaluable as we move forward. As you no doubt witnessed firsthand, the specimens on board the rover were physically transformed after they passed into the dark ether. We're trying to ascertain if this process is similar to what we saw with the creature we dubbed the Mimic, but we're just not sure. Or were the specimens actually replaced by other objects from the dark ether? If so, does that mean there are now little monkeys lost in there? Either way, it's a horrible thought. The rover did manage to transmit some audio and video recordings during its mission. I really don't even want to get into that right now. Our working theory is that Ethereum functions in the other dimension like oxygen does in our own. That would explain why the infected can't move beyond the outbreak zone. If they did, they just wouldn't be able to survive, like a fish out of water. Last thing, do let us know if you start to experience any strange symptoms or feel that you yourselves are, changing in any way. I honestly wouldn't want you to go through anything like whatever the poor monkeys did. Bless their little furry socks.
Carver here. If there's one thing I've learned from Operation Threshold, is that you know how to take down the biggest and baddest the Dark Ether has to offer. And hunting those HVTs has yielded good information for the lab coats and number crunchers. But my mind's been on the big open question hanging over it all. If these SOBs do have a pecking order, and there's any rhyme or reason to their attacks, then that suggests some sort of command structure. I mean, we see the HVTs call in reinforcements. We see them work together like undead platoons. So who's calling the shots over there? Who or what is their commander-in-chief? I want you to help me find out, Strike Team. My fellow experts over here don't want to hear it when I tell them these things operate like an army. What I haven't told them about yet is the document I saw on the director's desk. The folks above my pay grade know there's gotta be a hierarchy. They're just not ready to call it out yet. So find me something they can't ignore. Some intel, some evidence. Help me figure out who's in charge on the other side. And then we'll paint a big, fat target on them.
The documents go as follows. Extraction Rocket Blueprint. CIA MGM 134Z Extraction Rocket Designation ECM EXT1 Office of Requiem DSNT. Note 1. Irrespective of the actions of my countrymen, I did sincerely hope my work would lead to a different world, a better world. So why does it always come down to rockets and bombs? Note 2. Adapted from XMGM-134A Midgetman Prototype. Dreadful name. Fastest, safest way to extract Ethereum samples. Overland transport from the USSR out of the question. Approved to Oscar Strauss. Date 4/17/84. Dark Ether Object Report. Dark Ether Object Summary Report, 29 September 1984. 1. Definition. Dark Ether Object DAO is any object transmuted out of pure essence. These objects may be of any state of matter but are created from dark ethereal essence. A DAO can come into existence through 3 methods: creation, manipulation, and impersonation. 2. Creation. Creation refers to a DAO manufactured directly from essence, the bioenergy that animates all dark ether species. Using energy research's essence conversion modules, we can siphon the essence from biological creatures and convert it into an object. Example, essence collected from an infected can be converted into the symbol monkey explosive device. 3. Manipulation. Manipulation refers to a DAO created when essence interacts with an existing object and transmutes it. We've encountered this phenomenon with the Dark Ether Recon rover's simian species, where they will return altered, for example, in the form of sandbags or an apple crate. 4. Impersonation. Impersonation refers to a DAO created by the Dark Ether itself, or by the Dark Ether species classified as mimic. This predator can temporarily transform itself into a DAO to lure unsuspecting prey into its grasp. In this instance, the mimic is altering its own essence to deceive those around it. It is unknown if this ability is restricted to the mimic or if other creatures can also manipulate their own biochemistry for camouflage. 5. Methodology. Currently, energy research has no control over which Dark Ether object will be created or manipulated. However, it has been observed that the essence only generates objects it has previously encountered. Thus far, the only objects generated are other objects found within the outbreak zones. As the Dark Ether expands into our world, it is able to add new objects to its genetic memory. Crate Memo. Memorandum for Dr. Gray from Weaver, subject Dark Ether crates. Per your request, I've compiled a summary of all known Dark Ether crates my strike team has currently encountered during their operations in the Ural outbreak zone. Currently, there are 3 classifications. 1. Standard. This refers to the crates found placed throughout the various regions of the outbreak zone. These crates contain munitions, equipment, and salvage. They come in 3 sizes, seemingly correlating directly to the quality of its resources. Small, poor, large, high. They represent the most common of the 3 classifications. 2. Portal. Portal crates fall from the Dark Ether through sky breaches. Unlike the standard classification, these crates are initially sealed. When our strike team interacts with them, hostiles swarm their location. Once all threats have been eliminated, the crate is unlocked and provides resources of a higher quality than anything found in a standard crate. It seems the reward is directly tied to strike team's survival. Once they demonstrate they are superior to their adversaries, they earn their reward. 3. Dragon. Easily the most unusual, the Dragon crate comes from the Dragon rocket module, a Dark Ether construct that collects essence from infected subjects. The strike team must kill undead targets in the proximity of the module for the essence to be collected. After a predetermined period, the module returns to the Dark Ether, leaving behind a crate. Unlike the portal classification, the quality of this crate is dependent on the volume of essence provided. All 3 classifications seem to support your theory. Someone in the Dark Ether is trying to help us. Sometimes the method is unorthodox, collecting essence trial by combat. But the end result equips our strike team with the tools necessary to survive. The who, how, and why remain a mystery, but there's some comfort knowing there's someone over there that may be on our side, for now at least. ECM Blueprint, CIA SMS 171R Essence Conversion Module, Designation ECM Conversion, or Conv, Office of Requiem DSNT. Note 1, the modules have proven effective at siphoning essence from infected specimens, provided Weaver's strike team does their part. Note 2, how essence conversion can create so many different objects is one of many unanswered questions. We must discover the key to controlling this process. S. Approved Oscar Strauss, date 4/28/84. Investigation request. Memorandum for the director from Strauss, subject missing Axis scientist. As you know, I am not a sentimental man, but lately I find myself thinking about the waning days of World War II and how I made it my business to surrender to American forces. The alternative, captured by the Red Army, was too terrible to contemplate. Happily, I ended up among the Axis scholars and scientists brought here by Operation Paperclip. Not everyone shared my good fortune. I cannot help but wonder about all my former colleagues presumed captured and killed by the Soviets. With no definitive record of their fate, the possibility remains that even now they toil in Soviet laboratories, representing a real and present danger that must be quantified. If our side got moon landings, ICBMs, and Ethereum weapons from Paperclip scientists, what might the USSR be extracting from their Axis scholars? Specifically, what became of those who oversaw Germany's Wunderwaffen programs? I personally knew scientists developing the Sonnengewehr orbital solar weapon, the Haunebu flying saucer aircraft, and the anti-gravity generator known as Die Glock. All went missing in 1945, as did their immediate families. I picture them working for Omega Group now, their loved ones held hostage. I also wonder about German expeditions to find more exotic weapons and sources of power. The SS Ahnenerbe unit scoured the globe for the likes of Thor's hammer, the Holy Grail, and Atlantis itself. Fantastical, yes, but what if the scholars they forced to help them actually found something usable? Most of all, I wonder about Dr. Ulrich Vogel, my supervisor at Project N Station. In a sense, he started our war against the Dark Ether. What became of him, not to mention his wife and daughter? I therefore formally request the allocation of Requiem and CIA resources to officially investigate and verify the fate of these former Axis scientists and research experts. If they're still alive and represent a threat, we must know and prepare for it. I look forward to your reply. Oscar Strauss, lead energy research. Denied. Scheisse, I knew I shouldn't have mentioned Atlantis. Zykov assessment. Sergeant Kazimir Zykov summary and assessment, 10th October 1984. Summary. Sergeant Kazimir Zykov was a mechanic in the Soviet First Guards Tank Army. In February 1945, when the Soviets discovered Project N Station, Sergeant Zykov was ordered to deactivate the particle accelerator. He was sealed inside and presumed dead. That changed last month when he identified himself to Requiem Strike Team as the individual communicating through the Dark Ether computer device. As requested, Requiem's senior staff have provided statements and recommendations on how to proceed with future Zykov interactions. SOO Weaver. We have confirmed Sergeant Zykov is the same individual who spoke to our team at Project N Station and Outpost 25. If Dr. Gray's theory is correct, which I suspect it is, then Zykov's role in my team's survival has been critical. As to his motives, I am less certain and have concerns. I have recommended my team continue communications, but to exercise caution and report all contacts. Dr. Gray. Wherever our strike team deploys, they encounter numerous machines, crafting stations, and utility crates that have facilitated their survival. Beverages with physiologically altering effects, a kiln of sorts that fortifies their weapons' integrity, and a computer that awarded prizes. All evidence points to Zykov as our mysterious benefactor. It seems he does intend to help us, but to what end remains the question. We need to identify his intentions. Dr. Strauss, I would strongly urge we tread carefully. Let us assume he is Zykov. That would mean, due to temporal dilation, he has spent an incalculable amount of time in the Dark Ether. As a result, his exposure to Ethereum would be greater than any other living human. From a research perspective, the opportunity to study such an individual is indeed tantalizing. What could be learned about how the human body interacts with Ethereum would be unprecedented. My only concern is, how do we know it even is Zykov at all? Major Carver. I'm of two minds on Zykov. First, he's telling the truth. If that's the case, he represents an asset we cannot possibly ignore. The breadth of knowledge he would possess on the Dark Ether and the threat he poses has no comparison. Alternatively, he's lying. We've seen that what this dimension does to people trapped in there for a few days. Hell, we've seen what happens after a few hours. You think he walks out of there after 40 years clean as a whistle? Not a chance in hell. Right now, we need to hunker down and listen to what he has to say. It's our best and only option at this juncture. Power nodes report. Ethereum processors. Summary report. 6th October 1984. 1. Definition. Ethereum processors, also known as dark ether crystal power nodes or dimensional power nodes, are crystalline structures that generate concentrated levels of Ethereum, terraforming a landscape to emulate the biomes of the dark ether. 2. Formation. Ethereum processors are seeded by the dark ether species classified as Tempest. The Tempest removes a crystal shard from itself and plants it at a location ripe with dimensional fertility. A dark ether tear is then opened where primordial Ethereum provides the sustenance needed to mature the crystal to its proper size. Once it has reached maturity, an ethereal beam is projected from the dark ether to provide a power boost. 3. Process. Using the power from the energy beam, the crystal begins to release Ethereum particles into the air, beginning the terraforming process. 4. Purpose. Samples taken from these regions show remarkable similarities to the more volatile areas of the dark ether, supporting the hypothesis that its purpose is to transform the biome to match that of the other reality. 5. Effect. Requiem teams have reported blurred vision, hallucinations, nausea, headaches, and impaired movement when in the vicinity of Ethereum processors. This is unsurprising given that the air they're breathing is no longer purely oxygen. 6. Impact. In smaller numbers, Ethereum processors can be dealt with easily by an efficient Requiem strike team. However, if outbreak zones continue to manifest around the globe and more Ethereum processors appear, we are looking at a potentially global terraforming event that would permanently transform the planet. J Cipher. For your eyes only, am I crystal clear? Let me get over to that page. The J Cipher is a Porta cipher, keys crystal clear, solved by Scotto AC. It reads, Elizabeth, there's a new directive coming, and I wanted you to hear it from me first. Perhaps it will spare you the initial shock when you are informed in person. There's a new project in development that will require a great deal of our Ethereum reserves. Unfortunately, this means that some of your research will be put on hold indefinitely. You are not the only one affected by this. I have been informed that half of all future Ethereum harvests recovered from my extraction rockets will also be diverted to this project. Now I want to leave you with a question. Be very careful who you mention this to. What do you know about Project Janus? And the artifacts. We have the energy mine canister. Woo, it's energy mine. One of several interchangeable canisters for the wand weapon. Manipulates Ethereum to create an energy blast that detonates on enemy proximity. Essence explosive. We blow stuff off with this. Whoa. A powerful breaching device used by Requiem to clear obstructions and destroy Ethereum power nodes. Requiem patch. It's just a Requiem patch, but it's bloody. Shoulder patch worn by Requiem's elite strike team. Aether Shroud canister. Blink. One of several interchangeable canisters for the wand weapon manipulates Ethereum to temporarily phase the user into the dark ether, rendering them invisible to the infected. Transformed apple crate. I don't know how this transformed. Let's read. Believe it or not, this was once one of Gray's test monkeys. There we go. Beacon device component. This is how we teleport. Woo. But you shoot it normally, right? Just go as far as you can. The topmost component of a destroyed beacon device, believed to be the critical component that allows the strike team to travel between regions in the Ural Mountains. That's all cool and everything, but we're on to the Omega Intel, specifically the audio logs.
Just a moment. 22nd of July, 1984. Commencing a meeting. Valentina, sit, please.
You said you wanted to see me?
Doctor, how do you find my leadership techniques?
Efficient. Effective. You produce results.
And you would agree that should be our goal, huh? To produce results, above all else.
Of course, Colonel. What is this about?
It occurred to me, you have said very little about my commandeering of Operatia Inversia.
Sir?
Come now. It was your project. Until I swooped in and snatched it from you. You must be upset. Angry.
I am, above all else, loyal to Omega. While it is true you have adjusted its parameters, If you believe it is the correct course of action, you have my full support.
I already had that. Give me your honesty. You must have questions. Speak freely.
Where did I fail? When I brought it to the committee, they seemed impressed. Did my targets present too great a risk? Was my plan too ambitious?
Too ambitious. You were not ambitious enough. But that is not a failing of yours. There is much you do not know. My intelligence tells me there is something out there. It is watching our world, looking for a way in. If it finds one, we must be ready. Rest assured, the West will be ours. But first, we must face the wolf at the door.
As always, I follow your orders. I am committed to our cause. We were the first.
And we are the last. Very good. Without you, my Operation Inversia would not exist.
Always happy to build a solid foundation, Colonel.
This better be good. Come back, kid.
If it is not Gorev, at the very least it will be amusing.
Funny. Come over here. Hold this retractor. Almost. Got it. Here, look at this.
An Omega ID badge?
Lieutenant Kazakov, Omega Armored Division at Outpost 25.
He escorted the Ethernauts in one of your tank suits, yes. I saw the blueprint. What is your point?
I am confused as well. We have seen this before. We lose men in dark ether, they come back with bad skin rash. This Krasny soldat is no different than others we have seen transformed by Ethereum.
Ah, see, that's what I thought as well. You're half right.
I have never been half anything, Peck.
Okay. Now just a sec. This is one of our men, and the armor is very similar, but it is not the same. Look at the color, the design. This isn't my work.
He came back with it.
And as far as I know, Ethereum crystals rot your brain. They can't give your car a new coat of paint. Someone's upgrading them. Over there.
We keep this between us for now. The Colonel has developed fiery new ideas. I do not wish to add more kindling. Understood? Good. Peck, see that this thing is destroyed.
Peck, personal log, September 3rd, 1984, 2:35 a.m. The witching hour approaches. Cheers. It's been nearly 2 months since my arrival. Work on the inversion warheads proceeds as planned. Operations continue to run smoothly, but... oh, damn it all. You're right, Peck. You're always right. Wait, that's not what this is about. Look, too many sleepless nights. Maybe it's too much time down here in the deep, in the darkness. I could go to the surface, but there are things up there science just can't explain. The demonic echoes that keep tormenting my staff. An ethereal orb that, I don't know, it cries out with the laughter of children. It's enough to drive a man insane. Not that I'm insane. No, I'm holding it together. Nothing to worry about here. Old noggin's good. But we keep trying to bend this reality to work for us. We mine and pilfer for resources to build our weapons and warheads. We really have no clue what we're dealing with, do we? I mean, 1 second this place is trying to kill you. The next it's dropping treasure chests out of the sky. My crazy, or are we vastly underestimating the powers in play? I found one of those computers from the Dark Ether. Omega studied them, but they don't have much to show for it. But I've spoken to someone on the other side. I haven't told the others. Need to be careful. Keep my cards close to my chest. After all, knowledge is power.
16th of August, 1984. Personal log. He visited me again tonight. As I slept, he appeared before me. He is but a shadow to me, so close yet so far. He told me to have faith. I must stay the course. There were recent developments last month that were unanticipated. He assured me that all was not lost. His plan, our plan, is still on schedule. He had new instructions for me. I will see that they are completed. We will be reunited. We will rise again. Our destiny is all but assured.
Hello, Peg. It seems like you're finally settling in. Back in groove, as it were.
Yeah. Well, the groove used to have 20/20 vision.
You Americans are so soft and spoiled. Life is full of pain, Peg. After my father died, my uncle took me in. He was cruel, did not believe women should have education, made me work in his factory. So what did I do? Every night I snuck into the library and I read biochemistry, microbiology, physics. At 16, I was accepted at university. If I can survive childhood, you can survive little eye problem.
Valentina, I had no idea. How did you convince your uncle to let you go to school?
Convince him? When he found out, he tried to imprison me in the basement, so I slit his throat.
Of course. Let me assure you, we're making excellent progress. Harnessing those crystalline creatures has certainly sped up development.
Is that so? I trust you are taking appropriate security measures.
Hey now, I only lost my eye, not my attention to detail.
Is that supposed to be a joke?
I thought so.
Just send me a report on your latest security protocols. And that facility blueprint I asked for.
Yeah, sure. Come back, kid. One of my birds said you were looking for me. You're goddamn right I was. I need your security teams to prioritize these fucking things. I lost 3 scientists this week. Oh, slow down, William. Take breath. You'll sound like my son when he breaks toy. Now, tell me what has happened, but in calm, rational voice, like adult man. Look, infected I can handle. Undead dogs, sure. Crystalline men, no problem. But these damn demon echoes? I have heard of this creature. It can summon friends to its position, loud scream made of fire. Yeah. Well, one got the jump on Dr. Leonov while he was taking a leak. You ever see that? It summoned a dozen friends while you're in the John? Custodial spent 2 days cleaning up what was left of him. What are you asking for, Doctor? What can I do to make you happy, man? Just have your men do sweeps for these echoes. The Colonel has accelerated our delivery schedule for the warheads. We cannot afford any more delays. I am growing concerned, Zol.
His behavior since coming here has been erratic.
Peck has always had his quirks, you know this.
Yes, but he is more skittish than usual. He is talking to himself. He spends all day and night in that silo.
Do you suspect Ethereum exposure?
It is hard to say. He has developed new obsession. You have seen Strange Computer, yes?
Exoscience disassembled one. We are struggling to make sense of it. Its mechanisms are complex.
Our American friend talks to it.
I have heard of others who do this. It is like moth and flame. They are drawn to it, but do not know why.
Apparently, it talks back to Peck.
Does the Colonel know this?
Yet, I was going to draft report.
Hold for now. Give me a few days. Let me investigate.
Saves me paperwork. I have little interest in chasing ghosts.
I believe that's all for the radio transmission / audio logs for Omega in Season 3. Let's go into the documents. Boost Module Report. Progress Report. Ural Mountains Breach Boost Module Installation. As our operations continue to grow in the Ural Mountains Breach, it has been brought to my attention that our team's mobility around the regions is greatly restricted. While convoys and security escorts are possible, delays and uncertainties with time-sensitive deliveries have rendered the more traditional transportation methods inefficient. As a result, we decided to explore more creative solutions. After all, if we are meant to be at the forefront of science, our technology should not be as unreliable or frustrating as waiting for Trolleybus B at the Red Square. Normally, we might consider teleportation, but due to phasic interference and the region's dimensional instability, Dr. Peck does not recommend teleporter use at this time. This has led to an unconventional solution, the installation of the boost modules. Using the design blueprints recovered from Outpost 25, these have been assembled and deployed at strategic placements around the outbreak zone. Unfortunately, the design for the landing pads was lost with Outpost 25. As such, we recommend all personnel equip themselves with a parachute before use, as it dramatically improves the likelihood of survival. 28% fatality rate with parachute versus 95% without. Dr. Sokolov is a lucky man. In the 2 weeks since their installation was completed, work efficiency is up 60% due to time saved on travel. While the fatality rate is close to 30%, it is an improvement over the 38.7% we were expecting with standard transport. Also, most recent fatalities have been the result of user error, not machine failure. If anything, we have improved transportation and natural selection. Gorev, Spetsgrupa Omega. Phase Report. Progress Report, Ural Mountains Breach, Phasic Threat Assessment. Colonel, in response to your concerns about the phase, I dispatched 2 survey teams to study the phenomena. As with Outpost 25's outbreak, this phasic energy barrier has proven quite lethal, with a significant impact on our operations. You have seen the reports of soldiers trapped inside, driven to insanity, violence, and ultimately death. Even in the case of my own survey teams, 2 men were lost. For those who did return, they have posited some illuminating theories. Firstly, the phase is not simply a perimeter wall. It represents a deadly no-man's land connecting the many regions of the outbreak zone. As one of my officers put it, imagine the outbreak zone were an ocean, with each region representing islands. The phase is the water surrounding and linking them all. Take that for what you will. Second, the phase is being maintained by crystalline structures, Ethereum processors. These structures pump large quantities of Ethereum into the environment, chemically altering the oxygen along with other elements in the area. This is the reason why our men cannot survive inside the phase. The environmental conditions have been rendered uninhabitable. Dr. Peck believes the phase is terraforming in action. The Dark Ether's attempt to make our own world hospitable for its own kind. Our final observation as the survey team was studying the barrier in Ruka. They observed the phase wall grow approximately 100 micrometers. It seems, however slowly, the phase is expanding. We will continue to monitor. Gorov Spetsgrupa Omega. Krasny Soldat Blueprint. Red Soldier Mechanized Armor. Weapons Development. Created in response to multiple incident reports, the Red Soldier Mechanized Armor is designed so its operator can provide protection from Aethernaut mining teams, or for Aethernaut mining teams operating in the Dark Ether. Outpost 25 will provide as the proving grounds for the armor. If initial tests prove successful, Omega plans to expand the use of the armor in other outbreak zones and operations. 14th March 1984, name removed Dr. William Peck. Valentina diary entry, 22 July 84. Another meeting with Kravchenko today. More insight into his new proposal. It would seem our vision for Operatia Inversia is no more, and that his new plan may threaten that which we have worked so hard to achieve. It is no matter. I must remain resolute. All is not lost yet. So many years he has waited so long for this day. But he can keep waiting just a little bit longer. There's no reason to rush, no need to provoke the bear. I must only find the opportunity to prevent the discovery. Perhaps the captain could be useful after all, to derail their plan. I must stay focused, stay committed. I've dedicated everything to aid his struggle. I must wait for him to give me the signal. When the time is right, I will know. After all these years, after all my loyalty, after all I've sacrificed, he owes me that much. Valentina. Operatia Inversia Proposal. R. This may be of interest to your Requiem friends. R.E. Operatia Inversia. Author Dr. Alexandra Valentina. Background. 16th August 1983. Operation Undertaker is given formal approval to be carried out by Special Operations Group Omega. Begin Phase 1. 1st November. Operation Undertaker is completed under the orders of Dr. Alexandra Valentina. Outbreak zones begin to open around the world. At this point, there is no way to control where or when a dimensional breach can occur. Phase 1 is complete. 9th November. Approval is given for Operation Inversion to be carried out by Special Operations Group Omega. Begin Phase 2. 11th November. Construction begins on Outpost 25 in Vietnam. The facility is overseen by Dr. William Peck and is used to conduct Omega's first attempt to create their own portal to the Dark Ether. 8th January 1984. Dr. William Peck and Dr. Dmitry Kukle open a dimensional portal to the Dark Ether. It the first successful controlled breach. 14th March. 5 additional test sites are open. 4 of these sites successfully create their own breach. Is Special Operations Group Omega can now control where and when a dimensional breach will occur with nearly 70% accuracy. Phase 2 is complete. 2nd April. Work begins on weaponizing the process. A missile battery in the Ural Mountains is identified as a candidate. Begin Phase 3. 11th May, canvassing for potential targets is complete. Mission status, Phase 3. Given Special Operations Group Omega's ability to generate its own Dark Ether portal, it stands to reason that if weaponized, it would provide the USSR with a tactical advantage over the West. When an inversion warhead reaches its target, it can generate a dimensional breach as large as 500 meters, which in turn can create an outbreak zone measuring more than 800 kilometers. The committee has selected 2 targets, Washington, D.C. and Manhattan, New York. I am told the Colonel wishes to make a few modifications. I'm eager to see what improvements he will make. Dr. Alexandra Valentina, Psychotronics Research Lead, Omega Group. Ethereum Warhead Blueprint. Reality Inversion Warhead, Psychotronics Research Omega, Exoscientific Phenomena Omega. The Reality Inversion Warhead is designed to redacted. Its true purpose remains to target redacted. 14th July 1984, redacted. R Cipher. I'm going to pull up the cipher page again. This is a 4-square cipher. Keys, Strauss and Carver. Solved by Scott OAC. Colonel, this threat is real. The entity hides in the darkest depths of the Dark Ether. It is waiting for its moment to enter our world and to consume it as it has its own. That is why it seeks to manipulate us, because only we can let it in. Unless we can stop it, will be our end. I will reach out later. Requiem will have noticed my absence by now. Artifacts. Mangler Cannon. It's pretty cool. Oh, get it off. That's gruesome a little. The fearsome arm cannon recovered from a fallen enemy known as the Mangler. Peck's ID badge. F this guy, right? That's what we say. Peck's official Omega Group ID. He hates the photo. Boost module monitor. Woo. Make sure the settings are calibrated or you're in for a rough landing. Tempest head. What that mouth do? The severed head from the Dark Ether species known as Tempest. ICBM launch key. One of the Reality Inversion Warhead launch keys. The fate of the world quite literally in your hand. Modified Essence Trap. If you're trying to trap a monkey, you need the right bait. Maxis Intel is now up next.
Hello, Elizabeth.
How did you know it was me?
I don't know what Strauss and Carver get up to in their personal lives, but as far as I know, you're the only one who wears heels.
How you doing, Sam? Have any more memories come back?
About my time in the Dark Ether. Only what you already know. It's mostly a blur. Scavenging supplies by day, fighting for my life by night. Not that it matters. It's always dark over there.
I am sorry, I really, really am. Have I said that before? If I didn't, I really meant to.
If you're here to ask me if I was the one who made all this happen, the answer is no. I didn't make the outbreak zones.
But it almost sounded like you had some control over the creatures at Outpost 25.
I may have helped open the door, but that doesn't mean I was in control.
How can you be sure if you don't really remember?
I'm no stranger to memory loss. My childhood is almost a complete blank. But that doesn't mean I don't know who I am and what I've done.
You really don't remember anything prior to the orphanage? Who looked after you? Before? After?
Be careful, Lizzie. You shouldn't expect anyone to look after you. Only you can do that.
I'm gonna go now, if that's okay.
Of course. This is the only way.
Hello, Sam.
Hello, Weaver.
I was hoping we could talk about yesterday.
What happened yesterday?
You don't remember?
It's hard to keep things straight in my mind. Especially with the cocktail of drugs you're giving me. Every day.
It's for your own good, Sam. We just want to help. Your outbursts are a cause for concern. You must understand that. The nurse was only trying to do his job.
Broken noses will heal. Besides, the medications don't help. They don't stop the dreams.
What dreams?
What do I dream of? I keep dreaming that I'm in the field. Fighting for something. Over and over again.
Sam, you understand that I can't let that happen. Not yet.
Do you think there's something wrong with me? Is there something wrong with me?
Get some rest, Sam. It's important that you feel better. Sam?
Yes.
There's someone I'd like you to meet. Someone I think might help you feel better.
I am in a white, sterile room, Weaver. I'm not sure who or what you think is going to make me feel better. I've already met Gray, Strauss, and Carver. Who's next?
I thought you might appreciate making a new friend. Someone who won't ask you any more questions. Someone who doesn't want anything other than to make you happy.
Seriously? He's not exactly fluffy, is he?
She's a she. I get that the short hair and large build doesn't look too cuddly, but I thought her being here might be good for you.
Hello,
Some
the dog.
companionship while you recover. Dogs can be very comforting. They're empathetic. They pick up on your emotions. They feel what you feel.
So you brought me a Rottweiler.
Yes, I brought you a Rottweiler. She's not dangerous.
Good girl.
She would never hurt anyone.
Why are you saying this?
Because I trust you, Sam. And I need you to know that.
You don't think I'm dangerous?
I want you to work out who you are for yourself. But maybe you should start keeping a diary, just to get down your thoughts.
What makes you think I haven't been doing that already?
Take care of yourself, Sam. And the dog. We'll talk soon.
I wish I was there with you. In the Ural Mountains. Fighting back. Trying to make sure we don't lose ourselves completely. But no. I am here. Not where I should be. Not where I want to be. You won't even hear me. They took my radio. I am isolated. Alone. No. Not alone. I do have a friend. Someone who cares about me. But I don't even know her name. You are doing the right thing. That's what matters. What you do matters. We will catch up. We have to believe that. Despite what Omega are, I know there are good Russians out there. None of us should be defined by our nationality, our race, our gender. Ravenov is someone we can trust. I think I know a way to get in contact with him. He can help us. He can help me. We can do this. Together.
No more radio transmissions in Season 3, so documents it is. Arrival. Raptor 1 brought the subject to Requiem HQ for processing and debriefing. She was clearly shaken by her ordeal in the Dark Ether, but otherwise in good spirits. I'm looking forward to speaking to her in person, even if I am a bit nervous and intimidated. Picture of Samantha Maxis there. Maxis Progress Report. Agent Samantha Maxis Progress Report. 29th September 1984. I should probably turn down the volume for you guys. Subject appears calmer in recent days. Certainly the violent outbursts displayed towards medical staff have abated since the arrival of the canine companion. For obvious reasons related to the dog, walks around the grounds are now permitted twice daily. That said, it is imperative that the subject feels that she has some degree of freedom and autonomy, even if such benefits are occurring only under covert supervision. Concerns still remain regarding the subject's honesty relating her experiences within the Dark Ether. It remains unclear which memories are being repressed versus which are being withheld. I have begun to strike up something of an informal friendship with the subject, one which I hope proves more fruitful than the more direct interviews with Requiem staff. Dr. Elizabeth Gray, Lead Unnatural Sciences. Quarantine Diary 1. Official Diary Entry Number 1. I'm writing it down not because I don't know what happened, but so that others will. My name is Maxis Samantha Maxis. If you're reading this, Weaver and I know you feel the same guilt I do about the boy. I promised I would keep him safe, but we both failed him. The last thing I expected was for you to move as quickly as you did. The operation should never have happened. If I had known the steps you would take, I would not have told you the location. The house was supposed to be safe. We both felt the guilt, but I will always blame myself more than you. Quarantine Diary 2. Diary entry number 2. I'm not disappointed, I'm just angry. After everything I've done, you still don't trust me. I have been damned before, and I wouldn't wish that upon anyone else. Do you even remember when we first met? Sometimes I do, but other times it seems more like a dream. All I know for sure is that it was a war zone, one that I feared I'd never be able to escape. In some ways, I'm glad you didn't clear me for field ops. Yes, I know it was you, because I don't ever want to go back. Artifacts. Maxis's katana. This isn't really Maxis's katana, is it? A grim souvenir from Maxis's time spent trapped in the Dark Ether. Very well used. Maxis's scarf. This isn't Maxis's scarf either. a useful accessory to keep from whiffing plaguehound gas. Maxis' goggles. These aren't her goggles either. Worn while Maxis was trapped in the dark ether, a useful accessory for keeping Ethereum particles out of the eyes. Maxis' watch. I don't think this is Maxis' watch either. They say time has no meaning in the dark ether, but Maxis still kept track of time with it. Beacon listening device. Maxis' clever workaround to contact the strike team without Requiem listening in. Microfilm slides. Used by Ravenov to convey reconnaissance photos and blueprints from Operatia Inversia. Dark Aether intel, and then we're done.
Patrick Fedorov, Freighter, Omega Group. Why do I still call myself that? Why do I even keep making these reports? I lost track how long I've been here. Surely, it's been years. There used to be more people here. Lost, like me. So many are gone now. Food for the dragon. Yes, a dragon. But it's also a rocket ship. Don't even try to make sense of these things anymore. What I know for sure is the dragon must be fed. It demands sustenance. And then it delivers this banquet of souls to the One. I do not like to even speak of the One, but his shadow falls over us all. And we must pay tribute. At first, we sacrificed the weak. Strangers, friends, it did not matter, but then, we who still remained began hunting each other. I have to go. It is hungry again. I have to go. Fedorov, Freighter, Omega. Still here. Still recording. When I first arrived, many things frightened me. I would not admit this, of course. I was Spetsnaz. We feared nothing. But still, anyone who has had to fight and kill a comrade, who died a week before, and then tells you they felt no fear. Yarunda. What would disturb me most in those early days was the ball of light that sounds like children laughing. What was it? What was it made from? The souls of dead children? Did it consume children? Did it use their laughter as a lure? None of the possibilities were good. Bushboy, he disturbed me. But, you know, I stopped seeing it after a while. I began to think I just dreamed it up. And then, just yesterday, there it was, giggling. And I found I was not scared anymore. I was just sad. I will never again hear that sound for real. I will never have children of my own. I will never, ever know such innocence again. And now I have my answer. I know what the orb is made of. It's made of heartbreak. It is made of loss. Fedorov, Freighter, this may be my last recording. I've not felt like myself in a very long time. I know that change is upon me. I've seen it in too many others. I do not
recognize it in myself. Yeah, it began with mouth tasting like battery. Then my skin turned bluish. It started to crack. At first, I shot flakes of skin, and then I noticed the flakes, they were made of crystal. I know what I am becoming. The one has chosen me. He's making me into one of his soldiers. Crystals, they call to me now. I tried to stay away, but the more I change, the more I need them. I was always there, in spirit, in your heart. I must be content with that, for you are no longer my child. You stand upon your own achievements now. Never forget me, and never forget how proud I am of you. My greatest work, my gift to the world.
Tell me what you have done for me.
My friend, though we have never met, you and I, we have been through the fire together. You won my respect and my trust. So it is only right I tell you who I am. My name is Kazimir Zykov. I was a sergeant in the Soviet 1st Guards Tank Army. Long, long ago. We were in Poland, driving the Nazi scum back to Berlin. That is how I ended up where this all began. We found Project In Station almost by accident. And you know what waited in that place. When Moscow sent a Chekist to bury the problem, it fell to me to do the digging. I will tell you the whole story one day. But what matters now is that, just like you, I accepted a mission no one must ever learn of, knowing it would probably get me killed. And, like me,
You shoulder your duty without complaining. So let us help each other complete this mission. We can survive this. Together. Back in the Great Patriotic War, mine was among the Red Army units that crippled the Nazi war machine on the Eastern Front. Then we chased the bastards out of the motherland and across Europe. I was a mechanic. I kept our tanks running. No easy task when every day we advanced, and getting new parts from Moscow was almost impossible. So, I took parts from the Tigers and Panzers we destroyed, adapting them for our T-34s. I got very familiar with German machinery. This would prove to be my downfall. Colonel named Lazarev, from what you now call KGB, was sent to contain the evil we uncovered at the end station. He ordered me to go in there alone, because I had the best chance of understanding and shutting down that infernal machine. And then Lazarev ordered me sealed inside. I understood what was asked of me. I would never see my wife and daughter again. Still, I saluted and I did my best. This was for my family, my country, for a better future. Even now, if asked again, I would still say yes. So, you are wondering how a tank mechanic from the war survived for decades, trapped in, what do you call it, the dark ether. I often ask myself the same thing. The answers are many. Some I have already given you in my journal. The fort I built, the weapons I found, the machines I restored, and of course, my dog, Cinder. But mostly I was lucky. The rest is because I am Russian. It is in our nature to endure. But I never lost my desire to escape, to come home, to learn what became of my family. As you saw in my journal, I have been able to visit for brief periods, almost like a ghost. But always I am pulled back here. I do not know why I am tethered to this place. I see your people cross back and forth freely, and I burn with envy. There must be a way for me to one day do the same. For now, I will share more of my journal with you. There are things in it you should know, for both our sakes. Oh, my friend, I am so happy to speak to you like this. For so long, I feared I would never again find a worthy ally. I also hope someday soon you can tell me about how the world has changed. I have caught glimpses now and then. Glass towers, cars everywhere, passenger planes filling the skies. I tried my best to stay current, especially when I crafted this machine, this computer. We did not have those during the war. But there have also been many changes over here since I arrived. And none of them good. That is why I had to contact you. To warn you. The threat at your doorstep is even greater than you know. We have much to do, you and I. Sometimes I watch you salvage scraps and take them to the crafting table. I see you transform useless garbage into weapons and You remind me of me. I have watched you for some time now. I spent countless days preparing to communicate even before my first message at the end station. That was a great moment. The culmination of years of work. Gathering parts, cobbling together the machines I sent to help inform you. To give you what you needed to survive. I suppose I should be thankful this place is filled with so many items from our world. It is a junkyard of the ages. Scraps from different places and eras litter this landscape. But even after all this time, I do not know how or why they got here. I only know they provided this old mechanic with just enough tools and materials to save my life. And possibly yours. But as you know by now, I was not the only one watching you. I was not the only one making plans. The people you answer to. The ones giving you orders. Surely they are beginning to realize what you are up against. There is indeed an army gathering here in the darkness. They have waited even longer than I have to cross into our world. The invasion is at hand. It will happen soon, and in the worst place possible. For all your efforts to keep the Dark Ether secret, that may no longer be an option once this army mobilizes. You have seen their like before. The greatest evil the world has ever known, corrupted by this place into even greater darkness. Warn your people. Make ready. They are coming, and you must stand fast against them. By now, your commanding officers are aware of me, yes? They must also be asking why I am helping you. What is Zykov, the survivor, hoping to gain from this? Americans. For them, everything is about gain. That much I know. I do not say this to be unkind. America was built on self-interest. It is the bedrock of human nature. My friend, what I hope for, first and foremost, is to save our world from the Dark Ether. If nothing else comes of this, my sacrifice will have been worth it. But I am not without self-interest. I am human, after all. And so I very much hope you will find a way to release me from this dismal prison. Help me escape. Bring me home.
And that concludes the radio transmissions and audio logs. So on to the documents. Day 1. Sergeant Kazimir Zykov, 1st Guards, Tank Army. I am separated from my unit and do not know if I can ever rejoin them. I will maintain this written record of what happens to me in case I do not survive. I was ordered to deactivate the experimental machine at a German science installation project end station in Poland. The device has opened a gateway to another world, a place of darkness. After several attempts, I realized I could only close this breach from the other side. So I completed the mission, cutting myself off from everything and everyone I have ever known. It's a truly hostile place. Unless I find food and shelter, my prospects look bleak. Day 3. This place is like a living nightmare. It almost seems thrown together from many different points in history. There are items here that appear ancient, alongside mechanisms that look like they came from the future. It is madness. Many horrors prowl this land. Some are like the creatures I fought at End Station, but others are far worse. So far I have managed to hide and conserve ammunition, but for how long? I glimpsed another human soul today, but they ran when they saw me. I swear it was not just another walking corpse. Sadly, I could not find them again. Fear is my only companion now. Day 7. It is finally beginning to sink in. I will never leave this place. No one is coming for me. I will live out whatever is left of my life in miserable, soul-crushing darkness. What have I done? Why did I throw my life away like this? Because I was foolish enough to believe in our common cause, or was I just a convenient pawn for the Soviet Union to sacrifice? That bastard Colonel Lazarev. He knew I would accept this suicide mission. What choice did I have? He made it seem like an act of heroism, but I am no hero. I'm just a lamb to the slaughter. For one brief moment, I felt noble. Now I have lost nearly everything. All I have left is rage. Day 9. I have had time to calm down, to think this through. If I succumb to my anger, then all will truly be lost. For now I am still alive. That must count for something. And even if Colonel Lazarev never thinks of me again, I did have friends in the 1st Guards Tank Army. My work kept them advancing, kept them fighting. Surely some of my comrades will come for me. They will not abandon me. I have to believe this. I must stay strong and have faith in my comrades. Day 11. My anger is gone. My hope, it is like the waning moon, still there, but slowly fading. Instead, like what I feel now is resignation, acceptance, defeat. I'm trapped. No one is coming. I will never go home. I will never see my wife and child again. I am a lost soul. It is like I died and missed my own funeral. Pain is the only reminder that I am still alive. Day 12. Enough. No more self-pity. That would only hasten my demise. While I may not have many options, the only thing I will not do is to make it easy for those creatures to claim me. Regardless of Lazarev's intentions, I did what I did for the Soviet Union, and the more I learn about this place, the more certain I am that my sacrifice saved the motherland. What happens now is up to me. Casimir Zykov is no discarded pawn. Maybe help will come, maybe not, but for now I will do what Russians do best, survive. Artifacts include empty speed cola. Whoa, it's empty. Speed cola speeds up your life. An open can of speed cola, most likely used by an operator whose hands were slow and movement was sluggish. They lacked speed, which brought them anguish. Broken essence capsule. A broken capsule leaking raw essence. Warning, Ethereum exposure possible. Report any unusual symptoms to Unnatural Sciences. Dragon Head Trophy. We're in DE. A mystifying stone replica of the Dragon Head. Appears to be hand-carved and very old. Empty quick revive. You need a little revive. An open can of quick revive, used by an operator who was tired of being dragged down and pulled to the ground. Broken essence canister. A broken canister leaking raw essence. Warning, Ethereum exposure likely. Please report to Requiem's decontamination lab immediately. Ethereum crystal chunks. An unprocessed Ethereum crystal chunk. Energy Research asks all chunks be delivered to the nearest Ethereum harvester for refinement. And that concludes Season 3. This has been a long journey so far, many hours, and I hope you guys have enjoyed. At least one person has enjoyed some of it up to this point. And I'll see y'all in Season 4 soon enough. After about 4 days, I'm back, and we're doing Season 4 of the Intel, starting with the audio logs and aftermath.
Well, people, we've got a bit of a clusterfuck on our hands, don't we?
Our own strike team running an off-the-books operation cooked up by a Soviet officer and someone on house arrest? Yeah, the director's gonna love that.
Agent Maxis is not under arrest, per se. Under observation, perhaps. So no one observed her straying outside the chain of command.
Look, maybe it wasn't sanctioned, but was it really wrong of her to dump those warheads in the sea? She might have saved the East Coast from becoming one big outbreak zone.
It wasn't her call, Gray. She should have come to me first. However good her intentions, nobody hijacks my troops.
Besides, I have serious doubts that those warheads were really meant for use against us.
Carver, this isn't more of your dark ether overlord talk, is it?
Do I walk into your lab and slap a test tube out of your hand, Strauss? No. Show me the same respect. I think Omega recognizes the real danger here, and so should we.
So, if those missiles were meant to stop something worse than what we've already seen, and we just eliminated them, did we just leave the world more vulnerable?
Meeting's over, people. I don't know how this will all shake out, but it wasn't our best day by a long shot. Gray, I'd like a word, alone.
Weaver, I don't know what to say.
There's nothing to say. Your lack of military experience is no excuse for what you did. You knew better, and you did it anyway.
I just wanted to let her talk to the team. I didn't know what she was gonna...
One thing you're not is stupid. But I also don't think you're a traitor. Which is why I'm taking the heat on this one. No one upstairs is aware of your role in Sam's little side operation. And that's how it'll stay. As long as you never fucking cross me again. Understood?
Yes.
How is she anyway?
Agent Maxis is still showing high levels of Ethereum contamination in her bloodstream. But the way it's affecting her is different than any other subject I've observed.
Meaning?
It's not just her eyes. There are things happening on a cellular level I can't quantify yet.
You keep your notes in our central database, yes? That would explain the new orders. The director wants to run more specialized tests on Maxis. If you're asked to cooperate, you do as instructed. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
And Gray? Remember, if it's on the mainframe, everyone above my pay grade can access it. If there's something you want to tell me, you tell me in person.
I promise, Weaver. I won't keep anything else from you.
I'm glad we understand each other. Dismissed. Come in.
Late night, brother.
You could say that. What can I do for you, Major?
Mac.
Yes. Yes, Mac. What can I do for you?
I was hoping I could do something for you. You're clearly under a lot of stress at the moment. I take it you've been getting at both barrels from the director. None for me, thanks.
I insist. Cheers.
Look, I don't want to speak out of turn. Feel free to put me in my place if needs be, but I know how you must feel. Losing the team and all.
No, you don't know how I feel. You can't. This bastard Kravchenko. We go way back.
I know. I can see it in your eyes.
I. Singular.
Sorry, I just mean... I know this is personal, but that doesn't mean you have to take it that way. I spent the best part of 10 years feeling the way you do right now. Down in the liquor, trying to numb the guilt of my own failures.
I know. I can see it in your eyes.
Yeah, you should. That guilt isn't going anywhere, but you ain't gonna deal with it any better with the scotch. You're still gonna have to look yourself in the eye every morning.
Nicely put.
Anyway, I was on my way out for the night. I just wanted to tell you. I know how you feel. Honest.
I appreciate it, Carter.
Mac.
Mac.
Let's see what tomorrow brings.
Dr. Gray, to what do I owe the pleasure?
Cute. Very cute.
Forgive my levity, and perhaps my brevity. How can I help?
I just wanted to talk to you about a couple of things. Well, 3, actually.
Hit me. Not literally, of course. I just mean, what do you want to know?
The strike team are missing.
Presumed dead.
I'm not presuming anything. I just wondered if you had more information on their current status.
Shouldn't that be a question for Viva?
Yes. Yes. I'm just trying to not piss him off anymore.
After how Miss Maxis led you astray?
Oh, fuck me, Strauss. Do you have to be such a prick?
Well, I try not to be. But I am very busy.
I honestly don't know how Weaver hasn't punched you in the face already.
So, that's two things I can't help you with. Dare I inquire as to the third topic you wanted to discuss?
I wanted to see where you were at with your research regarding the Ethereum neutralizer.
Well, it's really quite fascinating. The potential for travel in and out of the dark ether safely could yield many benefits.
No shit, Sherlock. But what about the downsides?
I think the downsides go without saying.
But now we are saying it.
Yes, we are. I can't help but wonder if those within the other dimension have harnessed similar powers. Could they perhaps be on their way here?
You really are a barrel of laughs, aren't you? I'm going to bed. It's been a long enough day as it is.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Just don't. Okay?
What the actual fuck, Weaver?
What's wrong, Mac?
Major Carver. Unless we've completely abandoned the chain of command?
From your tone, I'm guessing you heard about the outbreak situation in Berlin.
Damn right I heard about it. I still have friends. Some of them in high places, higher even than you. Why the hell haven't we sent a team to engage?
You answered your own question. Orders from above. Not only has the director made it explicitly clear that we're not to engage, but he's also taking a lot of our other options off the table.
I think I'm gonna need a little context on that statement.
The director is handling the situation in Berlin personally.
What? Like he's gone there himself, as in boots on the ground?
Damn it, Carver. You, of all people, should know there are ways to make things happen without actually holding a gun to someone's head.
I don't like being out of the loop, Weaver.
Neither do I. This is all coming down from on high. You, Strauss, Gray, even me, for fuck's sake. None of us are on the need-to-know list.
Jesus. I had no idea things were that bad.
They are that bad. And all of us need to hope that they don't get any worse. Strauss and Gray's research has already been seized for reasons unspecified.
Are we falling apart here, Weaver? Have we been mothballed?
I wish I knew the answer to that, Major.
This is Ulrich Vogel, Director of Project N Station. 27th of January 1945, 7:20 a.m. Task Force Balder is in position. I am powering up the cyclotron, and we are about to embark on this...
Dr. Vogel? Sorry. I did not know you were recording.
Why are you here, Dr. Kurtz? Did you not read my final orders?
Ja, Herr Doktor. That is what I wish to speak about. This last part. About your daughter.
I know it is asking a lot, Kurtz. And I know you and I have not always seen eye to eye. But I trust no one more than you to look after Angelica when I am gone. If nothing else, you are thorough.
I am honored, sir. But this may not be necessary. I beg you, do not evacuate the facility before launching the operation. With the staff here, there's a chance we can stabilize the collider and safely...
Kurtz, stop. You showed me yourself how Operation Balder will surely overload the power couplings. But calling it off would doom the Reich. This, my friend, is the only path forward. Take her. Teach her. Be there, both of you, when Operation Balder bears fruit. Finish my work. Make sure the staff clears out. Get to safety. Live a long life. And tell Angelica her father loved her. I will alert the task force when the breach is stable, and I will see them through alone. Understood?
Jawohl, Herr Doktor.
You will not be forgotten.
If the Reich lives on, it will all be worth it.
Okay, this is a weird one. So weird that for the benefit of the record, I would like to make it 100% clear that my recent psychiatric evaluation cleared me for active duty in my current role, and any other duties the CAA deems necessary. So, with that said, let me lay it all out on the table. The robot, the fucking robot, the one we didn't even ask for, is a stone-cold lunatic. Wait, let me make it more clear. He's a psychotic murderer. Let me backtrack a little. We took delivery of the unit with little or no indication of its purpose. All we got was a note from some department called Requiem, stating that he was being assigned to us. None of us knew what the fuck was going on, but we followed the directives, sat the thing down, and plugged the bastard into an outlet. Nothing. It didn't even start blinking or light up. Agent Bedard laughed the whole time, saying this was another bullshit waste of government funding. He even drew a mustache on the robot's face. And we were all laughing about it when we went to bed. We weren't laughing the next morning. Bedard was dead. Strangled. No word from HQ on what to do, so we unplugged the damn thing and hoped that was the end of it. It wasn't. Next morning, Agent James was just as dead as Bedard. So I chained that bastard robot to his charging chair and removed his damn hands. I just pray that's the end of it. Agent Jack. What the fuck? Klaus. I was wondering if you could give me a hand? Both hands. My hands. What the fuck are you doing, Klaus? Agent Rico, the bastard's on the move again! Here they are. I won't ask why you took them away. I am sure you had your reasons. Reattaching your hands when you have no hands is not exactly easy. Rico! God damn it, Jack. You pissed the bed again? That metal bastard's in my fucking room! Hello, Agent Rico. May I ask why you are carrying that baseball bat? Do you want to assist in the killing of Agent Jack? What the fuck? Honestly, I think I can do it myself. Son of a bitch! Get your hands off! Let him go! Fuck. Damn. That was a night. And not a good one. Fuck. 3 agents dead in as many days. Bedard, James, then Jack. Fuck. Jack was the worst. I saw it happen. I saw that soulless, shiny bastard choke the life from him. I hit him with a baseball bat repeatedly, but he just wouldn't stop. He even kept going for a bit after the battery popped out of his stupid metal head. As I said, fuck. I dragged his metal ass back to the chair and chained him up again. Then I threw the fucking battery as far into no man's land as I could, which was pretty far. Jack always said I was a better pitcher than a hitter. Aside from the agents, the damn robot murdered. Agent Jones got himself wasted trying to deliver the nuke. So it's just me now. The rest of the station staff are gone. For good. Guess it's all on me. Like I said already. Fuck.
Look, I hope this gets to the right person, but I'm worried. In fact, I'm scared as hell. I did not take possession of the package. Worse than that, I have no idea where it is. Rika was supposed to be in car 5. Maybe he was. But it never arrived. Right now, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know how we're going to seal the breach. Please advise.
Welcome back to the Ural Mountains. This been a few weeks, but now that you've been cleared to return to active duty, I expect you to be on your best behavior. You got off lightly. After what you did in Ruka last month, you should be facing a court-martial. You can thank the director for intervening and sparing you that fate. The incident has been expunged from your record. It never happened. As far as the CIA is concerned, the missile launch was a mechanical failure. You were never there. And in case I haven't already made myself clear, you acted without oversight. You participated in an operation without the approval of anyone at Requiem. That cannot happen. Ever again. You do not answer to Maxis. You answer to me. If she contacts you through back channel, you report that to me. She's not one of us. She's not Requiem. Now, that being said, your actions had a ripple effect through Omega. Ravenov contacted me. He's in touch with scientists who want to defect. We're working on a plan to extract them. You are making an impact in this fight. You just have to do it the right way.
Well, look at you. Requiem strike team back in action. I imagine that must feel nice. So, about what happened with Sam. Not sure if you heard about my role in that whole business. Earned myself a bit of a slap on the wrist for that one. Not to worry, everything's fine. Or so I've been told. Just imagine if those missiles had detonated. The effects of Ethereum on a populace of that size, the outcome would have been grim. It's tricky to nail down. Ethereum. From our tests at the data stations, the only pattern we've established is that there is no pattern. The effects of Ethereum exposure vary greatly between subjects. Yes, many suffer from advanced necrosis infections, the undead, but there are others whose side effects appear strictly cerebral. Hallucinations, paranoia, amnesia. Then there's Maxis. I'm not sure what to make of her. No necrosis. Only side effect appears to be the amnesia, but there's more going on there. Her Ethereum concentration? Off the scale. Highest I've seen. And normally a subject with a fraction of that exposure would be fully transformed, but she seems unaffected. So far. Now, I'm not saying she's dangerous. We just don't know what she is. I probably shouldn't tell you this, but something happened. I think. It's not clear. When she asked me for my access codes, I swear I saw her diary move across the desk. By itself. Now, I wasn't looking directly at it. I just finished an 18-hour day. I was exhausted. I mean, I probably just imagined it. Right?
I don't know who else is listening to this, and I don't care. But this message is for you, Kravchenko. You made an enemy out of me a long time ago. But I wanted you to know for sure. There's no way on God's green earth I'm gonna let you walk away from this. If any harm comes to anyone on my team, you're going to regret it in ways you can't even imagine. You know the saying, an eye for an eye? Well, this is gonna be worse. Far worse. Think about it. A good long think about what I might decide to cut from you. Sweet dreams, fucker. Ravenov.
How did you get in contact with me?
Ironically, Max has helped me with that. Even though she doesn't know it yet.
What do you want, Weaver?
I want a lot of things. Most of which I'll never get. And I'm sure you can relate. Especially now that you're a marked man. An enemy of the state. Several, actually. You helped my team walk into a trap.
I betrayed no one. Like Maxis, I was trying to do the right thing. I had no idea events would play out like they did.
See? That's your problem. You're not as smart as you think you are. Too much fire in your belly. Too much ice in your heart. But not enough smarts. Not where it counts.
Are you any different? At least I am here, in the field, putting my ass and heart on the line.
Well, maybe you can redeem yourself, Ravenov. Maybe. But just so you know, I'm rapidly running out of fucks to give.
Alright, on to documents. There's 17 of these. I'm going to want to die. DASA Station Blueprint. CIA Sat-9 Dark Aether Specimen Analyzer. Designation Requiem US DASA 3 Office of Requiem Director of Science and Technology. Note 1. Question: how does a severed head scream? A. Answer: quite loudly, apparently. G. Quote, note 2. If you want to get a head, get a brain. G. The Omega-8. Memorandum for the Director from Weaver, subject Omega-8. Per your request, I've compiled all known intelligence on the Omega defectors who've been in contact with Field Asset Powder Keg. On November 24th, an asset reported 8 Omega scientists in total wish to defect, known internally as the Omega-8. The Omega-8 are comprised of high-ranking scientists from 4 Omega departments, including exoscientific phenomena, psychotronics, necroanalysis, and weapons development. 1. Dr. Dietrich Schultz, male, 52, scientist in exoscientific phenomena, reports directly to Dr. Peck, assisted in the development of the reality inversion warheads. 2. Dr. Hannah Kovacs, female, 46, scientist in exoscientific phenomena, reports directly to Dr. Peck, also assisted in the development of the reality inversion warheads. 3. Dr. Natalia Zarkova, female, 38, scientist in psychotronics, reports directly to Dr. Valentina, claims to have been developing this device in secret that will be of high interest to Requiem. Also, she was the first scientist to make contact with Powder Keg. 4. Andrea Brzezinska, female, 35, research assistant in psychotronics, reports to Dr. Zarkova, claims to have valuable intelligence on Dr. Valentina. 5. Jacob Kaminsky, male, 32, research assistant in psychotronics, reports to Dr. Zarkova, also claims to have valuable intelligence on Dr. Valentina. 6. Dr. Hugo Yeager, male, 35, research lead of necroanalysis, has extensive documentation on the secretive department, also responsible for arranging safe passage to the Ural Mountains for their rendezvous with Powder Keg. 7. Marek Chernesky, male, 39, records manager in necroanalytics, has extensive documentation on the department. 8. Dr. Marina Vengernova, female, 42, a scientist in weapons development, worked with Dr. Peck developing the Red Soldier mechanized armor. We will continue the verification process. Once we have received approval, we are estimating at least 2 weeks until we can proceed with extraction in the Ural Mountains. The child's note. This is my best friend, Mr. Peaks. Mr. Peaks is always watching. Mr. Peaks likes to play hide and seek. Mr. Peaks lives in my hat. Mr. Peaks always tells the truth. Thanks you, Mr. Peaks. You keep me safe in the dark place. I don't know, I made a little song out of that. But Mr. Peaks, you know. Operation Excision Report, December 15th, 1984. Memorandum for the Directors from Weaver. Subject Operation Excision. At 2300 last night, Requiem strike team moved to intercept and exfil the Omega defectors. As you know, at 0130 hours, the OP ended in catastrophic failure. 7 other defectors were KIA, and my team were captured by Omega forces. It appears Krochenko had planted one of his own loyalists within the group. Dr. Hugo Yeager, head of their necroanalytics research department, during our initial reviews, he alluded to suspicion primarily because he played such a pivotal role in orchestrating the defectors' escape. However, as we have now learned, he arranged for the chopper crash and subsequently personally executed the other scientists. He led us into Omega's trap. The blame for this should lie with me and me alone. We have learned more about why the defectors chose this moment. One of the scientists, Dr. Zarkova, had been developing an Ethereum neutralizer, a device capable of removing Ethereum air particles from an environment as well as neutralizing its effects. As it is believed, Zarkova's defection was motivated by her desire to deliver this prototype device to Requiem, as she did not want it to fall into Omega's hand. While we were unable to prevent Omega from acquiring it, a portion of its blueprint was successfully recovered. Maybe Strauss can make something of it. Finally, in regard to my team, I have all Requiem department assisting where they can, and the rescue plan is being coordinated. As I read this, I have reached out to our contacts within the KGB to ascertain that can be learned from within. Rest assured, we will find them and bring them home. We will not stand by and allow Requiem secrets or people to fall into enemy hands. You have my word. Where's my robot? January 13th, 1985, memorandum for Carver Strauss Weaver from Gray. Subject: where the hell's my robot? First of all, let me make this clear. I'm not angry. I may be disappointed, possibly irked, but definitely not anything approaching vexed or even chafed. I just want to know who took Klaus and why. When the director tasked me with this project, one thing was clear. I could take whatever time was needed to make sure we got it right. Yes, the prototype unit was assembled from parts delivered to us, and my work has mainly been focused on improving its central processing unit. Now, that may seem like a simple task to a manager with a clipboard and a checklist, but these things take time, and I was promised 6 more weeks of R&D. This is the reason I was shocked to discover that someone during my lunch break broke into my office and took Klaus. If someone I know is taking the piss, haha. But if someone else is taking him, believing he's ready for the big show, they've bitten off more than they can chew. Yes, we've made massive improvements to his combat abilities, but there are still basic concepts of human interaction that Klaus was only just beginning to grasp. Did you know he crushed Jerry's ribcage, giving him a hug? A hug. He thought he was helping, that he was doing a good thing. Such misjudgments could have serious ramifications on the battlefield. As I said, I'm not angry, not even a little bit. I would just like to know who the hell took my robot and why. Handwritten across the bottom? Great. Burn this and delete any record of it from the mainframe. Klaus was taken by the director to use in Berlin. I don't know anything beyond that. I told you to come to me first. Something is happening, Weaver. Cerberus report. January 13th, 1985, memorandum for the director from Secretary Executive Office. Subject, Cerberus delivery. Sir, I wanted to inform you that along with Klaus, the Cerberus Wonder Weapon has been successfully packaged and shipped to Berlin. Delivery expected by January 28th. I hope this is acceptable, as the Cerberus was developed as a joint project between containment and security and energy research. Both Carver and Dr. Strauss have been made aware that the weapon has been reappropriated for field use. Both raised concerns that the weapon was not ready. However, having conducted several tests myself, I can confirm that the base weapon as well as its 3 mod kits are all function as intended. As expected, Carver and Strauss cited the missing vocalization module and as one of their primary concerns. This suggests they remain unaware of your little side project. On the subject, the recordings you secured of Carver, Strauss, and Gray over the past several months provided the necessary baseline for the Cerberus' AI to adopt and synthesize each individual's voice and personality, if I may say so. This is some very impressive work, Director. I personally made sure the voice module was successfully installed before transport. Hopefully the Cerberus and Kraus will prove adequate to accomplish your goals in Berlin. As always, I hope I will keep you apprised of all developments. Okay. We have a cipher. Give me a second. I don't have it pulled up. Alright, E-cipher. Cipher type veneer cipher. Method reverse ciphertext and apply veneer. Key BCJFIEJC 12 and then in parentheses by 129584492, solved by Rich Killer. G. I don't know what's happening to her, but we both know something is happening to her. We each cared about her, so I wanted you to know that I'm doing everything I can to help. W. Obviously, Gray to Weaver. Cerberus blueprint. Cerberus conversion ready binary repeater standard. Containment and security division. Office of Requiem. DS&T. Fully automatic handgun. Fires lethal energy blast. Copycat. Companion sphere provides synthesized support fire. Supports 3 weapon modification kits which provide alternate fire modes. Approved by redacted. Date 01/11/85. Klaus blueprint. Klaus, a natural sciences division, Office of Requiem, DS&T. Versions 1.853 notes. Latest version prototype has improved performance in several critical areas. Dramatic improvement to marksmanship. Hand-to-hand combat has seen some significant improvements. Will now obey basic orders. Durability and strength have seen modifications by 90%. Core hardware less resistant to modifications and system updates. Outstanding issues: highly irritable, still lashes out violently if provoked or when feeling self-conscious, prone to mood swings, resulting in increase of solicited opinions and complaints when bored. Sometimes Klaus's train of thought verges on existential crisis. Advice: don't let Klaus be alone in his thoughts for too long. Do not hug, handshake, or high five. Klaus has no concept of human fragility. Approved by redacted. Date 1/12/85. Written across top. Who sent this to us? Berlin Outbreak Report. February 1, 1985. Memorandum for Grigory Weaver from Heinrich Meyer. Subject: Berlin Outbreak Zone. Sir, the situation here is rapidly deteriorating. Containment efforts are holding mostly because Nazis nerve gas stockpile. Cover story has kept the curious away. Given that we have unearthed many unexploded bombs over the year, the story has a ring of truth to it, but the situation could easily spiral out of control if not resolved in the next few hours. I assume you are aware of the orders I received from the director instructing me to facilitate the creation of what is referred to as an inversion warhead. In fact, a special atomic demolition munition was brought to the CIA safe house on the East German side of the wall. I was in contact with the clandestine service officers posted there, but all communications were lost when the outbreak occurred. I do not know what has become of them or those men or the experimental combat unit they had with them, and I am left with the cheerful thought that on top of an undead Nazi invasion, there may be an unsecured tactical nuke device in play in the only city on Earth where NATO and USSR share joint custody. In any case, the inversion warhead plans appears to have failed. Please advise on next steps. We are ready to help in any way we can. Heinrich Meyer. Rico's note. However, finds us we were ambushed. One of the nuclear bastards killed my whole squad, took the damn uranium from our warhead. You need to get it back. Also, we need crystals from those creatures. You can't detonate a warhead without it. Need to stop this, whatever this is. It's fucking weak. First the killer robot, then the undead creatures. Now Central won't answer our comms. We're never getting out of here. That damn message we intercepted, I knew we should never have reported it. Subject, Strange Communique. From a Rico 2M Tuesday, date time, Jan 8, 1985, 10:43 p.m. Subject, Strange Communique. M Tuesday, we recovered a communique this evening at one of our dead drops. I don't believe it was meant for us. It's addressed to the office for Requiem and details of Project Janus. One, I don't know what an office for Requiem is. I checked the mainframe, but I don't have clearance, and this Project Janus, this can't be real, right? There's some pretty insane stuff in here. You're our guy at HQ. Can you look into this? What should we do here? Rico. Subject, urgent. From a Rico to M Tuesday, date time, January 28, 1985, 7:43 a.m. Subject, urgent. M Tuesday, Agent Bedard has been killed in what I can only describe as a horrific accident. Yesterday we received an delivery of an oversized wooden crate. You know what was inside? A damn robot? I'm not joking. It was arrived with a note from the office of Requiem informing us that Klaus, yes, he has a name, has been assigned to work to us. We plugged it in, nothing happened. We just assumed it was some sort of prank. When we woke up in the morning, we discovered Agent Bedard had been strangled in his sleep. Klaus was in his chair, acting as if nothing had happened, but CCTV cameras confirmed it was him. He's unplugged now. I thought this Requiem thing was some sort of elaborate joke. What the hell is going on? Requesting immediate assistance, Rico. J Cipher 2. Now, this cipher is a nihilist cipher. Alphabet ITSDQWURE CPV FLYXBNAKMHGZ. Key Agent Rico, solved by Rich Killer. From Requiem to class subject, complete your mission. You have your orders. The security of Project Janus is your top priority. Contain this situation. Find and destroy the intercepted communique, then tie up all loose ends. We cannot allow this to get out. EE1 Harvester Blueprint. EE1 Harvester B. Exoelement 1 Harvester Unit B absorbs essence energy from specimen redacted. Essence automatically absorbed upon specimen's death must be killed within range for absorption to occur. Crystalline transformation begins once Harvester essence collection is at maximum. EE1 Harvester B can only collect essence from specimen redacted. This particular essence is essential in creation of redacted. We've encountered difficulties in locating redacted for essence extraction. The lure has been created to address this issue. While deployed, the device will summon redacted to your location. Ensure you deploy in open area. EE1 Harvester B 7231A Dr. Lucas Kurtz. EE1 Conversion Blueprint. EE1 Conversion Machine. Deposit raw EE1 essence crystals here. Warning, only compatible essence is from specimen redacted. Raw crystals will need to be refined to flawless level. Acquire specimen rich in Exoelement 1. Their altered genetic structure contains an energy that can refine crystals. EE1 Conversion Machine 3421D. Dr. Ulrich Vogel, 16 November 1944. Vogel's letter. Loyalists of the New Reich, if you are reading this, it means you have done as instructed and found the Project N Station Berlin lab. The day of our victory is at hand. Our Army Task Force Balder awaits in the other dimension. It is up to you to free them from the darkness. You must complete assembly of the atomic device, collect and fuse the necessary Exoelement 1 crystals. They will require refinement before the process is complete. For this, you will need a specimen rich in Exoelement 1. Their altered generic structure contains the necessary energy to refine the crystals. If you do not have a specimen, you must go to the Morasco facility and reactivate the portal. Once the conversion process has been completed, transport the device to the end of the tunnel and detonate. The tunnel structure will stabilize the breach, though it may still require monitoring. There is the possibility that when the gate is opened, you will be pulled inside. If this happens, know that your sacrifice was not in vain. Our return to power is all but assured. We will ascend to the throne bethroned to us. The dawn of the new Reich begins now. Dr. Ulrich Vogel, 26 January 1945. And artifacts. We have a healing aura canister. Yep, healing aura. One of the several interchangeable canisters for the wand weapon. When used, summons beams of energy capable of healing wounds suffered by members of Requiem Strike Team. Recon Rover model. Woo! A model of Unnatural Sciences Dark Aether Recon Rover, prototyped before the rover went into production. Ring of Fire canister. Ooh. One of several interchangeable canisters for the wand weapon. When used, generates a ring of ethereal fire that empowers an operator and the weapon with an additional damage output. Also, an enemy that breaches the perimeter will be set on fire. ECM model. Whee! A model of Energy Research's Essence Conversion Modules, prototype before the module went into production. Klaus's hands. The hands for the Requiem robot. Klaus recovered from a questionable situation. Cerberus. Thing pretty cool, not gonna lie. The base model for the conversion-ready binary repeater standard include an aerial copycat companion capable of matching weapon output with additional blast, supports 3 weapon mod kits, and customized with an artificial intelligence that supports 3 unique voices. Warhead. In the wrong hands, it could mean Berlin's ruin. In the right hands, it could its salvation, provided the missing uranium is recovered. Rico's keycard. Rest in peace, Rico. Agent Rico's ID badge grants access to the CIA mainframe, though lacks certain clearances. Hacking helm. A device of Klaus's creation capable of bypassing the CIA's access protocols. Improvised collider. In the middle of an outbreak zone, it's the best and only hope at decontaminating the megaton corrupted uranium. And on to Omega audio logs in 3, 2, 1.
November 30, 1984. It has been just over 2 weeks since the unfortunate disaster involving Omega's reality inversion warheads. It appears chaos follows Dr. Peck wherever he goes. I have been told Peck's removal is not viable. He's our premier expert on Aetherium, and there is no time to find and educate a suitable replacement. Another unfortunate disaster. Peck hoped the missiles could be recovered, but, as I suspected, our salvage efforts have proven futile. What remains of the warheads belongs to the ocean now. We must begin again. We cannot afford another setback at the hands of Requiem. I had hoped to deal with them after Operation Inversia, but I can see now they require my immediate and undivided attention. If there is any consolation, it seems Requiem remains in the dark about our agenda. They believe the inversion warheads were to destroy the West. Little do they realize a greater threat looms in the dark ether. The entity must be contained.
21st of November, 1984, personal log. My father visited me once again. Our day of victory approaches. His triumphant return. His righteous revenge. The world is not prepared for what we shall unleash. He could not tell me when, only that it would be soon. After so many years, decades, it's hard not to feel excitement. Ever since I was a little girl, I have dreamt of this moment. I will never forget when his ghost first appeared to me. I was 5, maybe 6. At first I was terrified, but how else is a child to react? But when he called me by my real name, I knew it was him. He has guided me ever since. If all goes according to plan, not only will I have completed his mission, but he will be free. No longer trapped in that dark, evil place. I can save him. I have to. The time is soon. Our day of victory approaches. East, West, Requiem, Omega, even Kravchenko. They have no idea what is coming for them.
Hello? Scheiße. Ravenov, it is Dr. Hugo Yeager. I hope either you or Requiem find this recording. Most of us survived the crash. We're headed to Monument Island. I hope we'll be safe from Omega. Before you ask, yeah, that is on the other side of the phase, but the scientists are in this. They have created something incredible. A device that will allow us to travel through the phase without dying. Or worse. They only have one prototype, but they are assembling another from spare parts so you can follow us. Unfortunately, we are missing a component. An ethereal orb. Find one and bring it to the bridge. There will be a slightly modified recon rover waiting for you. Please hurry. Omega shot us down. They will not leave the job unfinished. Ravenov, Requiem, Jäger here. If you are hearing this, you must have found the rover and completed the device. They call it an Ethereum neutralizer. It does what it says on the tin. It neutralizes Ethereum particles in the air, pacifying a radius around the device by boosting power from the orb's primordial energy. Allowing safe passage through the phase is just one of the many potential applications for this device. This improvised device should hold a charge long enough to traverse the phase. Once you're through, make your way to the monument. We will be on the roof. We eagerly await your arrival. Too long have we been silent about Omega's atrocities. There is much for us to discuss. Soon, we will change the world. Hello, Requiem. So glad you could make it. Enjoying my handiwork? Do not worry, they did not go quietly. Dr. Zarkova, she put up quite the struggle. It was almost honorable. But there is no honor in betraying Omega. It is a despicable act of cowardice. When Kravchenko learned of their plot to defect, I could not volunteer fast enough. Once I infiltrated their group, the colonel gave me 2 tasks. 1, kill the traitors. Easy enough. Nothing a hacksaw and a gas can could not solve. But the second, to lure Requiem's so-called elite strike team into a trap. That added a complication, but fortunately, crushing helicopters is easy once you've poisoned the pilot. As for the Ethereum neutralizer, rest assured, it will be well taken care of in Omega's hands. Soon we will change the world, Requiem. Auf Wiedersehen.
Ah, Dr. Yeager. Come, sit. What news of our little pet project?
I have done as you have asked. Dr. Zarkova has welcomed me into her little circle of defectors with open arms. She does not suspect I am acting under your orders. In this process, I learned that my records manager, Chanesky, is one of the traitors. Shame. His organizational prowess was unmatched. He will be missed.
Well done, comrade. You have confirmed their plan?
Ja, Colonel. Zarkova has made contact with Ravenov. He has made arrangements with Requiem for their extraction. In an effort to secure their trust, I arrange their transport. I'm sure the KGB will not mind if I borrow the hind.
Bah, cost of doing business. I trust you are ready for the rest of the task.
My paralytic cocktail is powerful enough to incapacitate an elephant. Though, unfortunately for them, they will still be able to feel pain when I begin my work.
Spare me the details. Just remember, use them to make a statement. This is what happens when you betray us. Once you have confirmed Requiem's arrival, I will make my move.
Wunderbar, Colonel. There is one other thing. Something Dr. Zarkova said. She has built a machine. She would not go into specifics. Something she hid from us. She says it will change the war.
Find out what this machine is. Be sure you bring it back, whatever state it may be in.
And as you requested, the Requiem strike team and their pilot have been transferred to Potsdam.
Oversee their transport personally, Goriv. No mistakes, no escapes, no accidents. I need them alive.
Of course, Colonel.
Something on your mind?
Would their termination not send a stronger message to the West? We apprehended them operating on our soil. We should make a statement, a demonstration of strength that inspires our brothers.
Yes, comrade. We should send a message. And we will. In time. But first, I have work for them in Berlin. A certain member of our organization has gone to ground recently. I'm sure you've noticed their absence. I believe they are scheming against us, and will take action in Berlin. We must use Requiem's team to stop them, and keep the Kremlin in the dark.
Sir.
This department will not survive another scandal. Using Requiem's team keeps it off the books, and keeps the noose from our necks. Smile, Goriv. We may yet live through this. That is enough, Goriv. We still need him able to speak. Remove the gag.
How are you feeling, pilot man, eh? Ready to tell us name?
Call sign Raptor 1. Captain. United States Air Force, service number FR-16986342. Peace is our profession.
Still you persist with brainwashed American loyalty nonsense. Colonel?
Again.
Feeling more sociable? Or do we need more icebreaker?
Call sign Raptor 1. Captain, United States Air Force, service number FR-16986342. Peace is our profession.
We have plenty of time, pilot cowboy. This is not Western spaghetti. You are not man with no name.
Well, anything new to share?
Call sign Raptor 1. Captain, United States Air Force, service number FR-16986342. Peace is our profession. But you can go fuck yourself.
Finally. Progress.
This is Colonel Pavel Lazarev interrogating prisoner Lucas Kurtz on 2nd of February, 1945. Dr. Kurtz, you worked at Project End Station. Why did you and so many others desert the facility?
We were ordered to evacuate.
We did our duty to the fatherland. That is all you will get out of me.
I lost 14 men shutting down the mess you left behind, so I have very little patience for bravado or delays of any sort. You will talk.
Do what you want to me. I don't care anymore.
Perhaps not, Dr. Kurtz. But if you do not immediately tell me where the rest of the end station stuff went, I will have that little girl we found hiding with you shot.
No! Wait. Angelica has done nothing. She only sought shelter from the fighting.
She matters to you, and for that, she will die.
Kill her, and you will lose any leverage you have over me. But I'm willing to strike a bargain if it will save her life.
Go on.
I will tell you where the rest of the end station staff are hiding. Only if you agree to spare Angelica and allow me to look after her.
An interesting proposal. But even I would not consign a child to be raised as a Nazi. So here is my counter-proposal. You come back to Mother Russia and continue your work. For me. She will receive a proper Bolshevik education and become a productive member of society. But only if you give up your comrades.
How do I know you will keep your end of the bargain?
Because you are going to make yourself too valuable to execute. Starting right fucking now. Understood?
Bring me a map. I will give you names and locations. Ah, is that my tea?
Yes, Uncle Lucas.
Alexandra, would you join me for a moment? There's a matter we should discuss.
Of course. What is it?
I was hoping you could enlighten me to the meaning of this envelope I received today. Dear Miss Valentina, on behalf of the Committee on Admissions, your application to the Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology has been formally accepted. We had an agreement. Anything you wanted in life, I would support you. Except one thing.
Uncle, please, I can explain.
You promised me you gave up this foolish pursuit. Do you know where this road leads? I have seen it, lived it. Horrors you could not possibly imagine.
But I am good at it. The world out there, the factory, I do not understand. But this, physics and microbiology.
I saw what it did to your father. It took years before I understood the pain we caused, the atrocities we committed. I will not allow you to follow in his path.
You do not understand. I must. He told you I must complete his work. Take her, teach her, be there, both of you, when Operation Boulder bears fruit.
What did you say? How could you possibly know that? This acceptance letter is going in the trash. Better yet, the fire.
No!
We shall not speak of this again. Alexandra, is it time for tea already?
Yes, Uncle. Be careful. It is quite hot.
Tea can never be too hot. Alexandra, can I have a moment, please? About our discussion yesterday. I know you may not appreciate it now, but please understand my only concern is for your well-being. Your father was a complicated man. It was a different time. What we did was wrong. I only wish to protect you from the mistakes we made.
I understand, Uncle Lucas. But I do not agree.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
My father was a brilliant man. And you were a pathetic worm lurking in his shadow.
How dare you?
How dare I? How dare you denounce his work? How dare you sit there and feed me lies?
Careful, Alexandra. Your father...
I will go to university, Uncle. You will not stop me. Father is disappointed you lost your way. You abandoned Operation Boulder.
The tea... What have... done... Alexandra!
My name is Angelica Hannibal Vogel. My father has a plan, and I will help him complete it. It is finished, Father. I did as you instructed. Do you approve? Father?
There is nothing yet, Colonel. Even if he is still in Russia, which I doubt, he has gone to ground. A ghost. And a burn notice. Distributed. There is nowhere in the Eastern Bloc he can run to. Any of his remaining allies have been made aware of his transgressions. Transgressions? You make it sound like he kicked your dog. The fucking traitor. How did this slip by you? I am searching for answers myself. I had known the Captain for many years. His record would suggest he was incapable of such betrayal. He was the perfect soldier. A true Soviet.
A fucking coward. This is the last thing we need. The Kremlin is asking questions. Gorif, I am not accustomed to having to explain myself. I am not accustomed to being spied on. Chebrikov's rats are everywhere, waiting to scurry back and report our latest failure. Outpost 25, Ruka. Omega is gaining a reputation, and now there are rumors of dissent within our own ranks. One more incident, and we are finished.
No. If you are worried of mutiny, it will be snuffed out, Colonel. You have my word.
Like I did with finding the mole. As it is, I already have someone for that job. You must continue your work with Peck. Those warheads were our best chance of containing the entity.
The entity. So far, I have had no luck in finding such a thing. We have interviewed over 100 Ethernauts, and while there is no shortage of strange encounters with outlandish creatures in the dark ether, none can recall anything that matches your description of this entity. Perhaps your source in Requiem is acting on incomplete information.
My source is not to be questioned, nor challenged. The threat is real. This is not a discussion. Find it before it finds us. There is the question, Gorif, of what is to be done with Peck. This is twice now his projects ended in failure. Omega's reputation will not survive a third.
You know my feelings on this matter. I would love nothing more than for our one-eyed cowboy to be strung up in the gulag. However, I cannot say the failure at Ruka lies with him. Whether he knows it or not, Peck has been under 24-hour surveillance. I can safely say he was not the one to leak the documents to Ravenov and Requiem.
These fucking leaks. Do I look like a fucking plumber to you, Gorif?
Peck has not outlived his usefulness. He is still our most knowledgeable scientist on Ethereum. In that regard, he has no equal. More importantly, I believe he could help find this entity of yours.
I'm listening.
As As you know, Peck has been talking to that computer. Apparently he has built something of a rapport with his creator. Perhaps he is familiar with your creature.
What? Why am I only hearing of this now? How long has this been going on?
Several months, Colonel. Valentina assured me she wrote a report on the matter and delivered it to you personally.
Tell Peck to keep talking to his friend. Have him ask about the entity. I will speak to Valentina myself.
Well, well, how the tables have turned. Last time we got to chat in private was Outpost 25. Remember? When you came into my house, broke all my toys, and shit on my floor. You were like a feral street dog with a bad case of worms. But now, look at you. All trained and neutered on my leash. I should thank you, really. All the trouble you've caused me these last 7 long months. Well, if you hadn't destroyed my inversion warheads, I wouldn't have the chance now to make you my bitch. Well worth it. And now, you're going to stop Valentina. Maybe even kill her. And to think, Omega thought I was the traitor. You can almost taste the irony. You see, she played them for fools. When she activated that particle accelerator at End Station, I knew something was wrong. I could smell it. She was too eager. I mean, despite the dangers, despite the risks, she was hell-bent on turning that thing back on. Almost like she had a hidden agenda. Which of course she did. But she's your problem now. You're gonna clean this mess up. For me. Get it? Got it? Good.
The infamous Requiem strike team. After a year of being Omega's itchy skin rash, it is almost a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. I do not believe we have had formal introduction. I am Gorev. No first or last name, just Gorev. Want to know secret? Gorev is code name. Family name is... well, I do not want the attention. Grandfather's brother, he was famous soldier in Stalingrad. You see, some secrets are okay. Not like our Dr. Valentina. She has been quite the busy bee, buzzing around, using Omega's resources to pursue her own agenda, harboring the biggest secret of all. Her father being Dr. Ulrich Vogel of Project End Station. How that managed to elude us all is a question I am very interested in answering. But, as Colonel has said, the voice she hears is not really her father. It is this other entity, the Forsaken. I have heard Kravchenko call it the wolf, like from Child's Story, Red-Hooded Girl. This wolf changes itself, so it is familiar to us, so we trust it. Then it eats us.
Hello, Requiem. Are we enjoying beautiful, sunny East Berlin? Perhaps not as luxurious as the amenities of the West you are so accustomed to, but still, an improvement over your most recent residency, yeah? I've seen the bodies carried out of our Potsdam facility. Brutalized. So as I understand it, you were given the 5-star treatment. No breaking of bones, no poking or prodding. The Colonel needed you in tip-top shape, he said. The Forsaken. It weasels its way into the minds of its victims, preying on their memories, hiding behind familiar faces. It found the perfect weakness for our sweet Valentina, her dearly departed daddy. The Colonel is very interested in this creature. It is a shame, really. I had hoped the Colonel was smarter than that. The Dark Ether is a vast ocean. The Forsaken, just of words. It is a universe, after all, not a singular place. The first natural resource we discovered yielded energy beyond our wildest dreams. Do we dare imagine what else lurks in the darkness?
When I was chosen to lead Omega, it was clear the unit would be shut down in months, if not weeks. I was to be Chebrikov's scapegoat. After everything I had done for my country, for the KGB, for Dragovich, Nova 6, the numbers program, the mole. This was my reward. I was to take the fall and quietly disappear to a place I would be forgotten. I gave the order to scour our archives for a new operation, a new purpose. I had little hope anything would come of it. Then Dr. Valentina brought me the film reels. A recording documenting the discovery of a Nazi operation called Project End Station. It was a gateway to another world. You know what happened next. I took Alexandra under my wing. I supported her projects, gave her unparalleled access to resources. I came to think of her as the daughter I never had. But it was all a lie. She used me. She used us all. Find her. Not for me and my career, but to prevent the creature that infected her brain from entering our world. She must be stopped. To whomever needs to hear this, there is someone who would like to speak to you.
Hey, y'all. You know me, right?
Continue.
I just wanted y'all to know that I'm in good health, safe and well. Maybe a little prostate trouble, but I'll deal with that another day. Point is, I'm being well looked after. And at no point has anyone shoved a knife in my face in a threatening manner.
Do not test my patience.
Plan is, you do exactly as instructed, and we all get to go home. Basically, you're gonna be getting to run around as usual. But just go along with it, and I might just make it out of here with my binocular vision intact.
See? I keep my word. Your friend is safe, and he will stay that way, so long as you follow orders.
Fuck that shit. Fuck Omega. Fuck this fucking asshole. You get a chance to get out, you fucking take it. That the best you got?
No. Please ignore your friend's bad advice. For his sake, it is better for all of us if you do exactly what you are told.
Ravenov burn notice. On Spetsgrupa Omega Officer Kapitan Sergei Ravenov, all directorates and affiliates per order of Viktor Chebrikov, Chairman of State Security. Effective immediately, the Committee for State Security disavows Spetsgrupa Omega Kapitan Sergei Ravenov. He is to be stripped of rank, privileges, and citizenship. Subject is engaged in communications, traded classified intelligence, and facilitated operations with the Central Intelligence Agency and the Bundesnachrichten. The Committee for State Security declares Sergei Ravenov an enemy of the state for high crimes against the Greater Soviet Union. If encountered, subject is to be taken into custody. Be advised, subject is highly trained and will resist arrest. If apprehension is not possible, he is to be terminated. Any documents or materials found on this person are to not be viewed and are to be delivered with the subject. Subject is extremely charismatic and manipulative. While in custody, he may divulge information specifically with regards to the actions of Spetsgrupa Omega. This is to be disregarded. If any leaked intelligence regarding Spetsgrupa Omega can be traded to the arresting officer, they will be, or can be traced back to the arresting officer. They will be arrested and tried for high crimes against the Greater Soviet Union. Photo of Ravenov featuring disavowed stamp Sergei Ravenov, Spetsgrupa Omega. Ethereum neutralizer blueprint. Ethereum neutralizer, Psychotronics Omega. When activated, the Ethereum neutralizer removes 99.8% of all airborne Ethereum particles with a surrounding radius. The device generates an energy shield that protects the user, preventing exposure to Ethereum and its known side effects. Limitations. Device requires harvesting energy from ethereal orbs, rather a rare commodity that requires collection from outbreak zones. Mass production, non-viable until we can create a synthetic alternative to replace the orbs. Device cannot remove Ethereum from specimens/objects already contaminated, e.g. we cannot stabilize specimens experiencing advanced necrosis. Necroanalytics. 2 December of the year 1983, RE Necroanalytics formation and appointment author Colonel Lev Krenchenko. Summary: in the aftermath of the events at Marasco and Operatia Grobovchek, it has become apparent that a new department is required to study the necrotic effects of the new element. Dr. Vogel and Project N Station made extensive progress towards understanding its effects on living tissue, and Special Operations Group Omega shall continue their work. Today we announce the formation of Necroanalytics Department with Dr. Hugo Yeager acting as lead researcher. Dr. Valentina and Dr. Peck will continue their research of the new dimension and the element. All necrosis research will be redirected to Yeager's department. This department will focus on potential applications of the necrosis ailment, primarily its weaponization. Going forward, all undead specimens are to be recovered and delivered to Yeager's labs. This will be particularly important when new species are discovered. As of this morning, the chairman of the Committee for State Security formally approved this plan. The department will be staffed from existing members of exoscientific phenomena and psychotronics research. If you are selected, you will receive a notice of your new assignment shortly. Colonel Lev Krenchenko, Commanding Officer, Omega Group. LT-53 Casimir Blueprint. LT-53 Casimir Prototype, Exoscientific Phenomena Omega. The LT-53 Casimir temporarily opens a portal to the dark ether using technology developed from the reactor collectors at Outpost 25. The LT-53 absorbs objects in a small radius and teleports them co-developed with Sergeant Casimir Zykov. Dr. William Peck, 29 December 1984, handwritten across the top. Colonel found this in Peck's lab. Did you know about this? We could repurpose as a weapon. I will keep sharper eye on Peck. He is up to something. Angelica Vogel summary. 27 January of the year 1985. RE Angelica Hannibal Vogel. Author Gorov summary. As it has become apparent these recent weeks, Dr. Alexandra Valentina has been operating with a hidden agenda. All available information points to her being a double agent. We can now conclude that Valentina is the doctor of Dr. Ulrich Vogel and a secret operator for the goals of Project N Station. Valentina's forgery of her personal records and history was impeccable. While there is still much information missing, we have been able to assemble enough pieces to make sense of how this deception occurred. 6 January 1944, Angelica Hannibal was born to Ulrich and Maria Vogel. Her mother died shortly thereafter, complications from childbirth. December 1944, Operation Balder is formally approved. 27 January 1945, Operation Balder proceeds using the Project N Station portal. The Reichstag sends an army into the dark ether. The particle accelerator overloads and the facility is abandoned. Dr. Vogel is missing, presumed dead. 21 February 1945, Dr. Lucas Kurtz is captured by Soviet forces. He provides the names and locations of all N Station personnel. In exchange, he is given a new identity and relocated to Moscow with the aforementioned Angelica, believed at the time to be his daughter. Lucas Kurtz became Ivan Valentin. Angelica Vogel became Alexandra Valentina. This information remained sealed in our archives until several weeks ago. 24 April 1960, Valentina is accepted to the Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology. 2 days later, Dr. Kurtz has a heart attack and dies. She would go on to graduate top of her class. 19 June 1970, Valentina is recruited by the KGB. She's transferred to Special Operations Group Omega in April 1978 and would be appointed head of psychotronics research in March 1983. In July of that year, she presented the Project N Station film reels to Colonel Kravchenko. Gorov Special Group Omega. Operation Balder. Approval of Dr. Vogel. It is my responsibility to inform you that the Reichstag has officially approved your proposal. You may begin preparations to send a military task force through the dimensional aperture at N Station. Should the war continue on its present course, the survival of the Reich must be ensured. This undertaking has christened Operation Balder, but the High Command, the reference to the Norse god who rose to death is not lost on me. For obvious reasons, the entire operation is strictly classified and only received clearance from because Project N Station remains officially under the command of Uren Vereen. There are certain technical matters we can only we can oversee. I am to facilitate the effort in any way I can, but the actual logistics and manpower fall to the newly created Task Force Balder under the command of Gruppenführer Mueller. Make ready, Vogel, requisition whatever you need as soon as you can. I eliminate Task Force Balder, or I estimate Task Force Balder will be fully assembled and on your doorstep roughly 1 month from now. Ensure you have a stable, persistent gateway established by then, because the Red Army is marching your way and we are running out of time. This may be the last you hear from me. If so, I wish you the best of luck. We have come a long way from your original quest to build a new type of cyclotron. We were established to harness the power of the atom for the Reich, but you may have tapped a power that outstrips atomic energy. Frau Deibner and I send our best regards to you and young Angelica. Look after old friend, for these are dangerous times. For the fatherland, Kurt Deibner, PhD, Director, Uran Verein. Valentina, Diary, 1507-83. 15 July 83. Today marks the beginning of the end. I met with Colonel Kravchenko to discuss the Project End Station film reels. I told him I recently found them gathering dust in a restricted portion of sub-basement records storage. There is some truth to that statement. It is indeed where I found the recordings a decade ago. When I first came to the KGB, my father told me that was where I would find them. I just needed the right opportunity to present them. There's a rumor that Special Operations Group Omega is to be dismantled. Kravchenko has been given a difficult task: find an appropriate response to the United States Strategic Defense Initiative. He believes he is being made a scapegoat. It was in this context I suggested that Omega Group pursue Project End Station. It was a gamble. The colonel could easily have dismissed it, but I saw the look in his eyes. He saw opportunity, a chance to demonstrate he was nobody's puppet. I've been given authorization to begin the operation. Our time is finally coming, Father. Statement of intent. 2 February 85. If you are reading this, it means my ascension has begun. I have opened the portal. I have traveled to the Dark Ether to retrieve the Reich's army and to save my father. On 27 January 1945, German High Command ordered Task Force Balder into the Dark Ether, a contingency plan if Germany lost the war. The army was to wait in darkness to be summoned when the time was right for the Reich's revenge. My father was taken from me that day. The particle accelerator redlined. He ordered the end station staff to abandon their posts. As the soldiers passed over, he remained behind to ensure their journey was complete. After the explosion, he was declared missing. Then he was declared dead. But neither were true. His loyalty to the Reich was never wavered. He, along with Task Force Balder, remained in darkness, waiting to return and reclaim Germania. He gave me a responsibility. I was to reopen the connection between our worlds and then find a way to bring him home. That mission nears completion. Soon I will be reunited with my father, and our army will be unleashed upon the world. Father, you have all my love, and I did it all for you. I will see you soon, Angelica Vogel. F cipher. This cipher is a ADFGX cipher, alphabet NEMAYQOLUDVXF CHIRPBTZKSGW key ADFEBC, solved by Origin Wormy and Rich Killer. Colonel, we are going about this the wrong way. We shouldn't be trying to kill the Forsaken. We should be trying to capture it. Think about it. This could be the most powerful creature from their reality. If it is an Elder God, it has power beyond anything we can comprehend. Who knows what could be gained from harnessing it? Zykov says he can help. All he wants from us is to break him free. We should act fast before Requiem takes him upon his offer. And that concludes the documents. Artifacts. Inversion warhead model. Some guys up there. Some Tempests. A model of the reality inversion warhead shown to Kravchenko as proof of concept. Aether reactor model. Model for the Aether reactor from Outpost 25 created by Peck as proof of concept in the early days of the Omega facility. Omega flag! A symbol of loyalty in the fight for the greater Soviet Union. We were the first, we are the last. Dark Aether photos. Reconnaissance photos captured by Omega Aethernauts while on mission in the Dark Ether. Krasny Soldat flamethrower. The lethal flamethrower attachment from fallen Krasny Soldat. Battery. The battery agent Rika removed from Klaus and threw into no man's land. End station lure. An old end station lure device used to locate a particular creature. Tempests. And Maxis audio logs start in 3, 2, 1.
Sam? Did you... Look, I could get myself in so much trouble. Hey, doggy.
Did you do what I asked, Elizabeth?
I'm not sure if I can. Honestly.
You know we're on the brink of war, Elizabeth.
Hey, okay.
A great war.
I know. But being here at Requiem, it's a big opportunity for me. I don't want to throw away my career, my life.
This is the only way.
If I give you access to my comms protocols, it could be the biggest mistake I've ever made.
Do you know what it's like to be cut off from the outside world? To have no way to see or even communicate with the people you care about.
I'm a long way from home, Sam. This was a big move for me, coming here, doing all of this. If I give you my console key, I could find myself back in Bristol before you can say Jack Robinson. Sorry, old saying. I'm not sure how old. My mum, Liz, used to say it. It means things happened very quickly. It means I don't want to get in trouble with Weaver.
Things don't always happen quickly. Sometimes they take a long time. Sometimes too long. Weaver knows that.
Well, getting sent back home is probably the most optimistic outcome. I could find myself facing charges and in prison, military prison.
But you will do it. Right, Lizzie?
I'm not sure, Sam. I'm really not.
If you do what I ask, maybe you could pet the dog some more.
What have you done?
Everything's okay, girl. Everything's okay.
No, Sam. Everything is not okay. Who the hell do you think you are?
You know me, Weaver.
I thought I did. But I never thought you would do something like this. How dare you contact the team to drag them into whatever scheme you and Ravenoff thought was important.
Weaver.
And involving poor Dr. Gray and your misguided bullshit.
It was the right thing to do. It was the only way.
No, Sam. The right thing to do would have been to come to me, to let me do my job.
It is your job to keep me muzzled like a dog. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
This is why we have a problem, Sam.
I was trying to do the right thing.
I told you what the right thing to do was. Look after the dog. That's it. You can find the quarters. No more walks.
No.
Someone else will take care of that.
No. Weaver.
Now, I have to try to straighten all this out with the director.
What's happening?
Garcia Anderson. Secure her.
Hey! Take your hands off me! Weaver! Call them off!
You're to undergo some additional testing. Don't make this any harder than it already is.
Why are you doing this?
I'm not. Orders from the director. It's okay, girl. I'll look after you.
Weaver! Make this stop!
I can't, Sam. My hands are tied.
Documents 1. Quarantine Diary 9. I remember waiting for your call. 10, 11, 12. The phone never rang. Instead, I saw news of the explosion on TV. I couldn't sleep. 3 a.m. I heard a knock at my apartment door. You gave the keyword and I let you in. We'd never met face to face before you. It was a shock to finally meet you. You were in a bad way. I did my best to dress your wounds, but it was the first and only time I ever saw you cry. You mumbled something about not knowing, about how sorry you were. You torched the place to cover your tracks after the hit. You said the boy wasn't supposed to be staying with his mother, but he wasn't. He was there, in the house, while it burned to the ground. Dark Ether!
And now, at last, our time has come. A lifetime of preparation is about to be rewarded. Soon, you will reveal yourself. A threat so close, they never saw it coming. How long have we awaited this day? How many times have you proven yourself to them, made them value and respect you? The better to plunge your blade in their backs. Gather your things. Bid farewell to this false life you lead. Go to Berlin. Everything is in place.
We are waiting. We are ready. Initiate the process, and your labor of love will at last be complete.
Father, I did it. I told you we would be together again. Really together. And here I am.
My child, I knew you would come. I never lost faith in you, as you never lost faith in me. Tell me, my clever Angelica, did you have any trouble crossing into the dark ether?
None. The portal you hid in Berlin worked perfectly, and Omega is none the wiser. Their trust in Alexandra Valentina was as blind as it was complete. I suppose a lifetime of living a lie has finally paid off.
Indeed, but your work is far from finished. We have reached the moment of truth for Operation Balder.
I know, Father. And I am ready. I did not spend all those years playing a Soviet lackey just to fall short of the prize now. Marching jackboots will once again echo down the streets of Berlin like thunder. The glory of the fatherland will be restored. This, I swear to you, Task Force Boulder is coming home. Father, I have always wondered about the day you crossed into the dark ether. What happened exactly? I understand you were doing your duty, but I have always wondered, why did you leave me?
That was a difficult day, Angelica. One I try not to think about. What mattered then was getting Task Force Balder in place. What matters now is completing the mission.
Of course, Father. I meant only that abandoning me must have been almost as difficult for you as it was for me.
But I never abandoned you. The fact that you are here is testament to that. Now, are you prepared for what comes next? If you are to lead our army, you must ascend.
My body means no more to me than the name I left behind. I will proudly remold it for the honor of leading the charge to reclaim Germania. My entire life has built toward this moment.
As has mine, child. As has mine.
Father, it worked.
You look every bit as glorious as I envisioned. How do you feel, my child?
How do I feel? I feel incredible. I thought I knew what it was to wield power before. Now power sings in every fiber of my being. Nothing will stand against us.
Then go to the head of our army and lead them to glory. Unleash the judgment of the Reich on the soft, weak ingrates who sullied the fatherland.
Tell them their day is done. The sun sets forever upon their divided world.
Father, are you my father?
Of course, child. My time here has left its mark on me. But I am the one who guided you to this moment. I am still me. Now go. Make me proud one final time. The Reich must rise from the ashes.
Hello, my friend. I have been wanting to speak with you again. We have so much to do, and we are running out of time. Yeah, about that. My colleagues are starting to ask questions. I think they might know about you. They've definitely seen me on this computer, and they're wondering what I'm up to. I see. This may take some finesse, Dr. Peck. But you must somehow reassure them you are not up to anything they would not approve of. Easier said than done. Gorev and Valentino watch me like hawks, just waiting for me to screw up. They cannot understand your genius, Peck. They also do not know your inner pain. Not like I do. Look, if you help me round up more of those Tempest guys, I could make new inversion warheads, get back in the Colonel's good graces. No. Niet, my friend. That seemed like a good plan when we first conceived it, but now I would not set you up to fail yet again. Besides, I have a better idea. Do tell. I am beginning construction of a new device. I will spare you the details until I know it can work, but it is exactly the sort of weapon your Colonel is looking for. Okay. When will you know if this new gizmo is viable? Soon, my friend. Just keep checking in with me. I am counting on your help. Hello, Zykov. You there? It's me, Peck. Yes, my friend. I am here. Where else would I go? So, my co-workers definitely know I'm in contact with you. They even know your name. And they did not discipline you? No. They see you as a potential gold mine of dark ether intel, and they don't want to punish the one guy you'll talk to. In fact, Gorev told me to ask about the entity you say is in charge over there. It's real, right? It is an existential threat to all of you, my friend. It is the reason I am building my new device. And that's... what? A weapon? It is something we will need when the real invasion comes. But tell your people I will reveal more details only if you help me come home. You got it. They might want to debrief you for days, but if you deliver on intelligence and firepower, they'll make you a hero of the Soviet Union. They can keep their medals. Just help me come home. Okay. Let me know when your device is ready. We'll work on how best to repatriate you. Over and out. Hello again, my friend. It is your old comrade Zykov. And yes, we are still comrades, even if you now serve Omega Group. This secret war we fight. Hello again, my friend. It is your old comrade Zykov. And yes, we are still comrades, even if you now serve Omega Group. This secret war we fight
and the ultimate enemy we both face transcend the politics of East and West. And now, thanks to Dr. Valentina, we have entered a dangerous new phase. She thinks she is carrying out her father's wishes, but she is wrong. The being that has visited her since childhood is not her father. The Forsaken is not simply powerful. He is a master of deceit. I have seen him do this before. Alter his appearance, play upon emotions, all to make others do his bidding. I have seen others here become drawn to him, follow him, worship him. And now the Forsaken commands a vast army, hungrily eyeing our world. This is the nature of the great evil I have been warning you about. This dark universe is no longer enough for him. He lives to consume. And when you reopened the gateway at End Station, he looked upon our world and saw a banquet to be devoured. I can still help you stop him, but only if you free me from this place. Only if you bring me home. Things were not always like this, my friend. I remember a time here in the Dark Ether when the Forsaken did not even exist. When I first crossed over, things were very different. And back then, there were many powerful entities at war here, forming alliances, betraying each other. Not that I realized it at first, any more than an insect would know the names of leaders in the Great Patriotic War. But eventually I came to recognize the lords of the Dark Ether. They had been locked in an ever-changing stalemate since the dawn of time. And then, one by one, the Forsaken hunted them down, consumed them, and made their power his own. The Forsaken imposed order upon the Dark Ether. Those who remained rallied to him, seeking his favor and pledging loyalty. This is a different place than when I arrived. It is infinitely more dangerous.
Day 4513. Since my arrival here, I have gradually come to understand there is a balance of power among the creatures of this realm. While most of us are consumed with day-to-day survival, the ones at the top of the food chain gather armies of followers and vie for supremacy. These are huge, obscenely powerful entities. I believe their competition goes back eons, but there is one of these elder gods I fear above the rest. Should it gain enough power, it will reign supreme and look for fresh conquests. And if it becomes aware of my homeland, they will be too busy competing with the West to notice the real danger. Day 4729. I have learned more about the one who seeks to rule this land alone. I do not know why, but after centuries of stalemate, this particular creature is suddenly ascendant. I am convinced that should it defeat its rivals, its bottomless appetite for power will not go away. So I must somehow find a way to stop it before it decides Mother Russia looks like a banquet. To that end, I am designing a new mechanism I hope will prevent this menace from ever leaving this place. I may go into further detail about how it functions, but first I must gather components, assemble it, and run tests, all without catching the attention of our new overlord. Can one man succeed where the elder gods failed? Time will tell. Day 4527. I have heard more rumors about a creature hunting the elder god. Entities who battled for supremacy here, they say it is fairly new, not of the old ones who have fought to a stalemate since this realm was young. There's a particular disturbing detail I keep hearing. They say it actually consumes those it defeats in combat, devouring them whole. And somehow it absorbs all the dark power from its victim, and it adds to its own. Some claim that it gains new abilities this way, such as the power to change its appearance, allowing it to stalk its prey disguised as someone they trust. I dismissed it as idle fantasy the first few times I heard it, but repetition has a way of giving credence to such claims. I have not seen it, but now I believe it is out there. Day 4771. I saw it, the Great Devourer, the Stealer of Souls, or as more of and more of us have started calling it the Forsaken. I was searching for machine parts further from my fort than I usually dare to travel. This was in territory once ruled by an old one who valued science and technology, so I hoped to find a trove of good components. Instead, I realized I was being stalked by some nameless horror too big to eat for even my crucible-empowered weapon. Just as it cornered me, it seemed to sense something amiss. Started to turn and was suddenly in the clutches of the Forsaken. It was different than I had anticipated. In fact, it seemed to change appearance as it tore into the flesh of the thing that was hunting me. I ran. I do not think the Forsaken even noticed me, but it is very real. Day 5169. The old ones are encountered less and less these days as the Forsaken continues to its steady rise. The creature has grown to a size only rivaled by the crowds of the followers that are drawn to it. I watch them from a distance, through an old telescope I restored. What I see has left me shaken. The Forsaken appears to be organizing them into an army. I have encountered some of them while foraging, and they always ask me to join them. Actually, it is less asked than threatened. Those who refuse and are less capable of defending themselves have been dragged to the Forsaken as sacrifices. Join or be consumed. That is the offer. That is what the Forsaken expects from all of us. I may need to move my fort or abandon it altogether. I am still beneath its nose, but continued resistance to the call of the Forsaken will surely make me a target. Empty stamina. An open can of stamina, likely used by an operator who needed some extra running and wanted to keep on gunning, but liked a twist of lime. Fury Crystal. A temperamental Ethereum crystal with unusual transformative properties. Empty Elemental Pop. An open can of elemental pop used by an operator who had too many elements to discover, so they fixed themselves up to make sure they delivered. Poster for elemental pop. Poster for the band Elemental Pop, known primarily for their popular title track and hit arcade game. Electrical Fuse. An electrical fuse you collected off a Tempest corpse. Tempest Essence. Ooh. Raw crystal essence siphoned from a Tempest, a critical component in the construction of an inversion warhead. Corrupted uranium. Uranium from a warhead corrupted by a megaton. Warning, highly unstable. Decontaminate immediately. And that is finally the end of Season 4 Intel, so I hope you enjoyed, and I'll be back with Season 5 later today. I hereby declare it my second recording of the day. Desperate measures, let's listen in to Season 5 Intel, and potentially even Season 6.
Apologies for keeping you all waiting.
Bad news.
I'm trying to think of where to start.
Beginnings are always good.
Strauss, just don't, okay?
What's on your mind, Weaver? We're all friends here. Good colleagues, at the very least.
The situation in Berlin could have been a whole lot worse than it was. But, thanks to Agent Maxis, we were able to get the strike team home safely.
And eliminated that rather nasty threat from the Nazis.
Isn't there something else we should be discussing? What's going on with Maxis?
No, not today. Omega is still several steps ahead of us, and I don't like not knowing what's coming.
I think we all know what's coming. And it's a threat from the Dark Ether itself.
The Forsaken. It could well prove to be a bigger threat than Omega.
Well, that's what I'm here to talk to you about. Desperate times, desperate measures. We need to reach out to those with more inside knowledge.
I really hope the next word out of your mouth doesn't begin with Ravenov.
Ravenov. He's no friend to Omega, and I think it could well prove valuable to us.
There is another option. Or should I say, additional option.
I know.
Zykov. He may be the only one who truly knows the Forsaken.
Are we suggesting we somehow break this lost Russian out of the Dark Ether?
Poor bastard's been in there longer than anyone, and we need all the allies we can get.
Ah, Carver. Here to gloat. Do a victory lap.
Not sure I follow.
Your outlandish theory has proved true. And I was one of your most vocal doubters. You were right. Your commander-in-chief, presiding over a Dark Ether army. The Forsaken.
We both know me coming here to gloat would be a waste of time.
Ah, so what then? Here to celebrate? Regretfully, I'm all out of champagne.
All right. You and me, we won't ever see eye to eye. I'm a man of war, you're a man of science. In World War II, my father fought for the Allies, while you fought for the...
How dare you? I never fought for anything more than my own research, and in turn my whole life has been in the service of men like you, who only want weapons, violence, annihilation.
You got this all wrong. I'm trying to prevent annihilation.
Because you have the biggest stick? Nothing is learned through eradication.
What about exploration? Your research was only possible because my teams protected yours. I'm not the provocateur, I'm the peacemaker. And that's what I'm trying to do right now, make peace. The Forsaken is coming. The way I see it, it's going to take your brains and my brawn to stop it.
You are proposing an accord?
A temporary ceasefire. We need to work together if we're going to stop this thing.
I would be amenable to that. Surely you can pardon an old man for being stuck in his ways.
Shit. You're not the only stubborn bastard in this office.
I do fear, Major, that we are already too late. I have been studying the primordial energy from the vortices. They are appearing more frequently, rapidly accelerating the terraforming process. In 1 month's time, we will no longer be able to contain their spread. As long as the portals remain open, they will continue to grow.
Well, sounds like we need to find a way to close the portals then. For good.
Come on in! Especially if it's my most favorite nurse.
Shit. Sorry.
Sir. At ease, Captain. Mind if I take a seat?
With a ribbon rack like that, you can do whatever the hell you want. Shit, you can even have the bed.
No need. And while it's not yet official, I think you could expect some of these ribbons yourself. I brought you some chocolates.
Well, I appreciate it, Major. Especially seeing as how I just dropped my other ones on the bed. Oh, shit. They're just melting into the damn sheets. What the fuck is Nurse Mary Beth gonna think?
Captain, you're on leave for the rest of the month.
Wait. What?
You've done more than any commanding officer has a right to expect. You went through a lot.
Permission to speak freely, sir?
Well, with all the cussing you've been doing, I assume speaking freely was already a given.
You want a chocolate?
Sure. As long as it's from the fresh box, not the bed sheets.
Thing is, sir, I don't want to leave. You like sherry creams?
Sure.
Good. I can't stand those creamy ones. My favorite's butterscotch, and then maybe the caramel.
Chocolates aside, may I ask why you don't want to go on leave?
I appreciate you visiting me, and the promise of some more medals, but I spent most of that last op tied up, much like I am now. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather get airborne again and do what I do best.
Hauling our strike team out of trouble whenever they need it.
Absolutely.
I understand.
Sir? One more thing.
Yes?
You want a butterscotch?
Hello? Still all out of fucks to give, Weaver?
Ravenoff. You shouldn't be calling. This line is monitored and recorded. Just talking to you could land my ass in a 6x4 at Dreamland.
You will want to hear what I have to say, Weaver. As will your director, who, if I am not mistaken, is also listening in. I have done some thinking, some soul searching. I took what you said to heart. The one made of ice.
Get to the point. What do you want?
Omega. Operacja Izbawiciel. I know what it is. More importantly, I know where. There is a test site, used in the early days of Operacja Inversia. It has been repurposed. That is all I can say for now.
I'm gonna need more than that if you want to get back into my good graces.
Even after all this time, you are still not listening. That is not why I have ever done any of this. It has always been about doing the right thing. A courier will be delivering a parcel to Requiem's dead drop in Madrid. It contains everything I know.
Why don't you come in? We can talk this out.
And end up in that 6x4 room in Dreamland? I don't think so. Review the documents. Then we talk.
And in return, what do you get out of all this? Your name cleared? Safe passage to the west?
Yet. I want you to release Agent Maxis. I have come to understand you are still holding her in captivity.
You know I can't make that call.
But, as we both know, there is someone listening in who can. You know who you are.
I'll see what I can do.
Oscar Strauss, personal log, May 12th, 1985. It is late. My insomnia has returned for the first time in years. I try counting sheep, but I end up counting sins instead. Viva says our conflict with Omega is coming to a head. The tipping point approaches. One final battle. Once more unto the breach, dear friends, once more. Two sides in the mix. Requiem, Omega, each desiring to destroy the other. One wild card in the deck, the Dark Ether desiring to destroy us all. I cannot say what outcome East and West will bring, but with the Forsaken, there's no doubt. Extinction. There is only one way to stop it. Close the gateways, sever our connection to the Dark Ether forever. That would mean the end of my research. The end of Ethereum. But if we do not act, it could mean the end of the world. I recently found myself reviewing old records in Requiem's archive from the war. I found documentation about a man who faced a similar conundrum. Professor Kraft, a demonologist, studier of the occult, a man forced to work for a great evil. Kraft's choice was not unlike my own, his life's work versus potential calamity. His choice speaks for itself, since we are here, now, to read the story of what he endured and accomplished. I hope I choose as wisely as he did.
Strike team, I just wanted to reach out with some updates. First of all, Berlin. Your time as Kravchenko's prisoner. You've shown courage and commitment, even in the face of severe adversity. I couldn't have asked for more. Even though we face an uncertain enemy, or enemies, I think we're approaching the endgame here. Omega is still out there, and truthfully, we don't know what their next play is going to be. All we can be certain of is that Kravchenko's actions are becoming increasingly desperate. As you know, or I hope you know, Agent Maxis may be our most valuable asset. She's turning out to be something special, as your rescue in Berlin clearly showed. Her time in the Dark Ether changed her in ways we're only just starting to fully understand. She's been undertaking some tests with the director. All I ask is that if I do let her return to the field, that you'll support her in whatever the situation we may find ourselves in. Weaver out.
Requiem Strike Team, Strauss here. My, oh my, it certainly has been a minute since we last spoke. You have been a busy bee. Operatia Inversia, Operation Excision, not to mention your little detour, is Omega. Quite the global pedestrian. Well, while you were off on holiday in Berlin, I've been hard at work on replicating Dr. Zarkova's Ethereum neutralizer. Admittedly, I haven't had much to go on, as we only recovered half the blueprint. However, as the Dark Ether's terraforming is ongoing and the phase continues to expand, such a device will prove invaluable for your continued fieldwork. Hopefully it will be available for field testing before too long. Considering the looming threat we now face, we will need everything available in our arsenal to stop it.
Hey, Strike Team. How you all doing? Sorry, just realised you can't really tell me. This communication is one way only. Hey, girl. What are you getting your nose into now? You probably knew from the start that I wasn't real military. Never did any PT, never held a gun. Don't think I'm cut out for it, to be honest. Hey! It's just a squirrel. Sorry, I'm walking not so. That's Sam's dog, in case you didn't know. You might have thought walking not so meant I was walking in some weird, funny way. Speaking of Sam, Maxis, I've not seen her in a little while, but Weaver said she's doing well. She's in Block 8, but I guess that's where they take you when you're... She's a strong girl. Woman. Not just strong. She's powerful. Ever since she came back from the Dark Ether, she's had these powers. She can move things. I know we can all do that, but I mean, she can do it without actually touching them. It's like if she really, really concentrates, she can just make things happen. I think we all wish we could do that. I know I do. Come on, Notso. Time to go home.
Strike Team. Damn, is it good to have you back in the field. You know, after Berlin, a few Requiem folks were wondering if you'd be up for redeployment. Not your old friend Mac. Never a doubt in my mind. We need you out there, now more than ever. Satellite surveillance shows the outbreak zones are expanding, slowly, but they're growing nonetheless. It's those damn terraforming crystals. They're shaking up the whole landscape. The phase is making it uninhabitable. For us, anyway. Shit. Wouldn't surprise me if one day soon the OZs just started collapsing. Look, I gotta level with you. Soldier to soldier. Omega, the Forsaken. Something's going down here. General sense around the office is that we're headed towards some sort of conclusion. Act 3 time. If all goes well, the next operation will be the beginning of the end. So let me ask you, what about us? The shit we're in right now, this interdimensional warfare, we're well beyond classified here. You don't just get to walk away from this. So once this is over, once the good guys win, where are we going from here?
Dark Ether Vortex Report. 02 March 1985. Definition: Dark Ether Vortex DAV refers to any spiral energy current comprised of primordial Ethereum capable of growing Ethereum processors. 2. Purpose. From what has been observed, the sole function of DAVs is to construct Ethereum processors at an accelerated rate, increasing the speed at which terraforming can be completed. They can grow Ethereum processors in 1/4 the time compared to natural maturation. 3. Process. While primordial Ethereum has always been used in crystalline construction, the cyclonic nature of the DAVs causes this energy to behave in unexpected ways. The increased velocity is critical to its ability to grow crystals at a faster rate. It is extremely unstable. 4. Effect. As stated above, the effect of DAVs is clear. They are responsible for the increased presence of Ethereum processors and key contributors to the terraforming acceleration. 5. Impact. The Dark Aether is rapidly expanding its presence in the outbreak zones. We are looking at a global terraforming event. The question is no longer if, but when. While our harvesters can siphon the primordial energy which causes the vortex to collapse, This is a temporary measure. We need to begin exploring a long-term solution before this becomes a global event. Yeah, there's no name. Craft journal page, though. This room keeps appearing from our digs. It must have a meaning. Vanguard Zombies reference. Outbreak Expansions Report. March 12, 1985. Memorandum for Carver Gray Strauss from Weaver. Subject, Outbreak Expansions. As you all know by now, Operations Threshold has been expanded to incorporate 2 newly developed outbreak zones, as all departments will be expected to extend their operations in accordance with the guidelines for each region. The first region is in the middle of the North Atlantic, and our operations will run a little differently. Regions show the Dark Ether barrier is unusually impenetrable, and we have seen no attempts at dimensional terraforming. As a result, unnatural sciences will be limited to specimen analysis. Containment and security will focus on HVT extermination, and energy research will prioritize Ethereum collection and DAO experimentation. The second region is located near an oil drill site in the Adrar province, Algeria. Interestingly, this is the second outbreak at this facility, the first having occurred last fall. All operations viable in this region. These are 2 of the larger outbreaks since the Ural Mountains last year. While there is no definitive proof as to why now for either of these events, we suspect it may be in retaliation to what happened in Berlin last month. I know we're piling on additional work onto an already loaded schedule, but let's stay on task and get this done. Operation First Domino. May 12, 1985, Memorandum for Carver Gray Strauss from Weaver. Subject, Operation First Domino. We have received approval to proceed with Operation First Domino. This will be a joint operation between all departments led by Field Operations and Containment and Security, Energy Research, and Natural Sciences, acting in a support capacity. While we are still in the preparation phase, we anticipate deploying our strike team no later than one month's time. We have received intelligence that that Omega is proceeding with Operatia Izbavitil, an Operation Redacted. We received documentation on this from Redacted, who recently contacted our director. We have independently verified this documentation. We have also identified the location of Operatia Izbavitil as Redacted and Redacted with the assistance of Field Asset Powder Keg. I understand your suspicions, but I am told they are to be trusted in this instance. Our mission is to intercept and take Redacted into custody before Omega. They are the only one capable of stopping Redacted. We are going to need all hands on deck for this one if our understanding of Operatia Izbavitil is correct. Omega's putting all their eggs in one interdimensional basket. If we blow up this basket, it's the beginning of the end for Omega and our Ethereum arms race, while also helping us prepare for the greater threat that lies ahead. Craft Journal, page 2. Another rune unearthed in Mexico. Markings are similar to the one found in Egypt. Craft 1944. Vanguard Zombies again. Artifacts. Frenzied Guard Canister. One of several interchangeable canisters for the wand weapon. When used, all enemies target user for 10 seconds with only their armor taking damage. Ethereum rocket model. A proof of concept model of energy research is Ethereum extraction rocket. Raptor 1's helmet. The helmet belonged to Requiem's very own Raptor 1. Toxic growth canister. One of several interchangeable canisters for the wand weapon. When used, summons the growth of ethereal thorns that slow and damage any enemy that contacts them. Agent Klaus model. A model of Unnatural Sciences Agent Klaus robot created after hours by Gray. Requiem helicopter model. A model of Requiem's Field Ops helicopter personal effect of Raptor 1. On to Omega, which only has 3 audio logs and no radio transmissions this time round.
My report on the Berlin incident has been well received by my superiors. We are in the clear. For the moment.
I'll bet. Thanks to my quick thinking.
Watch your tongue, comeback kid, before I remove it.
While it pains me to admit, were it not for Peck's ingenuity with manufacturing the warhead, I do not know that we could have stopped Valentina and her army.
On that particular topic, perhaps we can discuss the interdimensional-sized elephant in the room? The Forsaken? A solution is necessary. It must be dealt with.
Of course, Dr. Yeager, you are still coming up to speed. We are going to rebuild Peck's inversion warheads. It is the only way to destroy the creature.
Actually, Gorev,
Looks like you're the one still coming up to speed. We've moved in a different direction.
What are you talking about? Colonel, there has been a change of plan, Gore. Peck and I are developing a new solution for the Forsaken.
Ah, is that so?
Why was I not informed? All will become clear soon. Rest assured. If it is successful, it will mean salvation for the Soviet Union, Omega Group, all of us. We will be heralded as heroes. I assume we are still on schedule, Dr. Peck.
Yes, Colonel. Construction of the machine should be complete in 6 to 8 weeks.
Not good enough. We must accelerate development. If Requiem gets word of Operacja Izbavitio before we are ready...
I know. But considering the scale of this operation, we're lucky to be on track at all. The device to free Zykov was challenging enough, but this machine is complex. We're talking a new frontier, undiscovered science. The sort of thing they write books about and then debate for decades, maybe centuries. We're shifting the paradigm, rewriting the rules. This is my David.
Your what?
You know, David, the, Michelangelo Renaissance? Maybe that one didn't make it to Russia yet.
What can I do to expedite you, David? Reallocate resources? Divert personnel to the project?
Well, that would certainly help, provided it's not too much of a hassle.
This is the only thing that matters. Consider it done.
Thank you, Colonel.
And the old war hero? Still planning to honor his side of the bargain?
We bring him back to our reality, he'll help us stop the Forsaken. He thinks we want to kill it.
Good. Let's keep it that way. Keep me informed, Peck. Without this David of yours, there is no Operacja Izbavitio. Come. Oh, you. What do you want?
Can one not simply stop by for an unexpected visit, Gorev?
I am in no mood to entertain your antics. That is my grandfather's vodka.
And I must say, it looks as delicious as the boot it was probably distilled in. Cheers. So, it seems we are both being kept in the dark.
So it would seem.
Like a couple of naughty children. Not allowed to sit at the grown-up table.
Is there a point to your goading? Or are you just here to insult me and my vodka?
I am here because I am concerned. And I suspect you may be as well. Peck and Kravchenko and Peck. It is not like the colonel to keep his most trusted man under the loop. You were his protege. The son he never had.
Where are you going with this?
Kravchenko has made his intentions clear. Operacja Izbavitio cannot fail. If it does, the men will do whatever he must to ensure his own survival. His neck may escape the rope, but what about ours? Ah, you also have concerns.
Since Berlin, the colonel has become reckless. The KGB's patience is growing thin. Should this fail, we will all pay the price. I trust you can keep this between us.
Yeah, mein Freund. We have much more to discuss.
Berlin Report. On Spetsgrupa Omega, Dr. Alexandra Valentina, Viktor Chevrikov, chairman of the Committee for State Security. Chairman, regrettably, I must inform you that the rumors you have heard by now are true. Dr. Alexandra Valentina, lead researcher for Spetsgrupa Omega Psychotronics, is deceased. I know she was a favorite of yours, a rising star within the organization, and I can sympathize as she was like a daughter to me. The circumstances which led to this event can only be described as foreign sabotage. Requiem has developed an ethereum narcotic compound capable of inducing aggressive paranoia, hallucinations, and schizophrenic tendencies. Valentina, while in the Ural Mountains, was injected with the serum by Requiem strike team. We captured the strike team during their extraction, but the damage was already done. Valentina experienced a total psychotic break, believing she was the daughter of Dr. Ulrich Vogel, and that she had been given a mission to liberate a Nazi army from the Dark Ether. None of this is true, of course. We suspect she has latched on to this fantasy as so much of her work had revolved around End Station's research. Fortunately, our men were able to intervene in Berlin before events took a turn for the worse. I attempted to reason with her, but after examination it became clear her psychosis was irreversible. I resolved the matter personally. As for Requiem strike team, after processing, they were transferred to Potsdam. We made little progress with interrogations, so I ordered them executed. Finally, I want to assure you that this incident has not interfered with Operation Redacted. We continue to remain on schedule and expect to be operational in Redacted. Colonel Lev Krochenko, Commanding Officer, Omega Group. Enemy engagement report. Progress report, Ural Mountains breach. Increased hostilities. Colonel, I am growing concerned about our operations in the Ural Mountains. Since Berlin, we have seen an increase in Dark Ether activity by more than 50%. The Horde has doubled in size. Our strike teams have reported more hostile encounters in the last 4 weeks than the past 4 months combined. There is also the growing phase issue that as new Dark Ether vortices are reported every day, we are seeing the terraforming process accelerate across the region. There are concerns over how much longer that break zones will remain stable. We've lost 40 men in as many days. I have teams in certain hot zones who are refusing to go on patrols after dark, and I must say I cannot blame them for their hesitancy. Morale is in a freefall. I speculate all of this is in response to our actions in Berlin. When we stopped the Forsaken from entering our reality, we may have gotten attention in ways we did not anticipate. Perhaps this creature expected us to give in and let him take our reality without a fight. Now that we have reacted aggressively, it is reconsidering its tactics. With the ongoing development of Operation Redacted, our forces are stretched thin. I would suggest we reconsider our Ural Mountains operation and assess if they are necessary at this time. The increased hostilities show little sign of dissipation. Without additional reinforcements, we will lose control of this region, not to Requiem, but to the Dark Ether itself. Gorov, Spetsgruppe Omega. Operatia Ispavitel orders. On Omega, resources to all Spetsgruppe Omega departments per order of Lev Krochenko, Commanding Officer of Omega Group. As of now, all ongoing operations across all departments are suspended until further notice. This includes psychotronics, exoscientific phenomena, necroanalytics, and tactical operations at all outposts, including the Ural Mountains. All resources and personnel are to be diverted in support of Operatia Ispavitel. Each department will receive specific instructions shortly as to their new role within their operation. Teams will be asked to redeploy to Redacted. By Redacted, each department is expected to complete their transition without delay. Please note that this measure is temporary. If our schedule is kept, all departments can expect a return to normal operations by Redacted. Skeleton crews will remain at each outpost with armed support to ensure our facilities remain under Omega control. I know this may come as a shock to many of you. As your commanding officer, I can assure you that this was not an easy decision to make, but it is a necessary one. Operatia Ispavitel will determine the future of Spetsgruppe Omega. It is an effort we must undertake together, united as one. Its success will secure supremacy for the Soviet Union. It will be an honor to serve by your side as we achieve a better tomorrow. We will face adversity. We will have monumental hardships that must be overcome, but we will persevere for the good of the motherland. We were the first, we are the last. Colonel Lev Krochenko, Commanding Officer, Omega Group. Krochenko letter. 14 May 1985, Gorov. A rift has formed between us. I am not sure how it happened or what may have caused it, but I do know that since Berlin you have grown distant, combative. Your unwavering loyalty has been poisoned by doubts and uncertainties. For both of our sakes, I hope it is not too late to fix this problematic behavior. I am not one to reminisce on the past, but do you remember August 75? Before you joined my team, when you were still working with internal affairs, you were investigating my team for corruption and with malicious intent against the state. I was furious. I recall threatening to put your head against the wall, or through the wall. You laughed at that. You asked me to trust you, that you had proof. 2 days later, you arrested Private Sidorov, a double agent who had been delivering intelligence to MI6 for years. He confessed to plotting my own assassination. I trusted you, and you did not fail me. I am asking you now to trust me as you have done all these years. This operation is your chance to get back into Chebrikov's good graces. If we succeed, we will give the KGB a weapon so powerful the West will have no choice but to bow before us and tremble. We will be celebrated as the saviors of the motherland. We are so close to finishing this, old friend. Who knows what the future may bring, but for now be patient. We will deliver greatness to our people, Lev. Test Site Anna report. Progress report. Operatia Izbavital. Test Site Anna. Colonel, after several weeks, I believe I have finally triangulated Sergeant Casimir Zaikov's position in the Dark Ether. Having spent as much time as he has there, he is uniquely embedded deep within the other reality. It's no wonder he needs the help he does to make it back home. This won't be easy. We'll need to harness primordial Ethereum energy to generate enough power to bring him back. To that point, I believe Test Site Anna is our best option to run the operation. If that sounds familiar, it was used as one of our initial test facilities for Operatia and Versia last winter. As such, it's already equipped to handle excess amounts of Ethereum energy and is the only facility with a power grid large enough for an operation of this scale. So I guess when I say best option, what I really mean is only option. With your approval, I will begin preparations to move all necessary equipment to the new facility. We can begin construction to the machine immediately. Dr. William Peck, Exoscientific Phenomena, Spetsgrupa Omega. Artifacts. Valentina's ID badge. Valentina's official Omega ID, group ID from before her betrayal. Mimic Tentacle. The tentacle from an undead mimic, possibly once an Aethernaut at Outpost 25. Boost Module Model. A model of Peck's gravity boost modules, both used at Outpost 25 and for Omega's Ural Mountains operations. Gorev's ID badge. Gorev's official Omega Group ID. Teleporter Model. A model of Peck's Gateway Teleporter, first developed for use at Outpost 25. On to the Maxis audio logs and the few radio transmissions there are as well.
Wake up. Wake up!
Where am I? Where's Natso?
You will answer our questions. Do you understand?
Who the hell are you?
That's not important. What's important is who you are. What is your name?
Fuck you.
Where were you born?
Kiss my ass.
Your name is Samantha Maxis. You were born in Berlin, November 5th. Is that correct? Is that correct?
I don't know. Everything is different now.
Oh, I know that better than you.
Where am I?
You're in Block 8. A facility specifically designed to take care of people like you.
Take care of people like me?
You're here to undergo some specialized tests.
What kind of tests?
You'll find out soon enough. The Dark Ether changed you in many ways. I just need you to know how much.
You don't know anything about me.
Really? I think you're going to be very surprised. Hello, Sam.
Leave me alone.
No. We've got work to do.
Oh, you're going to electrocute me again?
I really hope it doesn't come to that.
What do you want?
I want you to show me some of your powers. Weaver and Gray both saw you do it. Why should I miss out?
What are you talking about?
I want you to move something, using only the power of your mind.
If you'd come down from behind that glass, I'd move something, all right.
I was worried you'd be like this. Why can't we just get along? I promise you, what I'm doing is for your own good.
You're insane.
Maybe. But I know what you're capable of. I just want to see it for myself.
What if I don't want to?
That would force me into the regrettable position of having to use more severe methods.
Is that a threat?
No, not a threat. just an incentive.
Hello, Mr. Director.
Oh, you heard me come in. You're very perceptive, aren't you? Do you know how long you've been here?
Not counting bathroom breaks and mandatory exercise. 15 days. As of today.
And still no breakthrough?
What kind of breakthrough do you want? Your only goal seems to be trying to make me angry. But I'm not. Just disappointed.
You're probably going to be more disappointed when this session is over. You do know that none of them really care for you. Strauss, Carver, Weaver, even Gray. They've barely inquired as to your current situation.
That's not true. They wouldn't want me to be here. You're just trying to manipulate me. Test my emotional responses.
Like you did with them. Do you even know how much trouble you caused for your Requiem friends? Going behind their backs on your little secret squirrel mission with Ravenov.
I looked Weaver in the eye when I was taken. To be brought here. He didn't want this.
You like him, don't you?
Not in the way you think. We just have history. Shared history. Shared trauma. You wouldn't understand.
I do understand. In fact, I was very forgiving about the whole thing. I mean, given Weaver's failures and lapses in security, I could easily have had him disappeared.
Don't test me.
Maybe I still should.
I'm warning you!
What on earth could you possibly do to me? You really are just a pathetic, sad, little, lost girl. Oh dear. I suppose we'll have to replace that glass now. But at least we're making progress. We're going to try something a little different today.
What's going on? What are you doing? Oh.
It's your fluffy friend.
She's not fluffy. Her name's not so fluffy.
Cute, I suppose. I just thought you'd be pleased to see each other.
We are. But I don't suppose you would know how it feels to be loved.
Playtime's over. Guard, you have your orders. Please take aim.
What?
In exactly 30 seconds, on my watch, the guard will pull the trigger.
How dare you? What the fuck is wrong with you?
25.
She's done nothing wrong!
18.
What kind of monster are you?
10.
What do you want from me?
You know what I want. 5. 3. 2. 1. Stand down, soldier. Well done, Samantha. You successfully teleported your dog to safety. I can't begin to tell you how proud I am. Of you.
"62 days.
Sorry. I'm not sure what you mean.
That's how long I've been here. 62 days.
Is that including bathroom breaks?
Honestly, fuck you. Sorry. Saying that's just me taking my mandatory exercise.
What a potty mouth.
apologies. What I meant to say was, fuck you!
Can I direct your attention to the monitor? The one on your right.
Elizabeth, she's asleep. Why are you watching her?
Not just Gray. I watch everyone. Bring in the prisoner.
What do you want from me this time? More magic teleporting?
No. Something much more important. This is a captured Omega agent, and I would like to see you kill him, using only the power of your mind.
I won't do it.
Won't. Or can't. I think the former.
You can't make me.
Take another look at the monitor. Do you see the figure standing very quietly in the corner of her room? The one who's just raised a pistol to Dr. Gray's head.
You're sick!
The way I see it, you have a clear choice. Kill the very, very bad person, or let the very, very good person die. It's simple, really. And please don't make me give you a countdown, because this time I would actually start on 5.
I can't.
Trust me, you can. 4. You may not realize it yet, but trust me, Miss Vanda, today was a very good day.
Hello, Strike Team. Remember me? It's Maxis. First of all, I want to apologize for my recent actions, for leading you astray during your operations in the Ural Mountains. I say recent, but in all reality it was months ago. What can I say? Time moves differently at Requiem. Especially for me. We've all been through a lot. But the director thought it might be appropriate for me to reach out to you. Directly. Again. If I could say anything, it would be to say thank you for all that you've done. After all, you're the ones who are in the field, risking your lives. I know how that feels. Believe me. But I think I'm pretty much done here. Hopefully they'll let me leave this place soon. It has taken me some time to understand everything. To understand who I am. I hated him for what he did to me. But he was right. I know I led you astray. But please, don't think I'm a bad person. I'm not. I am a good soul. But I have to do what I'm going to do. What I need to do. I've never felt weak, but it's only recently I realized just how powerful I am. I can move things. I can change the way things are. Sometimes I can hear people's thoughts. I can open gateways that allow us to move from this place to the next. One place to another. Like I did in Berlin. Like I did at Outpost 25. Maybe, just maybe, I could wish myself into a better world.
answers in here. But something is stopping me. Blocking me. I don't know what it is.
Week 1 Summary. Redacted, Week 1 Summary, 08, December 1984. Monday, December 3rd, subject redacted arrived at Block 8 testing facility located in Redacted. Subject had to be restrained and sedated almost immediately. Upon arrival, they managed to pick their handcuffs and incapacitated 2 guards in an attempt to flee facility grounds. Apparently in transit, there were 2 similar incidents. The subject was given a shower, fresh clothes, and placed in isolation. Tuesday, December 4th, subject refused both morning and evening meals, yelling profanities at the guards throughout the day. Subject was given 1 hour to walk the grounds and exercise under armed escort. No escapes attempted. Wednesday, December 5th, subject had initial session with Redacted. Session 1 was structured as orientation for the 2 to become familiar and establish boundaries with each other. Session proved both beneficial for both parties. Thursday, December 6th, subject attempted to skip cell block using an improvised lockpick fashioned from plastic spork. The subject has demonstrated that they cannot be trusted with utensils of any sort. Friday, December 7th, Session 2 with Redacted, initial test of telekinetic abilities without coercion. Subject refused. Session terminated early. Redacted has decided to pursue more unorthodox methods to provoke response. Subject rules. Memorandum for Block 8 General Staff from Redacted. Subject redacted. Tomorrow morning at approximately 0800, subject Redacted will be delivered into our custody after 2 days travel from Redacted. Ahead of their arrival, I wanted to take an opportunity to lay out a few basic ground rules. Subject is to be kept in an isolation ward. Subject is to be given 1 hour a day for exercise and fresh air. When outdoors, subject must be escorted by no less than 3 armed guards. Subject is to be provided 2 meals a day at 12 hours intervals, 0600 and 1800. 4, subject is to receive no visitors. This is not an unusual rule from our facility. However, subject is an associate of several Requiem senior staff members who may attempt to gain access under false pretenses. 5, no dog. 6, no sharp objects of any sort. Subject is a security risk, flight risk, and risk to itself. They are cunning, a trained field officer, knowledgeable in spycraft, and in possession of a wide array of skills. If they have an opportunity to escape one way or another, they will take it. 7, during their time at Redacted, subject developed a proclivity for keeping a journal. This habit should be maintained for mental health purposes. Paper and a soft marker are to be provided. 8, do not interact with subject unless instructed to do so. Just expand on the above point in Rule 6. They are intelligent, charming, and manipulative. They will attempt to form a sympathetic bond in order to facilitate their escape. 9, finally, subject must be treated with caution at all times. They are elementally unstable in possession of undetermined psychic abilities that could be triggered at any moment. They are not in control, not yet. Weaver letter. Weaver, I want you to know that I forgive you. I understand that you had no choice in me being sent here. Redacted. They told me that if we made enough progress, I would be able to write to you. We have made Redacted, so here I am writing to you. It's taken me some time to realize how much I've changed and how much is redacted, but I get it now. Redacted, made understood, made understand, even if his methods were redacted. I don't know if you were party to it or if it was redacted, but he threatened redacted. He threatened redacted. He even threatened redacted. You know, I would never intentionally hurt anyone or anything. I'm not a bad person. I'm a good soul. I just don't believe it. I know that. Maxis. Gray letter. Hi, Elizabeth. Now that I'm redacted, they told me I could start sending correspondence. Whether or not I will reach you, I'm not sure. Maybe it'll end up in the trash, or worse yet, form another part of yet another redacted. Regardless, I wanted to tell you that I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused when I persuaded you to redacted. It was wrong of me to do that, to put someone like you in that position. I promise you, it will never happen. I will never let it happen again, no matter what threats Redacted makes. Redacted. I hope you are well. I hope you have been having fun with Not So. I knew she liked you. I knew she would be happy with you. Here's to the future. I see you there. Your friend, Sam X. Onto the Dark Ether intel. There's not a lot here, but it's still important.
It has been a long time. I can hardly remember before. There is only now. And now is not a time I would wish upon anyone. This place has changed. It is unsustainable. Many bow before one. Those who do not are consumed. The rest of us, we cower
in shadow. Some manage to escape, but the crossing between worlds is dangerous. They arrive home disfigured, changed into fiery demons, horrors devoid of humanity. I hear they are killed almost instantly, when all they wanted was to escape. But they were no longer human. So the good soldiers bring their suffering to an end. I have found a way through. A way that does not end in death. There are strange mechanical boxes. They move between worlds. I climbed inside one. When I crossed over, I still changed, but not into a fire demon. Something more. I found people, soldiers, like I had been. They do not know that I am like them yet. Still, they help me. You do not see such kindness here. I forgot what it felt like to be helped. I am grateful. I try to repay them, provide aid in their battles. It is the least I can do. But then, the Forsaken finds me. It does not let me escape for long. It pulls me back. So I escape again, doomed to repeat this endless cycle. Still, it is nice to see home.
I hope you understand now what is at stake, my friend. The Forsaken. It wields a dangerous power.
Yeah, no kidding. Valentina nearly cost us all our jobs. That and almost destroying the world.
Next time we will not be so lucky. He has seen a demonstration of your capabilities. He will not make the same mistakes again.
Hey, with any luck, we'll have him making all new ones, thanks to you.
So, your commander has signed off on our proposal?
Not just yet, but I'm making progress. We'll have you home before you know it, as agreed.
And in turn, I will honor my part of the deal and help you kill the Forsaken. You have my schematics for the machine?
That and the piece you built yourself. Listen, Zykov, I need to level with you. This is gonna take some time to construct. Your design, it's a technical feat. I've never seen anything like it. It's overwhelming. This will take some time to wrap my head around.
Your transparency is why I know you are the perfect man for the job. You respect the science and difficulty of the task. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread. You are wise not to treat this lightly. My friend, today I am not sure if I should call you that. Friendships are built on trust, and I wonder if our trust is broken. You see, just as I speak with you, I have also been in contact with Omega Group. Whether or not you are already aware of this, it would be worse for me to pretend it is not so. Oh, I am not fooling myself. I know what they are. But all of us face a threat that dwarfs your Cold War. The Forsaken is bigger than East and West. Unchecked, he will end you both. Now, Omega has a plan to free me from this place. And I am inclined to accept, not simply to escape, but to stop the Forsaken. And I can only do that if I return home. So, if you no longer wish to be my friend, I understand. Or, if you can bring me home before Omega, so much the better. But whichever side frees me matters less than saving our world from the monster that devoured this one. You are still listening. Good. I hope the means our partnership continues, despite my contact with Omega Group. And I certainly trust you more than anyone on their side. I know who the good guys are, but we are running out of time. Moral purity is not a luxury I can afford. Nevertheless, I will make you a deal. If Requiem can bring me home before Omega, I will join your strike team. We will fight shoulder to shoulder against the ultimate evil. We can make this right, my friend. We can stop the Forsaken together. But first, by all that is holy, you have to get me out of here.
And the 4 artifacts are an empty Deadshot daiquiri, an open can of Deadshot daiquiri, likely used by an operator who was ready to quit complaining about their bad aiming, Demented Echo Head. Pretty cool. The head of a Demented Echo seen around the Ural Mountains outbreak zone. Empty Tombstone can. An open can of Tombstone soda, likely used by an operator who saw death waiting and didn't lose their hope. Empty Mule Kick. An open can of Mule Kick used by an operator who wanted to be strong like a mule, stubborn like a mule, even kick like a mule, El Barro. And that concludes Season 5. See, it was pretty quick. We got Season 6 here, though, and that's going to be a doozy, just like every other season. Yes, it's Season 6 time, which means the final season of Cold War Zombies. But we still have exclusive content, so enjoy.
Rabinoff.
Ah, good. I was getting worried you actually did end up in that Dreamland cell. I trust our mutual friend is listening in.
Nothing gets past you.
You can never be too sure these days. Trust is in short supply, especially amongst allies. You have reviewed the Madrid drop?
We're still combing through it, but so far we've been able to corroborate everything in there. There's just one thing missing. Operacja Izbavитель. Where will it happen?
Quite the undertaking, isn't it? A massive particle accelerator and a specialized machine built with a single purpose: to find and extract a needle from a haystack.
Zykov.
The lost Russian. A man out of time. Buried so deep within the dark ether, special equipment is needed to free him. But where to house such a massive operation? You need space, power, privacy.
Enough, Sergei. Where is it?
And what of my end of the bargain? Agent Maxis.
Once we have Zykov, she'll be released. I have the director's word.
I could care less about his. Do I have yours?
You have it.
There is an old Spetsnaz training facility at the Zakarpatska Oblast in the Ukraine. It was given to Omega for early Operacja Inversia testing in '84. We called it Test Site Anna. You know it?
I have friends who did. I didn't know it was repurposed.
With good reason. It was shuttered after an incident in '81. I trust this is all you need?
I'll keep you informed when we make our move, Rabinoff.
I'll do you one better. I'll be there.
Throughout my studies of dark ether crystalline structures, few have intrigued me as much as the symbiotic relationship shared by 3 particularly unique and rare crystals. On a molecular level, these 3 are codependent. While each can survive on its own, they are exponentially more powerful when unified. There is the polymorphic crystal core, which has developed the most fascinating survival technique. It can reconfigure its form at will. There is the energetic geode,
a highly volatile crystal that can evolve when impacted with high concentrations of Ethereum. And there is the tempered crystal heart. The name is no misnomer. It is quite literally the crystalline heart from a dark ether species, extracted only when exposed to extreme heat. When all three are submerged in an Ethereum pool, they coalesce, forging an ancient ethereal weapon. The tempered crystal and geode are both naturally occurring, but considering its function-driven final form, I believe the polymorphic crystal is manufactured by something in the dark ether, enabling the symbiotic relationship among the three. As to who created it, we may never know, but their creation speaks for itself.
How the hell? How did Gray turn this thing on? There you go.
Hello? Who is this?
You don't know me. At least I don't think so.
You are Requiem or Omega?
From your point of view, I bet it's hard to tell the difference these days.
Ah, so, Requiem. Omega would not possess such self-awareness. But you are Russian, and your side was the Americans.
I think you know it's never that simple. My name's Grigory Weaver, Special Operations Officer at Requiem. For the last 17 months, you've been in contact with my team. You've helped them survive. You've tested them. All with a singular purpose: coming home. Yet, we're not the only ones you're talking to. You've been playing both sides.
You both want the same thing. To stop the Forsaken. I just want to come home. How I accomplish that means little to me.
Pretty selfish. The needs of one over the needs of millions?
You do not know the Dark Ether the way I do. You could not possibly understand what I have done. What I have sacrificed to survive this wretched hell. If you were in my shoes, you would not be so quick to judge.
Maybe. Here's what I know. Omega is planning on bringing you home. I know where, and I know when. I just need to know one last thing. If we recover you from Omega, will you side with us? Will you help us?
Yes.
You will help us stop the Forsaken. I want your word. Russian to Russian.
You have it. It is funny. When I speak to Russia, I talk to American. When I speak to America, I talk to Russian. Your world is confusing.
Always has been.
No, Grigory. It was simple once. Once upon a time, you knew who your enemies were.
Major Carver. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Well, considering we're on the verge of victory, I think I'll take that drink now.
About time. Grab a chair. What's got you in such a good mood?
I could ask you the same thing.
At 1500 hours tomorrow, Operacja First Domino will be underway. Our team touches down at the Zakharovska Oblast. Within an hour, Kazimir Zykov will be in Requiem custody. And Omega begins to crumble. Nazdarovia.
Cheers. And Kravchenko.
If we have the opportunity, we engage. But Zykov is priority one. You know this.
That's not what I'm asking.
If our operation is a success, Kravchenko will have no moves left to make. Omega will be finished. Chevrikov will decide his fate. When you work under the Soviet hammer, it always ends the same way.
You get nailed.
Exactly.
So, we finish this. Omega is defeated. Zykov helps us stop the Forsaken. Then what?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Just can't shake this feeling. During Apache Snow, I took part in. Let's just say I haven't forgotten it. It came back with me. I couldn't wash it off. We called it the Stick. Requiem, the Dark Ether, this whole op. We can't just wash this away either. We know things most can never imagine. So what happens to us?
One day at a time, Mac. Let's see what tomorrow brings.
Documents, page 6. CIA DOD emergency meeting, page 6. Marasco disaster, November 3rd, 1983. Weinberger, the president has asked that we find a, quote, proportional response to this incident. He has London, Paris, and Berlin on the phone, wanting to know what the hell is going on, and I don't blame them. These Halpern, what did you call them? Halpern, outbreak zones. And then, Mr. Secretary, not it. There are 5 now, starting in Marasco. Weinberger, right, sure. They want to know what the course of action is. Hell, I want to know what the course of action is. Meanwhile, I got NATO who wants to take control of the damn thing. Well, that's not happening, says Casey. Weinberger, we need a solution and fast. Redacted. Excuse me, Director, if I may. Casey, I'm sorry, who are you? Heinemann. I told you not to speak. Apologies, Director. My associate doesn't understand that there are protocols. Redacted. Associate Deputy Director, CIA, DS&T. I believe this may be of interest to you. Remedy to your solution. Redacted. Slides a folder down the conference table. Casey catches it. Casey reads. 1 minute passes. 2 minutes. Casey, this proposal, this is yours? Redacted. Yes, sir. A subgroup within the Directorate of Science and Technology, internally staffed. It would provide the illusion of involvement for our allies while remaining firmly under our control. Casey, Office of Requiem. Sounds a little ominous. Redacted. Then it is having the desired effect, sir. Casey Kaspar, take a look at this. Susan, get me the White House. We may have something here. B-14 wiretap transcript. April 30, 1985. Memorandum for the Director from Secretary, Executive Office. Subject requested wiretap transcript. Requested transcript from wiretap B-14. Requiem employee Major Mackenzie Carver. Homeline message recorded at 2314, 28 April 1985. Left for SOO Gregory Weaver. Carver. All right, Gregory. I know it's late, but I did some more digging, and you know what I found next to diddly squat. It seems every time I'm about to find something on the guy, I get another blank page. 1 step forward, 2 steps back, off the edge of a cliff. Carver. And what are we back to? Well, we know he speaks Russian, but does that mean anything? He also speaks French and German, Italian, and English. Not that counts at this point. Carver. Oh, I did one thing. Before Requiem, he was the associate... Oh, I did find one thing. Before Requiem, he was the Associate Deputy Director of the Office of Extra-Irregular Activities. Apparently, it was a shadow subgroup under DS&T specializing in clandestine sciences. Not that that clarifies anything. Carver. I mean, look, I met the guy. He's nice enough, but I still don't know his effing name. Do you? Carver. He's covered every track, erased every record. Hell, he probably monitors comms so he can scrub any mention of his name. Carver. Actually, you know what? I'm just joking. Having a bit of fun. Just a joke. Silly old Mac. No issues here. Everything's all good. See you tomorrow. Ancient parchment. The chrysalax. Forged in the pools of Etheria. 2 forms the chrysalax shall take. Savager, sharp as the mountains in the badlands of Dipserax. The storm, powerful as the winds on the oceans of Zephoria. For if you are to defeat the one who is many, it will take both to tear him apart. The devoured shall be reborn, their scattered ashes shall be reformed. The Forsaken's torment will be undone when the old ones reign once more. Aragmoth. Collapse report. May 21, 1985, memorandum for the director from Weaver. Subject, Ural Mountains outbreak zone collapse. This afternoon, several outbreak zones, including those in the Ural Mountains, experienced a catastrophic collapse in environmental stability. At approximately 1700, the phase began to rapidly expand, raising Ethereum radiation levels by 5,000% in a matter of minutes. Dr. Gray and Dr. Strauss are still finalizing their reports, but for now, both believe these areas are now completely uninhabitable for life from our reality. An immediate evacuation was ordered for all Requiem personnel. So far, 8 science teams have reported in, but 3 are MIA. We are still holding out hope. However, Energy Research Team Dimos 2 and Unnatural Sciences Team Charon 1 were closest to the hypocenter of the collapse. They would have had less than a minute to react. Requiem strike teams had just touched down for Charlie shift when the event began and were successfully extracted moments later. Reports from both containment and security and energy research have stated for months this was inevitable. However, their timelines did not predict any event until 1987 at the earliest. While Ethereum terraforming crystals have been present in the Ural Mountains outbreak zones since formation, it is believed that dark aether vortices contributed heavily to the acceleration of the terraforming process. This event was precipitated earlier this month when Ethereum radiation began interfering with my strike team's radar and biometrics, forcing the operators to take additional security precautions within the field. Since this evening, we have measured an expansion to each zone by 0.25 inches. Dr. Strauss believes the only way to reverse the terraforming effects would be to sever the connection between the dark ether and our world. Without a source to feed them, the Ethereum radiation would be unable to flourish and would dissipate in time. It is his recommendation we consider this possibility. Ancient Parchment 2. Created by the blast of the three-headed beast, the geode's sharp edges could cut through Invictor's shield, let alone the flesh of mortal or unmortal. The Crystallic Savager cannot be forced without it. Ripped from the chest of a tormented soul, the crystal heart burns with such vigor it could power the cannons of Nordicus. Be wary, for its fire must remain lit for its potency to be assured. The polymorphic crystal can shift its shape seamlessly. The source of the Crystalax's transformative prowess, a crystal of my own creation, ensuring the weapon cannot be forged without my guidance. By my hand shall the Forsaken be undone. He may have enslaved my disciples, but he shall not slave me. Sparagmos. Requiem Neutralizer Blueprint. Ethereum Neutralizer Field Assembly Kit. Energy Research Office of Requiem DS&T. If you find yourself compromised by the phase, please refer to this guide for field assembly of an improvised Ethereum neutralizer, provided you can procure the necessary parts. Strauss. Housing unit. Scrap metal can be used to assemble the housing unit that will power the device. Monitor. The monitor need not be fancy. Any will do, provided it can broadcast updates to the user. Fuel tanks. Please note, due to volatility of a catalyzed Ethereum, fuel tanks must be disc or saucer shaped for adequate fluid stability. Approved Dr. Strauss, date 04/03/85. Post-it note, recovered from abandoned Requiem safe house, could be useful if Ethereum levels rise. Memorandum for the board. February 8, 1985. Memorandum for redacted board of directors from redacted subject Berlin event. Since Berlin, many of you have approached me about my involvement. I will make my intentions clear on the matter. Then we will move on and be done with this. Berlin presented an opportunity to acquire a pertinent piece of our puzzle. Instead of capitalizing on it, I chose to deploy countermeasures to ensure that the gateway would be closed. This choice seems to have been to have perturbed more than a few of you. Initially, my plan was to utilize the American forces on site, but their incompetence shone brighter than the sun. A communication from an Omega contact revealed that they would be deploying Requiem strike team in Berlin. Given their success rate up until this point, I knew the operation would be in the most capable hands. I laid a trail of breadcrumbs, and they eagerly followed, none the wiser to their role in my plan. As you all know, and to my vexation have repeatedly mentioned this week, as we had the prize goose being offered to us on a silver platter, yet I chose to send the dish back to the kitchen. While I shouldn't need to explain myself for the sake of discouraging further irritating lines of inquiry, I will put this simply, it was not the right time. If we are to achieve our goal, we must do so at the proper time and place. When all the appropriate arrangements have been made, we were not ready to proceed when Berlin happened. We will not rush this. A single misstep here would be catastrophic for our work, not to mention life on Earth. And if that's not scary enough, you should know it would be disastrous for your rockets and for your pockets and the shareholders. Perhaps those are stakes you can sink your teeth into. Project Janus will succeed when the time is right, and worry not, Maxis will be dealt with. In fact, she is quite important to what comes next. Progress Report. June 1, 1985. Memorandum for the Director from Secretary Executive Office. Subject Progress Report Week 10. Test Site Redacted. It was a big week down here in West Virginia. Our cover story went live in the town of Redacted, where the citizens were informed the nuclear power plant had experienced a tower failure and was leaking. At this time, most of the town has been evacuated and placed in lodging to one county over. We've established a disaster relief fund in coordination with the local government. The county is thankful for the generous donations from the Jerry Cats for Kids Foundation. We expect relocations and payments to begin in 2 weeks. As you predicted, a few locals weren't exactly keen on giving up their land and asserting their rights as American citizens to protect their property. We'll see how they feel once we start construction on the wall. 3 additional venture companies have been established so we can begin to move supplies in, including a shipping company at the West Virginia Public Port Authority, which is crucial to the 5,000 tons of steel we are expecting to be delivered next week. We are still dealing with a shortage of boring machines on the East Coast, which is surprising. We are in coal country, which is now impacting the build schedule for our tunnel network. I'm seeing what we can do to acquire machines from the Midwest. Milwaukee and Indianapolis still owe us a favor, but it will take some time to arrange. Lastly, this week was orientation week for our latest batch of new hires: 53 scientists, 32 military personnel, 18 operations personnel, 4 custodians, and a partridge in a pear tree. We'll see how many make the month. Our retention rate is up to 30% after the latest round of improvements. That's all for now. Looking forward to your arrival, sir. Artifacts. Tesla Storm Canister. One of several interchangeable canisters for the wand weapon. When used, creates a lightning chain that connects to other operators, stunning and damaging undead enemies. Weaver's Eye Patch. One of Weaver's spare eye patches. Director's Mug. Personal mug of Requiem's one and only best director. The Crystal Axe. Forged in the pools of the Dark Ether, the Crystal Axe combines 3 crystals, creating an ethereal weapon that can transform at will between 2 forms. Housing Unit. A sufficient housing unit for constructing an Ethereum neutralizer in the field. Monitoring device. An adequate monitor for an Ethereum neutralizer assembled from spare parts capable of broadcasting status updates to the user. Fuel tank. A makeshift fuel tank for an Ethereum neutralizer, saucer shaped to stabilize the volatile catalyzed Ethereum. Ethereum neutralizer. It may not be professionally constructed, but this field-assembled Ethereum neutralizer will still provide all the necessary protection from areas with high levels of irradiated Ethereum. Omega audio logs start right now.
Yeah, Central. Codename Whiskers. Requesting immediate transfer to Argus. What? Code in? You know who this is. Don't be ridiculous. Lovely night, isn't it? Nothing like the Big Apple in wintertime. Yeah, great. Just transfer me, fuckhead. He'll want to hear this. Argus, it's Whiskers. Yeah, it's back. Listen, I don't have much time, but I do have information. I know what Omega is planning. What do I want? I want a clean slate. My burn notice destroyed, my record expunged. Let bygones be bygones. No. Well, what if I told you I can deliver you Zykov on a silver platter? Yeah, that got your attention. Tuesday, 10 a.m., our old dead drop. I'll give you everything I have on Operatia Izbavitel.
Thank you for meeting with me on such short notice.
It is my pleasure. Why the late night call? Trouble sleeping?
There is a delicate topic I wish to discuss. In 72 hours, Zykov will be in our custody. Soon after, we will face the enemy, the Forsaken. I had hoped you could offer some insight about what to expect, considering your family lineage.
Forgive me, Colonel. I am not sure what you mean.
Come now. I have read your file. You are related to Oberführer Wolfram von Liszt, the fabled leader of the SS unit Die Wahrheit. He faced similar entities, yes? What was its name? Ah, yes. Kotif.
Tread carefully, Colonel. There are certain names best left not said aloud. While it is true my great-uncle pursued certain obsessions, I am afraid I was privy to little that would be helpful for our situation.
Is that so?
Unfortunately, sometimes the myth is larger than the man. They were just stories, Colonel. Stories to scare children.
How disappointing. That will be all, Doctor. Have a good night.
I can see myself out. Some doors are closed for a reason, Colonel. Do not open this one.
To the left. The left! No, your other left! Jesus Christ! This is why we use the Imperial system.
Dr. Peck, hard at work, I see.
Colonel, I wasn't expecting you for another week.
Relax, Doctor. How is your David progressing?
My what? Oh. We're proceeding on schedule, Colonel. As anticipated, your reallocation of resources has accelerated our timeline. We're looking to be fully operational by the end of June. That was what we agreed upon. We set Zaikov's extraction for July 4th.
Plans have changed. Zaikov's extraction is now June 4th.
A month? You've got to be shitting me. You can't reasonably expect us to move up the schedule by a whole month. We won't have adequate time for testing. I'm not even sure the particle accelerator will be ready by that date.
I don't want to hear excuses. I want to see results. As does the chairman committee.
Pardon my French. This could fuck us. We're trying to extract a person buried inside a dimension filled with billions of creatures. A single miscalculation could turn this place into its own fucking outbreak zone. We can't just throw a dart at a calendar and declare a deadline. Science takes time.
This is not a discussion. Operatia Izbavitio is the crowning achievement of everything Omega has done until now. Once we have captured the Forsaken, he will be a weapon of unparalleled power to do our bidding. He will destroy the West in one fell swoop. We will be heroes. You will get it done, and it will work.
Shit. What are you looking at, Mr. Metric System? I said to the left! This is Dr. William Peck. It is the 4th of June, 1985, 9:32 a.m. This is test number 8 for dimensional extraction.
Must you start with that every single record?
Oh, deja vu all over again. All teams are in position, ready to proceed. Colonel.
Activating resonator. Beginning magnetic amplification. Well, what does it show?
Dimensional barrier identified. Proceeding with scan. Barrier membrane is fluctuating. Increase voltage output by 10.
Anything?
We're picking up something. I'm just not sure what.
It's him. I know it.
We can't be sure.
Increasing voltage output by 20.
By 20? What are you, insane? Don't you dare. Damn it!
Captain, get your men into position. I want the threat neutralized now. Captain?
Shit.
Redirecting alignment. Proceeding with second scan.
What are you doing? We need to close that gateway immediately.
We will do no such thing.
Ethereum levels are spiking across the facility. Your men...
My men are loyal to Omega. We were the first. We are the last. That portal does not close. Not until we have sight.
I'm just telling you the date has changed, all right? June 4th. If you want him, you'll have to move fast. The Forsaken's cage has been completed to your specifications. Once Zykov gives us the creature's location, we'll extract him directly into our captivity. Kravchenko is blinded by abject loyalty and his determination to appease his superiors. You know this, ever since you first told him about the Forsaken. Don't bullshit a bullshitter. I'm not stupid, I know it was you. I'll admit, at first I thought it was Strauss, maybe Weaver. But it's been you this whole time. You're the Requiem mole. I just want to figure out why. Hey, remember, you came to me at Outpost 25. You told me to get rid of her, despite Kravchenko's orders. I threw her in the dark ether for you, just because you didn't anticipate they'd get her back. That's not on me. All I'm saying is, you want this thing, the Forsaken. You want it so badly that you don't care which side gets it for you, as long as you get it. If you're gonna pull this off, you need me. So, we have an agreement? Clean slate? Good. I'll let you know when. Have your men ready.
So, we have an accord.
Provided events transpire as you predict, then yes.
I will not let that man catch me with my pants around my ankles.
An image I did not need.
So, to recap. First, Kravchenko and Peck free Zykov, who in turn points them to the Forsaken's location.
Once they have that, they extract it from the dark ether and place it securely in their prison box.
At which point we swoop in with our hind as instructed to take the cage to the facility outside Moscow. That is, if everything goes according to plan. If things fall apart...
If things fall apart, Plan B.
Plan B, indeed.
Your contact. He can guarantee our safety.
We will be granted safe passage, and possibly employment, depending on how we play our parts. We are privy to a world of secrets few know even exist. In the right hands, we are more valuable alive. But in Kravchenko's...
I understand.
Cheer up, Goran. We're the heroes in this, like your spaghetti westerns, yeah? I'm Stephen McQueen, and you're the other guy.
Yul Brenner.
Exactly. The magnificent tool.
Documents. Operacja Izbawiciel approval. On the authorization of Spetsgrupa Omega Operacja Izbawiciel to Colonel Lev Kravchenko per order of Viktor Cheprikov, Chairman for State Security, effective 11 January 1985. KGB Spetsgrupa Omega has approval from the Chairing Committee to proceed with Operacja Izbawiciel. Approval has been granted for the following procedures. The recovery of Sergeant Kazimir Zykov of the 1st Guards Tank Army from the Dark Ether Dimension, the construct of a particle accelerator, the intended purpose of which is to breach the Dark Ether to recover Sergeant Zykov, the construction of a dimensional amplifier, the intended purpose of which is to identify Sergeant Zykov's location in the Dark Ether, the interrogation of Sergeant Zykov to identify the location of the dimensional entity identified as the Forsaken. Omega is authorized to use any methods deemed necessary to acquire this information. The delivery of Sergeant Zykov to our holding facility in Moscow for further interrogation and to undergo cultural reassimilation. the use of the particle accelerator and dimensional amplifier to secure the Forsaken from the dark ether, the construction of a containment chamber to hold the Forsaken for secure transport to Omega's Moscow facility. The entity is to remain in containment until subservience has been achieved through programming. The deployment of the Forsaken as a weapon to target our enemies in the west location will be identified at a later date. It should be noted that the approval for this operation was not unanimous. Those who voted against cited the exorbitant cost of Omega's operations as well as their limited success rate. Although Omega has had more successes than failures, the cost of each failure has been higher than any other department. Additionally, multiple members of the Cheering Committee have expressed concerns about Omega's greater mission. They feel that despite the technological potential offered by Ethereum, these last 18 months have demonstrated the risks of investing in the Dark Ether outweigh their reward. In short, Colonel, the future of this department staked on this operation do not fail. Order of Operations. On the Order of Operations to all department leads, per order of Lev Kravchenko, commanding officer of Omega Group, with the day nearly at hand, I feel it prudent to provide the finalized order of operations for 4 June to my senior staff. 3 June 0900, all senior staff members will take their positions. I will join Dr. Peck at test site Anna. Dr. Yeager and Gorev will proceed to redacted airfield. All other senior staff members should proceed to redacted our security facility in Moscow. 4 June 0300, Dr. Peck and I will activate the particle accelerator and the dimensional amplifier. If all goes according to schedule, Sergeant Casimir Zykov should be in our custody by 0500. He will be taken to the interrogation chamber, where he shall be kept in isolation until 0900. 0900, I will personally interrogate Zykov until he divulges all information needed regarding the location of the Forsaken in the Dark Ether. He will then remain in isolation until the entity is captured. 1200, I expect Zykov will break by 1200, at which point we proceed to stage 2 of the operation. Dr. Peck and I will reactivate the particle accelerator and the dimensional amplifier. Once we have identified the Forsaken signature, we will pull him from the Dark Ether. Private Alexeyev and Private Kuzmin will man the Ethereum gun turrets. I will inform both they have volunteered this evening. 1300, by this time, the Forsaken will have been subdued and forced into the containment chamber. Once he is secure, Dr. Yeager and Gorev will use their transport helicopter and airlift the containment chamber to our facility in Moscow. 1500, the Forsaken arrives at our facility. Containment chamber will be taken to sub-level 2 of Hangar 7 and placed in Vault 12B, which has been retrofitted with subsonic Ethereum resonators. The pressure from amplification should render the Forsaken incapable of movement. 1700, Sergeant Zykov is escorted to his vehicle transport. At 1370, vehicle transport will be ambushed by American soldiers. Both the driver and Zykov will be executed in what will be declared an attack against the Soviet Union. This will be used to advance Omega's agenda in the coming weeks and months. As a reminder, only the senior staff is aware of our mission parameters after Zykov's capture. General staff will be informed of Stage 2 at 1200. This is to avoid anyone having second thoughts. Our moment approaches. We are the first, we are the last. Colonel Lev Kravchenko, Commanding Officer, Omega Group. Test Site Construction Blueprint. Test Site Anna. Additional construction exoscientific phenomena. Omega. Construction of the particle accelerator must match design specifications of the cyclotron at end station. Amplifier tunnel must be lined with the Ethereum harmonic resonators to ensure accuracy of dimensional aperture. Approved, Dr. William Peck. Date 22 January 1985. Containment Chamber Blueprint. Forsaken Containment Chamber exoscientific phenomena. Omega containment chamber has been designed to the appropriate specifications required to hold the Forsaken. Height, width, and length must be exact based on our information. This is the approximate size of the entity. Walls of chamber should be coated with an Ethereum primer, which should nullify any of the Forsaken's unnatural abilities. Approved, Dr. William Peck. Date 28 March 1985. Post-it. Note, Peck, what the hell is this for? Location targets. 2 Gorev RE location targets. Regarding our conversation last night, a few additional thoughts. Washington, D.C. unleashing an interdimensional entity on the capital of the free world certainly had some punch to it. However, I suspect both myself and Chebrikov had similar feelings about this target. It demands retaliation. In the interest of self-preservation, we should find a target that encourages fear and submission, not anger and vengeance. New York, similar feelings. Unless we wish to encourage the wrath of the Western Bloc, we should avoid targets that are too high profile. To that end, perhaps it would be best to avoid targeting the United States directly. London, while an island target certainly has its attraction, I am not convinced London would make a grand enough statement. Oddly, it does not feel high enough profile. Berlin, this is interesting, given its ongoing role in the conflict, the decimation of West Berlin would certainly be a symbolic victory. Further, if there were any potential to remain loose ends related to Dr. Valentina, this would be our chance to tie them off. However, after the death of that U.S. Army intelligence officer last week, there are too many eyes on the city. Perhaps it will subside by the time we are ready. One final thought, considering the events at Allemund, we, as well as our ongoing involvement in this region, there is certainly a statement that could be made here as a decisive victory would be a strong show of leadership from our newly elected General Secretary. We should discuss further. Lev. Ethereum gun turret blueprint. Ethereum gun turret, exoscientific phenomena Omega, powered by Ethereum crystals. The Ethereum gun turret does not need to be reloaded. However, a cooldown will occur between bursts, so the weapon can recharge, capable of heating up to over 60 degrees Celsius. The energy beam can melt steel and liquefy Ethereum crystals, should provide an adequate countermeasure to neutralizing the Forsaken. Approved 28 April 1985 by Peck. Forsaken photograph. Written on the back, Forsaken, on the move with his army, had only a moment to take photos, saw many in uniform that were familiar, but they were altered at Cursed. ARC-XD Blueprint, ARC-XD Tactical Operations Omega, Psychotronics Research Omega, a support utility weapon. The ARC-XD emits a unique audio frequency that attracts undead specimens to its location, continually generating a localized energy pulse. The remote-controlled vehicle is lethal to enemies who may wander too close, detonates on impact, or when the Ethereum crystal has been destabilized. Approved Dr. Hugo Yeager, date 13 April 1985. Anton, note, Pavel, something is wrong. I can feel it. I know you will say my paranoia is acting up, but this is not the case. Not this time. They are lying to us or misleading us. At the very least, was our mission here at this facility. I mean, they say we are here to rescue a Soviet trapped in the Dark Ether, all of Omega's resources diverted, all to save one man. He must be very important, unless he is not why we're here. Observation 1. With each passing week, I see more soldiers at the facility. Why the increase? Is the Soviet dangerous? I can always see you waving your hand and saying, Anton, they are here for our protection in case enemy shows up. Yes, this may be true. I will give you that, but observation 2. I spoke with my supervisor and asked if we should dismantle the helicopter, you know, the one hanging from the Raptors. From when this was a training facility, he approved. 2 hours later, Dr. Peck comes over and yells at me. He orders me to stop and rewire everything. He goes so far to order me to verify it works. I am happy to oblige, but why would he care about the helicopter? What purpose could he possibly want it for? Again, I already know what you are thinking, Anton. Maybe it is here for our protection. What does that matter? Anyway, I have worked with Peck before. He does not concern himself with facility security. He believes it is beneath him. If someone else had stopped me, you would have a point, but for him to stop me, he wants to use it in case something happens. What will happen? Well, this brings me to observation 3. I saw in the manifest a giant security cage is to be delivered in 2 weeks. Pavel, I saw the dimensions. It is bigger than any department building. What do we need this for one man? No, I tell you, there's something they are not telling us, Anton. Artifacts. Jaeger's ID badge. Jaeger's official Omega ID. Contaminated crystal. An Ethereum crystal with unusually high concentrations of dark ether radiation. Report to Unnatural Sciences immediately for quarantine. And that leads us to the Maxis Intel, which is, as always, limited.
Hello, Sam. How are you today?
I am alive. Yes. Still alive.
Are you scared?
I am not scared. I have overcome much worse things.
I don't mean scared of being here. I mean, are you scared of yourself?
I am not a bad person.
You are a good soul.
I want to believe that. I have to believe that.
You don't need to prove it to me. I know.
Why can't you just let me go? Why can't you just put me out of my misery?
Sam, I would never give up on you. You us all.
I don't understand.
The Forsaken is almost upon us. And only you can stop it.
Sam, there's someone here to see you.
Hi, baby. I've missed you so much. Oh, you've gotten so big.
The director said we could break the no visitors rule today.
But not just a social call, is it?
He wants a second opinion. Mine. About your state of mind.
He wants to be sure I'm in control of myself.
It's floating! The television is floating! How can you do that?
I can do a lot of things.
Oh my god! You're floating!
Thank you for everything, Liz. You've been a good friend. More than a friend.
Sam, it sounds like you're saying goodbye.
The Forsaken is almost upon us. And I might be the only one who can stop it.
I don't want you to do this.
This is my choice, Liz. So, what are you going to tell the director?
I'm gonna tell him that you're in control.
You will look after her, won't you?
Of course I will, Sam.
I was talking to Nutso. Hello?
Hello, Sam. I'm not allowed to visit in person, but I just wanted to check in.
Before the operation tomorrow? Be there or be square.
I know I can't tell you what to do. You wouldn't listen anyway. But seriously.
I know my orders, Weaver. I assist with the infill, but then...
You stand down. We can't risk any mistakes. We both know how badly things can go south if we act impulsively.
You're talking about the boy, aren't you?
And the mother.
It wasn't your fault.
It wasn't yours either, Sam.
Thanks for calling, Weaver. I'll see you in the morning.
Goodbye, Sam.
I'll see you soon. Real soon. Weaver wants me to sit this one out, but he's not really calling the shots anymore. Maybe he never was. The director is the one who knows what needs to happen. Maybe he always has. But this is my choice. I know what must be done. If you do run into the folks at Requiem, tell them I said hello. His name was Samuel, and we will forever feel responsible for his death. I gave the intel to Weaver. The intel he acted upon. That's what we're all supposed to do, right? Act on the available intel. That's just what Weaver did. Act. Unfortunately, his actions resulted in collateral damage that neither of us will ever be able to forgive ourselves for. I'm sorry. I know he is too. But I still have a terrible feeling that the events of that day may yet come back to haunt us. I just need you to know. I am sorry. I've seen darkness. I've lived through it. Even when I saw no hope for a new dawn. Even in my dreams I saw darkness. It is coming. The Forsaken. I will not, cannot, allow it to consume us all.
Ability assessment. Redacted. Ability assessment. 14 April 1985. 1. Telepathy. Subject has repeatedly demonstrated the ability to communicate telepathically with other individuals, including sending messages as well as redacted. Incident redacted. 2. Telekinesis. During several sessions, subject has used telekinesis to move objects weighing up to redacted pounds. This is highly dangerous as subject can move objects up to speeds of redacted miles per hour. In addition, and to inanimate objects, subject has moved redacted, and redacted. 3. Redacted. 4. Teleportation. Subject has teleported nearly 24 objects, including redacted. Among others, subject has never teleported themselves. This is by design thanks to the Ethereum seal encasing the facility. 5. Portal creation. Uniquely separate from teleportation. Subject can generate a two-way portal at two separate locations similar to Requiem and Omega teleportation machines, but without the hardware. 6. Redacted. Under extreme duress, subject was able to generate redacted, completely vaporizing redacted on contact. Subject has difficulty manifesting this ability at will, and thus far has only been able to do so when under extreme emotional stress. 7. Redacted. 8. Redacted. Samantha letter. Samantha, the little lost girl. Sometimes I still feel like you. I remember so little, from before the orphanage. Sometimes I think that's a good thing. Did we have a mother? Did we have a father? Did we have friends? I'm sorry if something bad happened to you, to us. I just want you to know that one day you will be okay. You will grow up. You will get to live the life you choose. I promise. I was you and I will always be. Heart. Maxis. Maxis approval memo. May 28, 1985, memorandum for Requiem senior staff from the director. Subject Maxis approved for Operation First Domino. After consulting with Dr. Ray and Officer Weaver, I've decided to move Maxis for Operation First Domino. Over the last several months, she has learned so much about her powers and how to control them. She is ready. Unfortunately, she has not been approved to return to Requiem at this time and will fulfill her obligations from our secure wing in Block 8, where my team can monitor her and she ensures she is not at risk of injury to herself or others. She may not be in the field, but rest assured she has a role to play as redacted and redacted. I know you have questions, and I appreciate your patience through this time. I understand what she has come to mean to you, and you only want what is best for her. Just know that in our house she is safe. Dark Ether Audio Logs.
There is a machine I have seen in my crossings. A fiery mechanical dragon. The soldiers, they provide it with offerings of flesh. They are rewarded handsomely. They do not realize every offering is another soul for him to consume. They have made him more powerful than I thought possible. I cannot blame them. They do what they believe is right. They are following blindly. I was once very much like them. I have seen many things in my travels. For all its horror, There is beauty in this deep, dark ether. The crystals, they take our memories. They make us forget who we were. But our memories do not fade. They are taken from us and form something new, something magical. Orbs. I have seen many in my time here. So many memories. So many stories to tell. Memories of a Russian scientist, of an American spy. There is one orb. It is different. Special. It is like me. It can cross between worlds. It is filled with the laughter of a child. I may never learn who the child is or what happened to them, but their memories are powerful.
Artifacts. Empty depth perception. An opened can of depth perception, likely used by an operator who needed precision, so they enhanced their vision. Empty PhD slider. An open can of PhD slider used by an operator who was shaken to the bone and made all the zombies groan. Zaikov's mask. The gas mask of the Lost Russian. Archaic goblet. An ancient goblet that feels oddly familiar. Polymorphic crystal core. Created by the hands of Sparagmos, the polymorphic crystal core can shift its form, the source of the crystal axe's transformative powers. Energetic geode. Highly volatile, the energetic geode is created from a dark ether crystal impacted by an Ethereum energy blast. Tempered crystal heart. The fiery crystal heart of a tormentor. Catalyzed crystal shard. When assimilating an Ethereum neutralizer in the field, catalyzed Ethereum crystals create an acceptable replacement for the ethereal orb if one is not available. And that concludes Season 1 through Season 6 of Intel. Now all we have is the... Actually, no, it's pre-season through Season 6 even at that. That just means we have the exclusive content of like 70 documents, which is going to take 5 ever to finish, but I'll do that in just a little bit. I have no clue if this is going to be the last time that I'm recording this or not, but Requiem exclusive content starts now. Late checkout. I don't know how much longer I will survive, so I'll make this brief. My name is David Martinez, and I have worked at the Blackwood for 5 years. I started in valet, got a job at the front desk before rising to front office supervisor. After many hours of fighting these things, I am the last of the Blackwood staff. I am now hiding in the hotel lobby closet, waiting for a rescue that I fear will never come. I emptied the staff vending machine, but my snack supply is rapidly dwindling. There are a few things I would like to say to my former colleagues. To Dexter, Assistant Controller, thank you for being kind to me. You helped me get my first job at Blackwood and supported me throughout. I know we had talked about transferring me to accounts receivable, but it was not to be. To Wiley, Assistant Engineering Manager, before all this happened, you always kept to yourself, but when it mattered, you were brave enough to be there for the rest of us. Your knowledge of the Blackwood extensive layout saved countless lives. I wish you had been spared your terrible fate. To Lindsay, sous chef, you are the finest dessert chef I know. While it is true your creme brulee knew no equal, it was your torreja that truly transcended space and time. Also, thank you for teaching me how to weaponize a cooking blowtorch. I had never imagined I would see so many heads on fire. To Pablo, spa locker attendant, that bud from Cali is still the best damn grass I've ever had. Shit had me in a haze for a days. To Arlington, assistant front office manager, you are a sad man. You frequently feared reprisal and reprimand from those above you. As a result, you are cruel to those below you. I only wish I could watch you be torn limb from limb again. To Bob, Blackwood Hotel Manager, what you did for this community will never be forgotten, a true hero. To every guest I ever met in our lovely establishment, you should be kinder to those who work in the service of others. Most of us have come from nothing. We've worked hard to get where we are in life. We are human just as you are, or were before you were changed. To Carmen and Anthony, my wife and son, the loves of my life, I hope that you are safe and have been spared this fate. We will meet again in the next life. Tourist Trap. My name is Amber Jackson, and I've never thought of myself as the sort of person to write a note like this, but, well, here we are. With me hiding inside Bob's yacht in the harbor. The good news, those fucking creatures haven't found me in here. The bad, I'm rapidly running out of hamburgers and tequila. The food will be gone before the booze, which is good. Because if I'll definitely need some fucking liquid courage if I'll have to make a run for it. As if this season couldn't get any fucking worse. 3 days ago, a giant freaky hole opened in the middle of Miami Beach. Whatever it was, it seemed to infect a good portion of the local population, causing them to attack and eat the rest of us. Ew. Dana said that we should try to hold up in the visitor center. Sorry, Dana. Not sorry, Dana. But the last person I trust right now is the person who's been lying to me about the affair she's been having with the tourism board senior manager. Oh yeah, I know why Amber stayed stuck behind the front desk while Dana got promoted upstairs. Besides, if my mama taught me anything growing up in the Glades, it's that you can't protect yourself with tourism pamphlets and postcards. You need real guns. I went over to Willie's because we both know he's got that 12 gauge behind the bar. But get this, he'd been infected already. Had to put 2 in him before heading over to the Paramore. Things were bad there, but luckily, but nobody got hit like the Blackwood. By the time I got there, it was more like the fucking black hole with that portal. What with that portal opening in the middle of their swimming pool. They even got to Alfredo, the hunky lifeguard with the weird nipples. Gotta say, I'm a little surprised the National Guard hasn't rolled in. Feels like this is some part of something bigger. Like, what if this is how it starts? What if this is the Soviet invasion? Like, oh my god, is this like some weird reserve bay of pigs but with cannibal tourists? Anyways, I planned on getting the hell out of here. I'm running out of food. Everyone's dead. Nobody's seen Bob. It's a fucking shit show. Bob's yacht is out of gas, but I heard they keep a couple of fuel canisters over at the Cayman. If I can find it, I can drive this boat the hell out of here. Wait, these things can't swim, can they? Wish me luck. If Amber's going down, she's going down like her mama taught her. Kicking, screaming, and drinking and swinging. 86th. 2 months ago, my wife divorced me, got the kids, took half my money, and kicked me out. My friend Billy said, move to Florida. It's beautiful year-round. Go get you some sun. So I moved to Miami to get me some sun, and I started working for my cousin Frankie, the owner of Grody's Pub. 1 month later, we got hit by a hurricane. The bar gets destroyed. I put half of what I had left into rebuilding the joint Bob chipped in. Bless his generous heart. So Frankie makes me co-owner. 2 weeks later, Frankie gets eaten by a gator, and the bar's left in my name. Then, get this. Turns out Frankie owed the mob money, so now I owe the mob money. They showed up all suited and strapped and took the rest of what little I still had, leaving me with nothing but the bar. And now, on top of everything else, everybody's gone crazy and somehow turned into these crazy freaks. I heard they got stung by some killer bees that come down from the Palisades. Word of advice, don't move to Florida. Jerry. Angola Breach Report. October 10th, 1984, Memorandum for Office of Requiem, Directorate of Science and Technology, subject Angola Breach. 1. Dimensional breach identified and confirmed in Angola, South Africa. Exact site of breach identified as redacted. The location of a downed KH-9 recon satellite area has been locked down and quarantined. To recommend Office of Requiem send in a strike team to assess the situation. 2. At the time of the breach, locals from a nearby town had been witnessed scavenging materials at this site. One of the scavengers, a local adolescent named Amit, had successfully recovered photon from the satellite. After I located the boy, I was able to provide him with monetary incentives to sell them to me. It is unclear how this was missed when our salvage team was at the site. The intel is attached with this report. The photon consists of 2 satellite reconnaissance images from 1983. The first photo is from the Project End Station facility in Marasco, Poland in the month of August. The second is from September and shows the facility surrounded by a military convoy. It appears this convoy is Spetsnaz Group Omega from before redacted. While it is unfortunate that this intel was not recovered sooner, at least we've secured it now. It is a miracle that this has been kept out of the public eye. Atticus. Marasco satellite capture 8.83. Written on the back, KH-9 satellite image from August 83. No suspicious activity at or around Project End Station in Marasco, Poland. Only traffic to the site usual fare, Polish youth, and local vagabonds. Atticus. Marasco satellite capture 983. Written on the back, KH-9 satellite image from September 83. Enhanced photo reveals military convoy on road approaching the facility identified as Spetsnaz Group Omega. Atticus. Memorandum from Moscow. April 11th, 1983. Memorandum for Berlin Station. Subject KGB Special Operations Group Omega. 1. Moscow Station has learned that a clandestine unit of Spetsnaz Special Operations Omega Group has been reactivated. Agent codename Red Bull. Moscow Station's field asset inside the KGB 7th Directorate has provided critical comment demonstrating the resurgence of the group and its new command structure. Redacted has assumed command of this unit. 2. Background on Omega Group, established in late 1975, focused on the weaponization of unnatural phenomena. While primarily a military operation, Omega Group has dedicated a large portion of its personnel into Experimental research including the study of exoscientific phenomena, which Agent Redpole translates as the supernatural. It is rumored the unit was created due to redacted. Considering the unit's model, we were the first, we are the last. There may be some truth to the rumor. With little support from Chairman Andropov, the unit received minimal funding. As a result, none of Omega Group's initial project progressed past the research phase. The CIA had largely written them off by 1981, as it seemed their programs were entirely abandoned. 3. Agent Redpole believes the unit's resurgence is in response to the SDI announcement. They see the program as a threat and hope Omega Group can provide an appropriate defensive countermeasure. With what that might be remains unknown. As believed, Redacted has given the order to pull thousands of files, film, and audio reels from KGB archives for review. Agent Redpole will let us know if anything develops from this directive. 4 is our recommendation that this threat be taken seriously and escalated immediately. The reactivation of such a unique and unknown group potentially poses a grave threat to the West. Our hard intel on Omega Group is limited, and we know even less about the scientific fields they research. It would be a mistake not to pursue this with the utmost rigor. Part of this transcription from our interview with Agent Redpole has been attached to this report, and I hope this message finds its way to the appropriate hands. Senior Officer Caldwell, Moscow Station. Redpole interview excerpt. Redpole interview transcription, page 203. Imperative that you report this to your superiors immediately. The resurgence of this subgroup, what they are capable of, speaks in Russian. Caldwell, English, please. Redpole, they are the devil's minions. Do you know what they study? Exoscientific phenomena. Do you understand what this means? The supernatural, comrade. How will you Americans say things that go bump in the night? There are researches beyond that of conventional science. Caldwell, I thought you said this was a military unit. Redpole, it is a military unit. What do you think research is for? You think curiosity? They are not cats, they are Soviets. They're making weapons, countermeasures, preemptive measures to combat the West. Caldwell, aside from your word, I am assuming you have proof of this. Redpole rummages through his coat, pulls out a cassette tape, and motions to the cassette tape player on the table. Caldwell nods. Redpole inserts the tape. Redpole, you will turn off recorder now, please. Tape recorder turned off for 12:35:15. Recording details redacted. Tape recorder turned back on at 12:37:01. Caldwell, was that redacted? Redpole, redacted, has been given command of Omega Group. He has ordered his teams to dig through the KGB archives. Caldwell, why? What's he looking for? Redpole, I do not know, but when he finds it, it is said he will have the full support of Chairman Chebrikov. Omega Group is about to be at the center of a very large KGB operation. You must act before it is too late. To whom it may concern. I don't know what the hell just happened, but to whom it may concern. And if this doesn't make you concerned, something seriously wrong with you. My name is Gina Daystar Ni Castillo, and I founded the Nuketown Collective 3 years ago. I was the first so-called squatter, got the plumbing working, painted the first mural, and I personally petitioned the Department of Defense and the governor to legally recognize that despite this being an old nuclear test site, we are not, in fact, on federal land. I mention this because when your neighbor is Area 51, good fences make good neighbors. Takes on unique significance. I have seen black helicopters and lights in the sky. I've heard an eerie, almost subsonic late-night hum and felt it rattle my bones. I can only guess what terrible experiments are carried out in secret there. That's why I made Nuketown Rule Number 1. No trespassing on or contact with Area 51 ever. As I write this, my community is shattered. My brothers and sisters are literally tearing each other apart. It started an hour ago with a sound like a human shriek that came from all sides and something that looked like a mini Aurora Borealis appearing beside the house across the street. They were having a cookout, and everyone close to that Aurora-looking thing immediately started wailing and moaning as their skin dried up like rotten leather. I watched through my window as they attacked the others, like coyotes on a jackrabbit. I'm not even going to try to process my emotions yet. Survival comes first. I don't know if it was radiation, germ warfare, or some sort of chemical weapon, but I have no doubt of the source. We kept our distance, but Area 51's bad science came to us. We have no phone lines out there, so I called for help on my ham radio. I have a friend in Indian Springs who I chat with sometimes. She responded, but a wave of static drowned her out. A very stern military sounding voice cut in, "Stay put. We are aware of the situation. Help is on the way." That was it. No answers to my questions. Just stay put. We are on the way. I never thought an offer of help could sound less reassuring. I locked the doors and windows. I may be paranoid, but I'm considering making a run for it before help arrives. Daystar. Punks ain't pacifists. Only reason I'm here is because my bandmates dumped me in the desert when I puked in a van. Fuckers can't take a joke. Anyhow, these hippies at the Nuketown Collective saved me from dying of thirst and gave me a place to crash, so I guess I owe them something. For sure they didn't deserve to go out like they did. They threw a barbecue today, which is funny because they're vegetarians. I was playing my guitar on the other side of the house when it happened. I don't know what it was. It looked like the air ripping open. Anyone close went glassy-eyed and just attacked, like actual murder. Here's the thing. Those commune losers are pacifists. Like, yeah, fuck the government and fuck the war merchants and all, but if you go for my throat, I'm not answering with a hug. So I was the only one fighting back. All I had was my guitar. But if you ever saw one wreck an amplifier, you know they call it an axe. So I caved in some skulls, which is not as fun as it sounds. Long story short, whatever they caught is contagious. Too many fucked up murder hippies to deal with, so I ran back to my room. I hear them outside, but they don't know where I hid. Only other person who didn't catch it is Gina, not using her dumbass hippie name. I see Gina's window from mine. She saw me and taped up a note. Keith, soldiers coming, run away. Fuck that. I'm staying put and letting the experts handle this. Might write a song while I wait, if I can get my poor guitar back in tune. Cellar dwellers. People will judge what I did here, whether I'm still around or not, so I'm saying my piece on paper while I still have the chance. I was here from the start with Sunny and Daystar. I know everyone here immediately, even that newcomer kid. You have to understand, this is my family. Even now, I can't give them up. If your brother or daughter caught rabies or smallpox, would you turn your back on them? I never liked having an Air Force base for a neighbor, but most days I forgot they were even there. Now helicopters are landed and troops are going door to door. I only dodged them because I saw Daystar's note in the window, the one meant for Keith. I knew the military industrial complex wasn't coming to rescue us, so I checked Keith's room. I found Astrid, Riverstone, and Mariposa feasting on him like lionesses. I got them to chase me into my basement, ran out, and locked them in. The walls are thick. I don't think the soldiers can hear them. They're burning bodies out there. Once they leave, I'll drive into town and let the world know, and then the Pentagon will have to give us the cure. Either that or some idiot soldier will open my cellar and people will say I set up an ambush. Look, I didn't start this. I just can't let what's left of my family end up in a bonfire of corpses. Harmony. Game over. Where to start? The Galaxy Room. I spend most afternoons at the arcade with Perry and Chris. The manager, Walter, gives us some free arcade tokens sometimes. He's like 27, but cool for an old dude. Anyways, we were there when the shit hit the fan. I was going for a high score on ICBM command, so I didn't notice the people screaming at first. Kids scream here all the time. Then Chris yanked me away from the machine. We couldn't run toward the food court. The people out there looked like they did some bad crank or angel dust, and they attacked anything that moved. I even saw them pull down Mr. Coulson from PE class, and he used to play college football. Walter let us in his break room. Like I said, he's pretty cool. I tried to call home, but something was wrong. Like, not a busy signal or whatever, but just static, and what sounded like little whispers. The harder I listened, the less I wanted to. The crank mob pounded on the door, and we could tell it wasn't going to hold. Walter was praying, which was scary and useless. Perry unscrewed the AC vent with his pocket knife, and we slipped away through the duct just as they broke in. But Chris was too big and got stuck. I heard him scream, but there was nothing we could do. We ran for the theater exit, but they cornered us. Then someone charged out of Jump Sporting Goods, smashing heads with a baseball bat. It was that dumbass rent-a-cop going all berserker on them. We ran, but for a second, and me and rent-a-cop locked eyes, and I don't know, he looked happy? I mean, he was into it. He liked it. I used to laugh at that guy. Now I don't want to see him again, ever. Now we're in the radio house stockroom. Couple of chicks here, too. They look like they've been through hell, so we're giving them space. One's writing a letter, which gave me the idea to type this on the word processors they keep back here. God, I wish I had a smoke. P.S. 2 hours later, those girls took off a while ago. Hope they're okay. I just heard some helicopters landing. Looked through the loading bay door and saw soldiers spreading out. Walter said to stay put if we don't want to get shot by accident. Fingers crossed we might still get out of this alive. Breakup. I've worked at the hot dog stand in the food court ever since it opened. Today I heard screaming and suddenly people were running, chased by other folks who looked like they were, I don't know, rotten. They knocked people to the floor and just ripped into them. I saw my boyfriend, Greg, run past and yelled at him for help. He took one look at me and kept running. By then, the rotheads were trying to climb over the counter. I grabbed a rotisserie skewer in each hand and just started stabbing. Squeezed past and started looking for a way out, or at least a place to hide. I saw Greg trying to lock the doors to the 18 store. Carol, who works there, pushed him aside and opened it for me, which was brave since I was covered in blood and holding skewers like swords. But none of the crazies used weapons, so I guess she knew I wasn't one of them. I yelled at Greg for abandoning me when we'd been dating for like 6 months. Carol heard that and started laughing. Turns out she's been dating Greg for 6 weeks. Greg started making some lame excuses and sweating like crazy. I thought it was because he knew he was busted, but he was making less and less sense, shivering and snarling. Then he wasn't Greg anymore. He was one of them. I had my skewers, but I hesitated. Carol snatched one from me and stuck it through Greg's eyes. I guess that's the difference between 6 months and 6 weeks. She's turned out to be pretty great. Too good for Greg, anyways. She checked the store's alarm system, which has a direct line to mall security. The guard sent a message. The army's on its way, but Carol says the guard's a creep and not to trust him, so we're going to make a break for it together. Wish us luck. Julie Johnson. Respect. Got bounced by the army and the police department, so guarding this mall, outrun by shoplifters, pranked by arcade kids, laughed at by food court girls. With a daily reminder of my failure, decided it was time to hand in the badge, shave the mustache, and spend the rest of my life working at a record store or a video rental. Now I realize Providence steered me to this moment. I was in the mall security office when it happened. The power surged when my cameras rebooted, and then I saw them, half-dead looking people lashing out at customers near the fountain. I didn't know if they were terrorists, junkies, or what, but I had to act. I ran out with the nightstick. Cheap piece of crap snapped the first time I swung it. So I grabbed an aluminum baseball bat from the sporting goods store and got to work. Must have saved at least 10 people, including those smartasses from the arcade. Their little ringleader looked at me with something new in his eyes. Respect. Phones are down. I tried the police band, picked up military chatter from a unit called Requiem. They're on their way and to contain the situation. I'll hold down the fort till they get here. Officer Tom Davis, Mall at the Pine Security. State your emergency. Memorandum for Gregory Weaver from Requiem Comment Unit, Los Angeles. Subject CA Railway. Outbreak response. Regarding your earlier questions about the granular workings of our communications intelligence system, you may find the timeline of today's event in Los Angeles instructive. 10:03 a.m., Fresno PD 911 call center receives distress call from CAFR Los Angeles station manager. Keyword filters in our global comms supercomputers flag call as possible dimensional breach. Transcript of call. 911 operator. 911, please state your emergency. Station manager to Los Angeles fast rail station is under attack. Terrorists, maybe some sort of explosion or toxic release. People are tearing each other apart. 911 operator. Sir, calm down. I need more information. Just send help. Who am I speaking with? Station manager. Scott Smallwood. Station manager. What does it matter? Send the fucking army right now. Give them gas masks. Half the people here have turned into fucking cannibals. Screams, growls, and moans audible in background. 911 operator. Sir, did you say animals? Station manager. Cannibals. They're eating people. Killing them with their bare hands. Breaking glass can be heard, followed by screams, connection lost. 10:07 a.m. Call transcript forwarded to Langley while Global Comms pulls satellite intel, auto-searching for electromagnetic phenomena near source of call. 10:17 a.m. Outbreak zone confirmed at Los Angeles Fast Rail Train Terminal. 10:21 a.m. Special Operations Officer Weaver deploys strike team. The rest of it you oversaw. While the circumstances of each outbreak zone are different, all detection/response sequences follow basic pattern. We continue casting a wider net with the global comm system, keenly aware that just one missed dimensional breach would make the Dark Ether threat public knowledge, causing a global panic. My office will update you with further comment developments. Lightning round. 2884 Ad Hoc Incident Report. Junior Analyst Marcia Pearson, CIA Office of Requiem. Dimensional rupture, Los Angeles Fast Rail Station. Situation ongoing, sheltering and train car, memorializing events in case I'm KIA. No, I'm here on courier assignment, delivering sample of refined Ethereum for study at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. Covert transport via public transportation sanctioned by DoD. Debarked, arriving train 11:58 a.m. when portable containment case began to vibrate. Paused to inspect and heard shrieking sound as dimensional rift opened inside terminal. Outbreak event unfolding as previous ones have. Necrotized humans. Hostiles emerging from Dark Ether. Breach remains open. Repeat, I felt a strong vibration of the Ethereum crystal just as dimensional membrane ruptured. It may only be cross-dimensional harmonic resonance, but I can't stop wondering, did the crystal I'm transporting cause this? Did it act like some sort of Dark Ether lightning rod? I've been briefed extensively. RE Ethereum. But I am an intelligence analyst, not a scientist. Whether or not I survive, Energy Research Division must examine my sample and determine if my presence here somehow triggered the outbreak. Should this prove to be the case, tell the victims' families I'm sorry. Los Angeles Outbreak AAR. Memorandum for Dr. Oscar Strauss from Special Agent Mark Patton. Subject, Los Angeles Railway Station Outbreak. After action assessment of Los Angeles Fast Rail Outbreak incident underway following containment and suppression by Requiem Field Ops Strike Team. As with other localized micro outbreaks, Strike Team observed an energy phenomenon described as an orb that seemed to lead them safely through the phase effect. Breach spontaneously closed 3 hours 27 minutes after opening. No further interdimensional activity detected can confirm CIA courier Marcia Pearson was found KIA on site. Langley currently notifying next of kin. Before succumbing to Dark Ether hostiles, Agent Pearson handwrote an incident report positing a possible causal connection between the refined Ethereum sample she was transporting and the dimensional breach that occurred inside the train terminal. Ethereum crystal was still sealed in portable containment unit. Initial scans in field lab are identical to pre-transport analysis. No change in sample suggests no interaction with breach. Pearson noted a vibration in sample just before breach opened. She questioned if crystal acted like lightning rod cannot reproduce vibration or confirm veracity of Pearson's claim. However, it is the judgment of energy research personnel on site that the Ethereum sample did not precipitate this outbreak. Pearson's presence here was most likely a coincidence. Nevertheless, recommend Dr. Strauss perform additional study of sample currently en route to Raccoon HQ. Furthermore, a review of covert transport protocols should be undertaken as if use of courier avoids unwanted attention, but potential risks should be reassessed. Comet Cannibals. My name is Sean Corden. I'm at Prolly Field near Duluth Mall with my friends Scott, Ashley, and the Wilson twins, David and Greg. Seriously bogus shit is going down here right now so far we've got it handled. We were practicing for the team speedball tournament when we heard the screaming from the pro shot, went to check it out, and we damn near got trampled by the super fucked up people that came charging out. Something is seriously wrong with them. It's like that movie where the comet turns everyone to cannibals. Now me and my teammates have practically lived here since they opened. All that practice got us working like a squad, and we know where everything is, so we kicked away from the comet cannibals and booked into the storage locker. This thing is built to withstand tornadoes. It's also where they keep supplies, plus a machine that makes and fills paintballs. We're using sulfuric acid drain cleaner to make acid balls and filling others with lighter fluid and turpentine so we can take these dudes and set them on fire. I even found a pesticide spray that I think I can rig like a flamethrower. We've already armored up from practice, and we have a game plan written on one of the little maps Prolly printed up for newbies. I'm feeling good about our chances, even if we're the only ones left alive. Sean. Game plan. 1 airsoft field. Wilson dudes here. Keep moving. Use long lines of sight. 2 paintball field. Sean. Using flamethrower, steer clear. 3 pro paintball field. Scott. Lead the meatheads through structure and ambush with acid balls. 4 pro shop where the trouble got started. Do not go in the pro shop. 5 speedball arena. Ashley set fire traps in the speedball arena. Done and dusted. Sir, I have submitted a formal after-action report on Requiem's response to the dimensional micro-breach at the Prolly Field paintball facility in northeast Atlanta. It omits certain sensitive details which I wish to memorialize here for reasons that will soon become clear. As you know, when our strike team arrived, they found the situation already contained by a paintball team comprised of 5 local college students. They were taken into custody, treated for injuries, and debriefed. The problem, of course, was that they had seen too much. Releasing them risked making the public aware of the Dark Ether threat we have kept secret ever since End Station. My initial orders were to have them sign non-disclosure agreements, threaten them with prosecution should they reveal what happened. Like you, I had my doubts with that 20-somethings could keep their mouths shut, but I was still taken aback when you overrode me and took the measures that ultimately provided a cover story and discredited the survivors. You ordered our medical team to administer doses of phencyclidine, the drug known as angel dust, that the news media associates with various murderous rampages across the country. The cover story became that angel dust use at Prolly Field resulted in a frenzy of violence, claiming multiple lives. Despite my objections, you had the narcotic planted in the storage area where the survivors sheltered, then allowed local law enforcement to come in and connect the dots. The survivors' claims of cannibalistic zombies were dismissed by people as drug-induced hallucinations. Sir, I have participated in many questionable acts in my career. Few have shaken me like this one. I recognize your authority, but strongly request we avoid such extreme measures in the future. The Devil's Mountain. For our Weston Office of Central Intelligence from NSA Analyst E. Jaworski, Field Station, Berlin. Subject to reading clearance. Request for Berlin event. Sir, I am formally requesting assistance for a developing situation here at our Echelon listening station of Teufelsberg, aka The Hill. In the last several days, our team has been picking up a strange transmission from beneath the station. At first, we believed this was just a poorly redirected signal from another point of origin. After all, we do utilize a Ferris wheel as a signal amplifier, so we've had issues before. As we traced the signal, though, we discovered it originated from below the sub-basement of our own facility. It's coming from underground. While these transmissions are infrequent, we have identified a pattern. We've received exactly 10 messages since last Wednesday, occurring at roughly 12-hour intervals. And initial listen, the messages are garbled nonsense. Our own instruments proved unable to decrypt anything intelligent. However, each message is the same length with vocal pitches occurring at the exact same interval in each message. It's gibberish, but it's intentional gibberish. Someone's transmitting a repeating code. I should point out that the hill is not a natural elevation, but a man-made hill. Teufelsberg, meaning Devil's Mountain, is actually tons of rubble from the war piled atop of an unfinished Nazi military facility. According to our files, it was a simple matter of cost. It was cheaper to simply bury it than demolish it. It is from this buried Nazi structure that our strange transmission is broadcasting. I should also make it clear that I'm not a superstitious man, but I heard rumors of a classified incident occurring at a certain Berlin checkpoint early last month. In fact, we intercepted 2 communications requesting assistance combating an otherworldly supernatural threat. These messages curiously went unanswered by Central. One mentioned an office of Requiem. I did some digging and found it to be an office operating under DS&D. However, I lack necessary clearance to even identify who is running the office, let alone its purpose. Last month, an unnatural event at the checkpoint. This month, an unnatural signal beneath our feet. I do not believe in coincidence. There is a clearance to all files pertaining to the Berlin incident. If this request is denied and transmissions persist, we will be left no choice but to begin excavating. We must find out what's going on down there, or one way or another. E. Jaworski, Field Station, Berlin. A lovely addition. Incident report, NSA analyst Eric Jaworski, Teufelsberg, Berlin. By the time anyone reads this, I will surely be dead. I want to record the events that have transpired with the intent that the person who finds this will have a better idea of what's happening than I do. If I had to make an educated guess, I would theorize a recommendation is reading this right now. You probably mobilize a strike team to suppress the situation here and recover this letter off my dead body. Hell, you may have found me alive and had me executed to ensure my silence. Given the secrecy under which your department operates, it would not surprise me. In fact, I get it. Regardless, Requiem, here's a summary of events. I'm sure it will make a lovely addition to your list of incidents. Hopefully it's helpful. Yesterday, 0800, there was a loud crack, almost like a gunshot. It threw the station in a panic, and we went into an immediate lockdown, thinking hostile forces had taken the facility. That part turned out to be true, but it wasn't the enemy we expected. It was something otherworldly. I suspect the same as what you encountered in Berlin last month. By 1200, half of our staff had been infected. The lethal barrier was identified, slowly spreading throughout the area. We were forced into the main building as the auxiliary buildings were consumed by this purple fog. One of the communications out of Berlin last month identified it as a lethal physic barrier. I don't get it, but I'm sure it makes sense to you. By 1800, we were forced to the top floor. Undead hostiles had us cornered. Around 2330, they reached our floor. In the assault, I was separated from my colleagues. I do not know their fate. It is 0300 now, and I have secured myself in one of the radomes. I am not hopeful rescue will come fast enough. One additional detail I'm convinced is connected. Last week, we began receiving a strange and indecipherable transmission from the Nazi facility buried beneath the hill. I can confirm it is a repeating verbal cipher of some sort. We were unable to decode it. However, if you are who I think you are, you may have better luck. Requiem, by the time you find me, I'll either be dead or silenced at your hands. Do me a favor, there's an Angela Jaworski in Skokie, Illinois. At least let her know on KIA. I don't care about the cover story, provided it's not embarrassing. She deserves to not be left in the dark so she can at least move on with her life. And if this isn't Requiem reading this is all an elaborate prank. Haha, got you good, didn't I, Eric? Echelon Breach Report. Memorandum for Gregory Weaver from Heinrich Meyer. Subject Teufelsberg Incident Report. Sir, I want to inform you that the outbreak at Field Station Berlin on Teufelsberg has been quelled as of 1300 this morning. Or as of 1300 this morning, as you predicted. Once again, the team was assisted by the ethereal orb, which provided safe passage through the phase-filled outbreak zone. A confusing ally it may be, but an ally nonetheless. We believe the Berlin incident weakened the dimensional membrane at the Nazi military base buried beneath the hill. Perhaps the place bore some significance to the undead Nazi army. This began on Wednesday, March 6th, whether NSA analyst Jaworski first received the transmission from the Dark Ether. It wasn't until Monday that the barrier collapsed and the interdimensional breach occurred. For your request, Jaworski is en route to Langley as I write this. As I said in our call earlier, Jaworski provided invaluable in both fighting the Horde and securing the facility. This incident would not have been resolved so quickly were it not for him. Apparently, he caused a real stir with his clearance request, and Weston asked for his removal. I'm glad the director saw a benefit to keeping Jaworski around. Containment and security will be lucky to have him. Finally, we have successfully decoded the transmission first discovered by NSA analyst Jaworski. The message is something alarming. Eric, are you there? It's me, Angela. I need your help. I've been taken by something. I don't know where I am. It's so dark. I'm so cold. You have to get me out of here. You have to free me from this place. Please, I'm scared. Don't let me die here. I can help you find me. I will show you how. Please don't leave me alone. Given that this Dark Aether message is addressed to Jaworski and appears to be written by his wife, there's only one conclusion. This transmission is from the entity known as the Forsaken, an attempt to manipulate Jaworski and use him to break into our world. We should consider ourselves very fortunate he was unable to decrypt it. He may not have been able to resist the siren call. As of this communication, we are unable to locate Angela Jaworski. That information and the above decryption has not been shared yet with our analyst. I leave how best to handle that to you, Heinrich Meyer. Dear Dad, March 5th, 1985, to Dimitar Kostov, owner/operator, Dimitar's Scrapyard. Dear Dad, I just wanted to update you on our progress. The crew you rounded up have all worked hard. We're on schedule for reopening next month, though we still need to clear the parking area. Honestly, I'm only having trouble with one of the guys. More on that later. When you closed the scrapyard last year, I thought it would only be for a month or two. Mom's passing hit us all pretty hard, and we needed time to grieve. I just never dreamed it would be so long before we came back here, and it looks like a lot went on while we were gone. For starters, we found weird equipment in some of the buildings on the property. It looks like someone set up a pirate radio station, then abandoned it. Don't know why they left behind their equipment. I'm looking into its resale value. I'm not too surprised we had intruders, though. An abandoned drive-in is too tempting to explore, especially for teenagers. At least it didn't vandalize the place. We also found some movie reels inside a storage locker in the projector building, where they're still intact. I even got the projector working, so I'm throwing a party for the crew Friday night. Gonna grill some food, get a keg, try to build some team spirit. I even made invites for their friends and family. The one problem I mentioned earlier is Grodstein. He usually keeps to himself, but he started telling the guys he'd seen his uncle's ghost on the property, his uncle who died in the old country 30 years ago. It would be funny if he didn't spook the other guys so bad. I had a word with him about it, but I may need to fire him if he keeps it up. Anyhow, I look forward to your visit next week. The sooner Dimitar's scrapyard is open for business, the sooner our lives get back to normal. Love, Daniel. The Beast from Below, March 8th, 1985. Priority alert. Gregory Weaver from Requiem. Comment Unit Langley. Subject radio distress call flagged for Requiem. At 17:14 hours Central Standard Time, the following radio transmission was recorded at Offfoot AFB in Omaha. Strategic Air Command then forwarded it to Langley. The origin of the radio signal was confirmed as the former site of the Galactic Drive-In Theater, which has been repurposed into a salvage yard. Transcript of message. Hello, is anyone out there? My name is Daniel Kostov. I'm transmitting from Dimitar's Scrapyard on I-80, just west of Lincoln. God, I hope I'm using this thing the right way. I have a work crew here, 10 men plus some spouses and girlfriend. We were just having a cookout and watching movies on the old driving screen. We had just started a movie called Beast from Below when I heard a sound like a scream coming from all directions. Something bright exploded in front of the screen like a flare of pyrotechnics at a rock concert. At first I thought it was Grosjean pulling a prank. He watered her off last night and was missing all day. I even thought he got the others to play along when they started acting crazy, howling and moaning. And then they turned on the others who had been further back from that bright flash. It was a fucking bloodbath. I locked myself in one of our fenced-in storage areas before they could catch me. I can still hear them prowling outside, but I don't think they can get to me. Look, if anyone comes out here, they're going to need some serious backup. This is too much for the local cops. Send the National Guard a full military response. Growls and moans become audible in the background. Subject's voice drops to a whisper. I'm going to shut down my radio now. When I first got in there, the damn thing started all by itself. There was a voice in the headset. I swear it sounded like my mom. She died of cancer last year. Someone is seriously messing with us, and now my people are dead. Whatever this is, send help, please. Movie Night Flyer. Dimitar's Drive-In Movie Night. Friday, March 8th till 5 p.m. till... Friday, March 8th, 5 p.m. till ... All employees, friends, and family are invited. Food and drinks will be provided in appreciation of all your hard work. Henry mentioned spoke to Mom. She's trying to say me meeting her soon. Post it. Was he tricked by the Forsaken? See. And that concludes all the Requiem documents. There's now 22 Omega ones that we will get into in a second. The first Omega document, Kirda Madre, Soldiers of Death, January 12th, 1984, Kirda Madre. I know you have not wanted to hear from me ever since Manuel and I started working for the cartel, and I have tried to respect that decision, but something has happened out here, something terrible, and if I do not warn you, I would be as bad as you truly think I am. It began yesterday morning. I was at the airstrip helping load a cargo plane. Raul Menendez himself was there, so his Sicario set up a checkpoint in case the gringos who murdered his father tried to interfere. I was driving a forklift out of the warehouse when a strange sound rose up all around us, almost like a human scream. The Sicarios grabbed their guns, thinking it was a raid. Instead, the area around the checkpoint crackled like lightning, and I swear it looked as if the air itself was somehow splitting open. Mama, this will be hard to believe, but all I can do is tell you what I saw. The men nearest the rip in the air staggered and fell. They looked withered like corpses left out in the sun. Even so, they all got up and walked toward the rest of us, dropping their weapons as if they did not even know what they held. Some of the other workers ran to help them. The Sicarios attacked them while, with their hands and teeth, I saw one tear a man's throat out. All the while, that rip in the air stayed open. For all I know, it is still there. Manuel was not present for any of this. He was back at the cartel's main camp. He always told me to show loyalty and courage around Raul, but in that moment I was just pressed the gas and tried to drive that forklift as far from the airstrip as it would take me. I saw Raul's car pull away in the other direction. The pilot of the cargo plane fired up his engines and made the quickest takeoff I have ever seen. Some of those withered, mindless soldiers of death clung to the plane as it left the ground. I think one got inside because I heard it go down almost immediately. That sound stayed in my head, along with the screams of the friends I abandoned as I drove across the airstrip and into the jungle. Aside from Menendez and his driver, I may be the only one who escaped that place alive. Tierra Madre roused wrath. I left the forklift at the tree line and ran up a hill that overlooks the airstrip. I could hear gunshots the whole time, growing less frequent. By the time I reached the top, anyone who understood how to shoot a gun was already dead. The soldiers of death now feasted on the corpses of my co-workers. I have always been afraid of Menendez Sicarios, even after Manuel joined their ranks, but they were still men who could be reasoned with or paid off. Now they are mindless beasts who never knew mercy to begin with. I walked 10 kilometers back to the main camp, avoiding the roads. When I arrived there, they were already fortifying the place. I nearly got shot as I walked out of the jungle, but they lowered their guns when I waved and called out. I started to tell them what happened at the airstrip, but they said it was happening at all of our camps in the area. Senor Raul ordered us to shoot on sight anyone infected by the same withering condition that turned his bodyguards into mindless cannibals. Then he went in to call a favor from his contacts overseas. No one could tell me where Manuel was. I slipped away and went to a place in the jungle where he buried some money he never told El Jefe about, and that is where I found him. Mama wandering aimlessly, moaning like an animal. He is no longer his son or my brother. He is one of the soldiers of death now. I had my orders, but I could not shoot Manuel. What if this was temporary? What if they could find a cure? I decided to go back and tell the others I could not find him. I even managed to tether him to a tree so they could not wander away. All I knew was if the cartel saw him like this, they would cut him down without a second thought. Guerra Madre Manuel's fate. I knew the reach of the Menendez cartel extends around the world, but I did not understand just how high Jefe's influences went until his Soviet friends arrived by helicopter. Several squads of Russian soldiers that made our Sicarios look like Boy Scouts. Senor Raul spoke to them briefly, then told us these men are in charge now. I have not seen El Jefe since, but his Russian friends seem to know more about this whole situation than they are willing to admit. It feels less like they are here to help than they are here to cover it all up. I'm beginning to doubt I will survive this after all, and to be honest, I don't care much, not after today. You see, I went to check on Manuel after the Russians sent out kill squads to eliminate all soldiers of death. By the time I reached Manuel, I knew I was being followed. Turned out it was Hector Garcia from Matagalpa. He was Manuel's squad leader, which is probably why Hector let me live. He understood why I tried to spare my brother, but leaving Manuel in this condition was simply not an option. So he said he would keep this between us on one condition: you must spare your brother the continued pain of his existence. So I did it, Mom. I put 2 bullets in Manuel's head, and then I buried him. Hector even helped me dig the grave. I do not expect you to understand, much less forgive me, but Manuel was already gone. I had to let go of him and move on, so do you. I pray you are safe and that Rio Blanco was spared this horror. I am going to stay here and help hunt down the rest of the infected. After that, I will I expect the Russians will eliminate all witnesses, including myself, and I will deserve it. But what happened to Manuel and the others was not their fault, and I know that you will disagree, but it was not God's judgment either. They were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. I only hope time has not run out for everyone. Con amor, Jorge. The Last Post Convoy, 23 May 1984. My name is Farouk Abdullayev. I am 23 years old. I am a soldier in the Soviet 40th Army stationed at a forward operating base on the Uzbek/Afghan border. And I'm writing this to set the record straight regarding the events that happened here. I do not mean the battle that took place last December when the convoy of RSC-10s was attacked by American Special Forces. I mean what happened later. I mean the reason no one should ever come here again. After that battle on December 5th, our commanders found alternate routes for missile deployments and ordered our units to evacuate the base. However, I was asked to remain here and maintain the base in case it is reactivated. I think they chose me because I am from a nearby village. My family connections and contacts in the community would be helpful in preventing other locals from looting the base. I was even promoted to the rank of a fighter before the pullout. 5 months passed quietly, then a week ago another missile convoy arrived unannounced. Apparently the top brass decided it was less likely to be ambushed if no one knew it was coming. As I tried to get the mess operational to feed my surprised guests, I heard the strange sound like a woman wailing, but from all directions there was something like a thunderclap, and I thought one of the missile trucks had exploded. By the time I got outside to see what happened, some of the convoy troops had set upon their squad mates like wolves tearing into sheep. There was no time to organize a counterattack, especially since the enemy were our brothers in arms. I grabbed a latrine spade and fought off at least 3 of the crazed soldiers before running off in the direction of my village. I will never forget those men's faces. There was no humanity in their eyes, teeth bared like rabid dogs. The Last Post Curse. When I reached the village, I immediately called for the elders to gather. This was not merely a threat to my family and neighbors. I knew the 40th Army would send more men once they lost contact with their missile convoy. And if they found nothing but Soviet corpses, the blame would fall on every Uzbek within 100 kilometers. I had no wish to see the elders strung up in the village square, so I led them back to the base to see if we could somehow salvage the situation. We found a handful of men wandering the base, moaning mindlessly. We watched them from a distance, careful not to let them see us, though through my binoculars they looked like they had been dead for at least a week, yet still they staggered around, staring blankly, incapable of speech. One of the elders was a respected holy man. He told us that these soldiers were not dead, they were cursed. This meant there was at least a slim hope the curse could be broken and the men restored. And since this was our best chance to avoid Red Army reprisals, it was decided that we should round up the men and secure them until the curse itself could be dealt with. I led the group that cleared out each of the fortifications. It was the most frightening thing I have ever done. While we tried our best to do no harm, the cursed men did not hesitate to attack us. Our only advantage was that these mindless soldiers did not even attempt to use their weapons. I do not think they even remembered how to use a gun, much less who they were. Somehow we managed to round them all up without losing any of the villagers assisting me. I made sure that the elders stayed out of the base, while only the young and strong did the actual work. They prayed the entire time, and I think it helped. Now the stricken soldiers are locked inside the communications bunker. We collected their weapons and stored them in the village. It is up to the elders to find a way to break the curse. The Last Post Consequences. The elders spent a week trying different rituals to break the curse on those soldiers, but nothing seemed to work. Yesterday we ran out of time. Helicopters arrived at daybreak, depositing a Spetsnaz unit in the base. I was still asleep in the village when they established a perimeter and started searching for the missing soldiers. It did not go well. From what I can piece together, they opened up the communications bunker and immediately lost 2 men before gunning down the rest of the cursed men. Now they were no longer on a search and rescue mission, now they wanted revenge. I got word of the Spetsnaz unit's arrival about the time they needed to attack the village. I had only a few minutes to organize a resistance. I knew that as an enlisted Soviet soldier, I would surely be court-martialed, assuming I lived that long. But the time I'd come to choose between my job and my people, it was not a hard choice. I distributed the weapons we collected from the base to anyone who would hold a gun and pull the trigger. The woman fled with the children, and we awaited the arrival of one of the fiercest combat units in the world. Our only hope was deception. So I asked one of the elders to stand with me in the square, bound in ropes like I had taken him prisoner. I wore my uniform and saluted as the Spetsnaz troops rolled in. They approached cautiously, but as I hoped, they kept their attention on me, and once they were all inside our kill box, I shouted, I have the one responsible. This was the signal to the others in hiding. In less than 10 seconds, it was all over. My people opened fire from all sides. They began to fire back. We lost 8 villagers, including the elder who bravely stood beside me as bait. Somehow I came through it uninjured. The Spetsnaz unit perished. We are now abandoning the village and dispersing some elsewhere in Uzbekistan, some like myself heading into Afghanistan. We burnt the bodies of the Spetsnaz men. I threw my uniform on the fire. If I am ever captured by my former comrades, I am a dead man, but I do not regret my choices. Something terrible has happened, and we tried at every step to do what was right. In the end, the only option was left to us was violence, but we are still alive, and that is all that matters. A formal request to Chairman of the KGB Chebrikov, RE 7th Directorate Surveillance Officer Kirill Ledovsky. It has come to my attention that there is a spy within the 7th Directorate. Surveillance Officer Kirill Ledovsky has been spotted meeting with unknown CIA operative Caldwell, or with known CIA operative CIA Caldwell, second in command at the CIA station in Moscow. From what I understand, the Secretariat knows of this station and permits its continued existence because we have our own operatives on the inside, ensuring all outgoing information is either manipulated or entirely fabricated. At this time, I must formally request the immediate elimination of the Moscow station. I have been informed that Officer Kirill Ledovsky, codenamed Red Pole to the Americans, has provided information regarding KGB Special Operations Group Omega and its new mission. This information has been verified as accurate, as Officer Ledovsky has supposedly smuggled a recording of myself and redacted. It is imperative the Americans do not learn of our existence nor that our ongoing project. Considering your renewed investment in this program and your decision to appoint me as commander, you know what is at risk. If it is the chairman's desire to allow the CIA station to remain and continue the charade, I recommend the immediate termination of Agent Caldwell, Officer Ledovsky, and the recovery of all stolen materials relating to KGB Special Operations Group Omega. With your approval, I have an officer who will gladly carry out the required executions. Let me know your decision. I know you will do right by this institution and right by the future of the greater Soviet Union. Regards, redacted. A housewarming canyon fire. To the attention of Roger Bothwell, Metro Desk Manager, Los Angeles Daily Press. First, Roger, I'm glad you skipped my housewarming party. Something terrible has happened up here in the hills. Everyone who came is dead, sort of, and not because of the canyon fire. Bullshit being fed to the media. I'm not sure how to describe it, but it seems like a fast-acting disease of radiation or radiation poisoning. All I know is something explosive erupted in the middle of my property, and in less time than it takes to write this, my guests looked and acted like mindless rage monsters. Remember that story you did on the people smoking bath salts, I think it was? Like that, Roger, but 10 times worse. I tried running towards Mulholland, but got turned back by some seriously geared up troops. They refused to ID themselves, but the shoulder patch read Requiem. Are they stationed near here? I've produced 4 war movies in the last decade and never heard of them. I got back home, but saw some of my guests breaking into my neighbors' houses, cables out, but on Antenna TV, I caught a live shot claiming there's a brush fire up here, and the gunshots are just illegal fireworks. Like I said, bullshit. Get the truth out, Roger. I'm leaving this letter in my mailbox, stamped, sealed, and addressed to you. I don't know if it'll make it, but I do know postal service will resume, just like I know you'll get to the bottom of this. Be well, Eric. Eric Silverstein, PGA President, Silverscreen Productions. Housewarming stash room. I'm hiding in the security room I inherited from the previous owner. The cameras, the alarms, the communication system, all the tech geeks in town couldn't figure out. I kept them all in working order, and that decision just might save my life. Everybody told me not to bid on this house. The owner went missing. He was cartel connected, and the feds wrecked it so bad it should have been condemned. But rather than scare me off, the house's checkered past made it irresistible. Which leads me to the housewarming. Over 100 guests, industry heavyweights, up-and-comers, all here to a party at Scarface Central. I was shown one room to a hot new actress named Janie Locke when she popped out a hidden panel in the floor that every single contractor missed. It started beeping. Like we set off a little alarm inside the compartment was an insane number of cocaine bricks marked with a symbol that screamed cartel. Was I going to jail? We're very different, scary people looking for these drugs. Janie only had eyes for the cook. She ran to fetch her agent/boyfriend like she won the lottery. I was trying to deactivate the beeper/beacon, whatever. whatever when something else went off by the pool. I assumed it was another hidden device or booby trap, ran to the door, saw the guests tearing into each other, and locked myself in. Then a message beeped on security system. Don't know who it's from, but it's written in Russian. Russian? What the fuck? It has to be the previous owner's friends wondering who found their cocaine. Shouldn't it be in Spanish or something? Man, when shit goes wrong, it goes all at once. Janie's banging on the door now. She's not looking to do lines anymore. I'm going to see if I can get out on foot and contact Roger. If anyone comes for the house or comes for the drugs, they can have them. Hell, I'll throw in the house. Housewarming friends of the owner. I'm still alive. My escape attempt was a bust, turned back by soldiers. You'd think they'd want to get people out of there, but I guess it's a martial law / quarantine situation now. So I climbed back inside the security room. Poor Janie was still scratching at the door. Wrote a letter to my ex, Roger. I was pissed when he declined the housewarming invite. Now I'm thankful he was nowhere near the shit show. I need him to get the word out that something terrible is happening here and the powers that be are lying about it. So I left out details in my letter that would make it seem less credible. I just hope he still cares enough about me to take it seriously. I checked the security monitors for more Russian messages. That's when I saw 2 guys dressed in black come over the wall on camera 3. I first thought they were the guys I encountered, but these guys carried AK-47s, the bad guy guns. So I figured they were sent by whoever wrote the message in Russian. Then Janie finally broke the lock. Didn't think that was possible for someone her size, but she chased me out the window and around the estate. All the while I heard those paramilitary goons clearing out my former party guests, sweeping through the place like they knew every inch of this property. Janie cornered me in the room where we found the coke, and just as the AK-47 guy showed up, Jenny killed one and injured the other before getting gunned down. I wanted to help the injured guy, but a few more party guests showed up and pounced. I slept out the window while they finished him off. I'm back in the security room now. Another message came through, this time in English. They call themselves Omega, and they're offering a small fortune to take the corpses and the stash off my hands. I gave them one of my business accounts, and the wire transfer happened inside of 10 minutes, so maybe things are looking up. I just hope they don't expect me to stick around and say thank you. Laos Breach Report. After Action Report, Laos Breach Interdiction, author Ravenov S. Summary on 18th January, KGB Southeast Asia Comms Center received a distress call from an ally in Laos, Zhang Wei, leader of the Shan People's Army, an opium-funded communist insurgent group operating in the Golden Triangle region with covert logistical support from KGB. Zhang was captured by rival Shan State irregulars and held for ransom at their base in the Laotian jungle. A dimensional breach occurred, and in the ensuing chaos, Zhang freed himself and radioed his KGB contact for help. The Committee for State Security then asked Omega Group with the mission. We were on site in less than 12 hours, but then Zhang and everyone else in the SSI camp were dead. The breach was still active. We began containment and eradication protocols, securing the site within half an hour. My unit suffered no casualties during the operation. They gathered samples requested by the colonel, while I performed a sweep of the area to determine the sequence of events when the breach occurred. The Shan State irregulars are violent narco traffickers with ties to the CIA's Air America opium smuggling operation. They set up their camp near a 13th century temple at the crossroads for their smuggling routes, in addition to erecting several modern structures on the temple grounds. The SSI posted numerous severed human heads on stakes around the area to warn off the trespassers. These heads were also still reanimated when we arrived. The SSI had just executed Zhang's bodyguards when the breach occurred. Zhang himself was still locked in a holding cell. The breach necrotized most of the SSI soldiers and all the SPA hanging from the nooses, while the remaining regulars engaged hostile. Zhang escaped his cell and snuck to the armory to send his distress call. He died there not long after expending all ammunition in the SSI stockpile. The breach spontaneously closed 2 hours after our arrival. Readings indicate the dimensional membrane remains unstable. Recommend the area be made off-limits by the new leader of the Shan People's Army, Capitan Sergei Ravenov, so that's Grupa Omega. A luxury I cannot afford. Submitted my official after-action report to the colonel, tried to keep it professional without injecting too much personal opinion. That is a luxury I cannot afford. Along with this journal, if the colonel ever doubts my loyalty, he will reassign me or tell Gorov to cut my throat. But the longer I serve Omega, the harder it is to hide my disgust. What I left out of my report is what troubles me most. Zhang was still alive when we got there. Against all odds, he had cheated death. Then the colonel said Valentina had an experiment for us to carry out. We were ordered to collect samples of brain fluid from all infected corpses and inject them into Zhang's cranium. I tried to reason with the colonel. This was a rescue mission. Zhang was a long-standing, dependable ally of the USSR. Yes, the man murdered several thousand Hmong, Thai, and Burmese over the years, but for better or worse, he was our man. The colonel said the Kremlin would install a replacement to lead the Shan People's Army and never to question an order again, so my men collected the samples and I personally delivered the injections. Zhang died screaming, then kept screaming. Valentina's so-called experiment yielded no useful data. The colonel ordered me to falsify my report and return to base. I saw and did terrible things in Cuba, Nicaragua, Angola, and Afghanistan. I fought aside mercenaries who collected ears as trophies in war. Mortalities must sometimes take a backseat, but the colonel never had morals to begin with. Then again, who am I to judge when I am the one feeding intel to the enemy? This I do to keep my nation from literally unleashing the forces of hell. I still believe in a Soviet future. When that future arrives, we must be worthy of it. SR 2184. Laos Operation Map. Omega Group Laos Operational Map details the team's insertion point while also highlighting key areas, including the dimensional breach and where Zhang was being held prisoner. Dated January 1984. Local coordinates identified as 19.8563 north, 102.4955 east. Exclusion zone. Alert. Possible dimensional breach at Mount Yamantau. Exclusion zone. Summary on June 2nd. Terrorists detonated a stolen American green light nuke at the summit of Mount Yamantau, bearing a KGB experimental research facility beneath an irradiated avalanche. Within 24 hours of this tragedy, a special decon company of chemical warfare troops arrived under the command of Lieutenant Pavel Agapov. They have spent 2 weeks maintaining an exclusion zone around the site, assessing damage to the facility and retrieving anything useful worth salvaging. This morning at 0317 hours, Agapov sent a distress call, transcript as follows. Agapov, this Lieutenant Agapov with the Nuclear, Biological and Chemical Protection Unit at what is left of Mount Yamantau facility, require emergency assistance, over. HQ, Agapov, this is NCB Directorate, what emergency, over. Agapov, we think it was an explosion or bioweapon or both. I heard a thunderclap, then some of my men began to wither and howl. At first I thought it was a radiation sickness. HQ, you are requesting medevac decontamination supplies. Please specify. Background audio, animalistic groans and growls growing louder. Agapov, yet I'm asking for help. Scramble a biowarfare response unit. Heavily armed. Background audio, automatic gunfire. The transmission is cut. The transmission was automatically flagged for the attention of Omega Group. This situation is ongoing and considered classified until it's properly resolved. Communications Center, Semyon, Soviet Ministry of Defense. Field promotion. 19th June 1984. When Lieutenant Agapov sent the distress call yesterday, he said it would be days before help. He said it could be days before help arrived, so it is hard to express the relief when we felt this morning when that big, beautiful Mi-26 landed in our camp and Spets Group Omega ran down the tail ramp, assuming command over the entire situation. Omega, we heard rumors about them for months, crazy stuff. But Spetsnaz always had an air of mystery. It is why we all volunteered for special forces. We all wanted to be Spetsnaz. However, they came prepared with weapons and equipment and I never knew existed. We maintained the perimeter while they marched into the facility and rid it of the infected. Towards the end, they allowed me and a few others to help mop up. Imagine that, me fighting alongside Omega Group. Afterward, their squad leader Gorov said we would be rewarded with a new assignment, practically a field promotion. I only hope it is not classified. I would love to tell my parents. Gorov is a strange one, though. He is spoken of as a killing machine, but I was a bit disappointed meeting him in person. I find him physically unimpressive, and he is almost too nice. Seriously, what is the big deal? What is so scary about Gorov? Pretty sure I could take him. Found this confiscated. Will single out author for special treatment. G. Yamantau Breach Report. After Action Report. Mount Yamantau Breach Interdiction. Author Gorov. Summary 24 hours after arrival at the KGB black site on Mount Yamantau. I can now confirm that the dimensional breach at the facility has closed and all infected personnel were eliminated and disposed of without loss of Omega troops. This favorable outcome was due in large part of the assistance of the NBCP troops already stationed here to secure the irradiated site. Lieutenant Agapov and his men not only provided us with crucial hazmat gear to enter the facility, they fought alongside my unit, effectively preventing the Ethereum infection from spreading. Following the spontaneous collapse of the breach, I reported directly to Colonel Kravchenko by a secure radio channel to discuss the dilemma presented by this situation. While the decontamination troops have security clearances sufficient to safeguard classified sites like the Yamantau facility, They are not cleared to know about Dark Ether incursions. Allowing them to return to their regular posts risks a security leak we cannot afford. The Colonel's orders were to quietly transfer Agapov and his men to Siberia, where they could be silenced. While I understand the need to eliminate witnesses at outbreak zones, I wish to respectfully offer an alternative. These nuclear, biological, and chemical protection troops are not your average soldiers, and certainly not mere civilians caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. Disappearing Agapov's units would be a waste of highly trained fighting men. Right now, they are using their special training to help determine if the tactical nuke explosion somehow weakened what Peck refers to as the dimensional membrane, thus causing the micro-incursions. Such men are too valuable to bury in the tundra, far better to reassign them to the Ural Mountains outbreak zone, where they would be uniquely suited to work on Redacted. Obviously, I'm prepared to execute the Colonel's initial order. I simply ask for a moment to reconsider how best to expend this particular pool of manpower to further Omega's group objectives. Gorev, Commander of Special Operations Spetsgruppe Omega. Eyes Only Valentina. Zimpel channel description, top secret, eyes only, Dr. Alexandra Valentina, Spetsgruppe Omega. We met 6 months ago when you dispatched a network of agents to post in every Soviet satellite state. Since then, I stayed vigilant for signs of interdimensional breaches, as defined by the checklist you provided. Today, I report such breach has occurred in a village named Tambashat, near the border in the southern Osh region of Kyrgyzstan. The situation conforms to every category for identifying localized micro breaches. Most importantly, I scouted the village as the outbreak consumed it and personally saw the orb-like phenomenon you expressed such interest in. I'm beginning containment protocols and await arrival of Omega tactical unit to eradicate the infected. Please respond with any further instructions, Comrade Valentina. This is the moment we have waited for. Gulnaz Azkarov. 3 surprises. Gulnaz Azkarov personal field notes. Surprise 1. Valentina herself arrived with an Omega Group squad no more than 5 hours after I sent her the direct communique. Must have flown supersonic if she received it in Moscow. The operators secured the containment perimeter while Valentina debriefed me in private. Surprise 2. With the outbreak still active, Valentina ordered the operators to remain at the perimeter while she and I scout the village to observe the orb and take readings. Highly risky, to say the least, and the operators said so. But Valentina said she and I would attract less attention, and she is in charge anyway. I have to wonder if she was keeping something from her men. Of course, I did not ask her that. I am not stupid. Surprise 3. When we found the orb, but we got separated trying to chase it. I found her 15 minutes later in her room talking to the orb. She would pause as if hearing replies. I heard nothing but the weird sounds the orb makes. When she noticed me eavesdropping, the orb flew away. Valentina made me swear to tell no one what I had seen. When we returned to the perimeter, I was ordered into a vehicle. I am now en route to my next assignment, though no details were given. Not feeling good about my prospects. The outlook is bad for all of us if Valentina is losing her mind. Kyrgyzstan Breach Report. After Action Report, Kyrgyzstan Breach Interdiction, author Valentina A. Summary. Colonel, I have just returned from the Kyrgyzstan border, having personally overseen containment efforts at a localized dimensional breach. This outbreak was first reported by one of my early warning scouts, Agent Gulnaz Azkarov, who specified she had encountered the orb phenomena, who we have so many questions about. I met with Gulnaz at the afflicted village. She urged me go in with her. Unaccompanied by the operators I brought along, this way we could maintain a low profile and study the orb. We found the orb and carefully monitored it for signs of intelligence. We also studied its interactions with the villagers and the infected. Gulnaz had already prepared notes from several hours watching the orb. What I saw only reinforced her earlier conclusion that there was no evidence of coordinated action or any command hierarchy in the infected horde. Simply put, Agent Azkarov, lay to rest your concerns that we are facing an organized invasion. We continued observing until the breach closed. By then, the villagers were dead. I returned directly to headquarters while Agent Azkarov departed by road to investigate another matter. When my plane touched down in Moscow, I was informed that Gulnaz suffered a fatal single-vehicle crash. The irony of it is unbearable. To survive a whole day among the undead, then die swerving to avoid some livestock. She was a brave, capable woman, and this is a great loss for our cause. I'm recommending Gulnaz Azkarov for a posthumous commendation. Dr. Alexander Valentina, Psychotronics, Research Lead, Spetsgruppe Omega. Algeria aid request. Zimpel channel decryption, top secret, eyes only Gorev, Spetsgruppe Omega. I hope this reaches you. I do not even know your rank these days, but I did hear you were assigned to Omega. Do you remember me? My name is Victor Krupin. We entered Special Forces training together back in 72. Now I am on assignment for KGB in North Africa. My papers say I'm a hydrocarbons expert advising People's Oil of Algeria on extraction and refinement techniques. It's usually a rather boring assignment, but not today. I was inspecting a drilling station in the desert using their computer network to hack Algerian government databases. Then came a sound outside like a thunderstorm turned inside out. And then all I heard was men screaming. I ran out to find the drillers attacking each other like rabid dogs. Whatever affected them, they no longer look human. I locked myself in the communications office and sent a distress call to my station chief in Algiers, but he commands no assets in the region that can perform a rescue. And so, old friend, I turn to you. Gorev, we have not spoken in years, but we are like brothers once. I followed your career as best I could, and I know you have got some pull at the Lubyanka. If my friendship ever meant anything, get Moscow to send a full NBCP unit to secure this area. If this is a bioweapon, I hope it is ours, and I hope we never have to use it again. Victor Krupin, KGB. Krupin Field Report, 14 August 84. Author, Krupin V. It has been over 3 hours since the incident here are POA station P21, 50 kilometers west of Adrar. I believe I'm the only living soul on site, but I am far from the only one here. The workers have contracted some kind of withering disease that renders them mad with rage. They attack anyone unafflicted with this condition, but I am currently locked in the drilling station's comms office, but I'm preparing this report should I not survive. I've witnessed additional strange phenomena associated with this event. If there's a strange persistent crack in midair near one of the derricks, it is hard to describe, but it almost seems like a peephole into another world. I have also seen a blue energy orb moving through the area. It calls to mind the atmospheric phenomenon known as ball lightning. But what I saw that shook me most was a ghostly apparition of a man dressed in a red army sergeant's uniform from the Great Patriotic War. I realize how unlikely that sounds, but this apparition waved and beckoned to me as it stepped into the crack and vanished. It wanted me to follow, and I felt a strong urge to comply. In fact, I got within 3 meters before stopping myself and seeking shelter. I have used the computer equipment and satellite uplink to send a distress message, but I am not optimistic of rescue. Mostly I find myself thinking about that apparition. I do not believe in ghosts, but I know what I saw. He looked like he stepped out of the photographs my father kept of the march to Berlin. I sense no malice from him, and if I see him again, I may make contact and find out what lies on the other side. After Action, Algeria. After Action Report, Algerian Desert Breach Interdiction, author Gorev. Summary, I've just conducted a full tactical interdiction on Station P21 of the Algerian National Petrochemical Company. This action was prompted by a distress call from a KGB asset who was also a squad mate from my early days in the Spetsnaz training program. I wish to make clear Agent Pex did not simply know any details of our operations, nor would I ever reveal them. He simply thought I could requisition a rapid response team. By the time we arrived, there was no apparent survivors, and the installation was overrun with the infected. We secured the site in under an hour because Agent Pex was a valuable intelligence asset. I ordered my men to identify and catalog every single corpse on site. They checked against personal records, but Agent Pex was not among the remains. His current whereabouts are unknown. He left behind an improvised field report mentioning an apparition he saw dressed in a 1940s-era red army sergeant's uniform. It sounded like the various echoes we encountered in other outbreak zones, and the uniform suggests this may be the same echo we heard mentioned in our surveillance of Dr. Peck. My guess is that Agent Peck's willingly accepted the Echo's invitation to enter the dimensional breach. Best case, we have a new ally behind enemy lines. Worst case, my old friend is lost forever. Gorev's commander of Special Operations, Spets Group Omega. And the last 9 documents are from the Maxis side. Hausmeisterin, the secret, 3 April 1984. About a month ago, I was asked by the KGB to help safeguard a secret training facility they are constructing next to my farm near Bonsdorf. The Chekists knew I worked as a Stasi filing clerk during the 50s and 60s. My former supervisor told them Gertrude Baumann can be trusted to keep it secret, no doubt thinking he was doing me a favor, and so they informed me they wanted a local asset to keep an eye on the place without alerting the neighbors. It was an offer I could not turn down. In such an instance, one says yeah and then keeps their mouth shut. So I walked the grounds twice a week, checking gates and locks to make sure no farmer or villager trespassed the facility. To be honest, it was all rather boring. A week ago, the Chekists advised me that a delegation from the Lubyanka were coming to inspect this facility. They wanted me to show them around, which made me rather nervous. If the wrong people think you know too much, well, I have filed enough execution reports to know where that leads, but I also know how to be both helpful and ignorant in all the ways that count. Yesterday they arrived, those gray men in their suits, and I led them through the facility, pretending not to recognize the crude reproductions of Air Force One and the Oval Office. Clearly an assassination mission would be rehearsed here. The less I seemed to realize this, the better. And then it happened. There was an otherworldly sound and a flash of light in what I have come to think of as the airplane hangar. I was standing away from the group, having what I feared might be my last cigarette. Whatever that light was, it engulfed the KGB inspectors, and I heard them scream. I ran to assist with injuries, but as my vision cleared, I could see they were changed, horribly changed. They howled like lost souls and lumbered towards me. I barely managed to latch the door with them inside. What do I do now? They are still locked in the hangar. Do I contact my friends in the Stasi and let them know? Will I somehow get blamed for what happened to these men? Stupid question. Of course I will. They will soon be missed. Someone will come looking for them. Again, what do I do now? Hausmeister in the Lie, 5 April 1984. As anticipated, I was visited today by KGB agents looking for their inspectors. Obviously, I'm still alive to write this, but only because I knew what to expect and have prepared accordingly. After the KGB delegation were altered, infected, reanimated, I don't have a word for it, I returned home and drove their car to an old lignite mine a few kilometers away. The mine was sealed back in the 1920s, but I managed to move the barricades and hide the vehicle. The walk home gave me an ample time to come up with a story from my inevitable visitors. They arrived this morning before dawn, breaking down my front door and rousting me from bed. I showed the appropriate amount of fear and confusion when they said the inspectors had failed to report. I told them I toured the facility with a delegation who seemed upset by what they found. I said they argued all the way back to my house, some wanting to report to Moscow immediately, others insisting that they drive straight to Stasi HQ in Berlin. One thing they did agree on was to have the entire place dusted for prints. I did not know why they were so agitated, but they were definitely looking for someone to blame, and before they left, they thanked me, saying they might require my testimony in the days to come. This had the desired effect. The men realized they were possibly at the center of a dispute between Soviet and DDR secret police, and they had best tread lightly. One wrong step, including harming me or disturbing the facility, might earn them a one-way ticket to the Gulag. They even repaired the door before departing in the direction I told them the inspectors had driven off. But I'm not exactly celebrating. I bought myself a day or two at best, and if they do risk visiting the training facility, they will find their missing delegation from Moscow. I will not be able to talk my way out of anything after that. Hausmeisterin the Lie, or the Visitor. 6 April 1984. It seems the KGB and Stasi were not the only parties interested in what became of the Lubyanka delegation. Yesterday there was a soft knock at the door about an hour before sunset, or after sunset. Yes, it was a woman in her 30s, German like me, golden-haired and quite handsome. Though she wore no wedding ring, she did not say her name, and I did not ask it. All she had to say was, "I am here to help you deal with your little problem," and I allowed her inside. I've met enough spies to know a field agent, probably B&D, when I see one. She said she was aware of what happened to the KGB inspectors. I pressed her for details, insisted I deserved them after containing those poor wretches in the hangar. She would only say that similar incidents were taking place elsewhere, though they were kept out of the news, even in the West. She also said I was lucky to have escaped the fate that befell those men. I asked how she knew about me. Had she been watching me, or more likely the training facility? She said she worked for an organization that would eliminate all trace of what happened in the hangar. Additionally, she had arranged for someone to smuggle me to West Berlin, where a new identity was being prepared for me. As I write this, she is either in the training site or at the mine making sure the car cannot be found. I am packing one bag and saying goodbye to the only home I have ever known. But if others out there are affected by whatever this is, plague, curse, worse, then I must count my blessings and consider myself lucky to have made a new friend. KGB contact note. Maxis. I was able to gain a glimpse of the briefing file being circulated amongst the committee. It speaks of a cinefilm being transferred to videotape, something called Unstation. While I have not viewed the tape itself, the file contained still images of the film. I do not understand what I'm seeing, other than it involves the Red Army. Perhaps your eyes will make more sense of it. I will continue to try to secure the tape itself. I can only hope this message reaches you at the dead drop as instructed. Tatiana. Soviet War Hero. A frame from a film reel found in the KGB archives. Image features Colonel Lazarev and Sergeant Zykov. moments after the colonel decorated the sergeant for his impending act of heroism. Film reel is dated February 10, 1945. Red Army Encounter, a frame from a film reel found in the KGB archives. Image features the 8th Guards Army making an unusual discovery inside the abandoned German facility known as Project Endstation. Film reel is dated February 3rd, 1945. I know. Whether it be rooted in violence, abuse, regret, or grief, all of us deal with trauma in our own way. Some wear it / bear it like a scar, clear for all to see. Others bury it so deeply that no one even knows it's there. I dream. When we sleep, the world sleeps with us. When we sleep, we know nothing of the machinations of the real world. When we sleep, we know only of the ethereal dream that envelops us. I live. Dreams can't help us. Dreams can help us. Dreams can teach us. Dreams can show us how we deal with our trauma. Dreams are our unfiltered thoughts of past, present, future. Be they sweet or nightmare, I like to dream. Guys, I did it. That is over 700 pieces of intel collected, recorded, and documented today. Across many days at that, really. But I hope you guys enjoyed. There's very few people that'll have watched this far. It's a 10-hour video. I'm just doing this for the sake of documentation because no one else on the face of the internet has made a video like this. I know people have made videos such as Mr. Waffles explaining all the story of Cold War, but no one has made a collective video with every single piece of intel just out there. And I think it needs to be there, especially going into Black Ops 6. I don't care if Mr. Waffles himself is watching this video, or if some random person on the internet, shout out to Zale, who said, you'll be watching this. I appreciate each and every one of you that have made it this far. And I'll see y'all next one. Deuces.